Audio Renaissance presents Robert Ludlum's The Moscow Vector, a Covert-One novel. Series created by Robert Ludlum, written by Patrick Larkin. Read for you by Eric Bergman. February 14th, Moscow. Snow, blackened by auto exhaust and industrial pollution, lay heaped along the sidewalks of Tsarskaya Street, a wide boulevard running right through one of the Russian capital's busiest commercial districts. Beneath glowing street lamps, pedestrians who were bundled up against the frigid night air jostled one another along the icy pavement. Streams of cars, trucks, and buses rumbled past in both directions. Dr. Nikolai Kiryanov hurried north along the right-hand side of the street, doing his best to mingle unobtrusively with the bustling crowds. But whenever anyone, young or old, man or woman, brushed past him, he twitched, fighting down the urge to shrink back or break into a sudden panicked run. The tall, rail-thin pathologist clutched the wrapped gift box under his arm tighter, resisting the temptation to shove it out of sight inside his coat. Although Valentine's Day was a relatively recent addition to the Russian calendar, it was increasingly popular, and plenty of the other men around him carried their own boxes of chocolate and candy as presents for their wives or girlfriends. Stay calm, he told himself urgently. He was safe. No one knew what they had taken. Their plans were still secret. Not far ahead, neon signs glowed brightly in the gathering darkness, standing out in stark contrast to the massive gray Stalinist-era apartment buildings and hotels lining the street. Kiryanov breathed out. He was close to the coffee bar where he had agreed to meet his contact, a sympathetic Western journalist named Fiona Devon. Once there, he could answer her questions, hand over his information, and rush home to his small flat with nobody in higher authority the wiser. He walked faster. Someone crashed into Kiryanov from behind, shoving him forward onto a thick slab of slick black ice. His feet skidded out from under him. Arms flailing wildly, he lost his balance and fell backward. His head slammed hard onto the frozen pavement, and a white-hot wave of agony sleeted through him, drowning all conscious thought. Dazed and groaning, he lay still for a long moment, unable to move. Somewhere in the swirling cloud of pain, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Wincing, he opened his eyes and looked up. A blond-haired man in an expensive-looking wool overcoat knelt beside him. "My dear sir, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" He gripped Kiryanov's arm tightly with both of his gloved hands. "Here, let me help you back up." The Russian pathologist felt something needle-sharp stab deep into his flesh. He opened his mouth to cry out and then realized in mounting horror that he could not breathe. His lungs were paralyzed. Vainly he tried to draw in the air he desperately needed. His arms and legs twitched and quivered as more of his muscles locked up. Terrified, he stared up at the man leaning over him. A faint smile ghosted over the other man's thin lips and then vanished. "Do svidaniya, Dr. Kiryanov," he murmured. "You should have obeyed orders and kept your mouth shut." Trapped in a body that would no longer obey the commands of his mind, Nikolai Kiryanov lay rigid, soundlessly screaming as the world around him faded into utter and unending darkness. His heart fluttered futilely for a few moments, and then stopped. The blond-haired man stared down at the open-mouthed corpse for a second longer. Then he looked up at the ring of curious bystanders drawn by the commotion. "Something's wrong with him," he told them. "I think he's had some sort of fit." "Maybe he cracked his head too hard when he fell. Someone should call a doctor," a stylishly dressed young woman suggested. The blond man nodded quickly. "Yes, you're right." Carefully, he stripped off one of his thick gloves and pulled a cell phone out of the pocket of his overcoat. "I'll punch in the emergency number." Within 2 minutes, a red and white ambulance pulled up to the curb and stopped. 2 burly paramedics jumped out of the back, carrying a portable stretcher, followed by a weary-looking young man in a wrinkled white coat and a thin red tie. He carried a heavy black medical bag. The ambulance crew doctor bent over Kiryanov for a moment. He checked the fallen man's fixed and staring eyes with a small penlight and felt for a pulse. Then he sighed and shook his head. "This poor fellow is dead. There's nothing I can do for him now." He looked around the circle of faces. "Right. Who can tell me what happened here?" The blond-haired man shrugged his shoulders expressively. "It was an accident. We bumped into each other, and he slipped and went down on the ice over there. I tried to help him up, but then he just, stopped breathing." The doctor frowned. "I see, sir. Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to ride along with us to the hospital. There are forms to fill out, and the militia will want to take an official statement from you." He turned to the rest of the bystanders. "What about the rest of you? Did anyone else see anything useful?" There was silence from the crowd of bystanders. The young doctor snorted cynically. He motioned to the two paramedics with the stretcher. "Load him up." Moving fast, they bundled Kiryanov's body onto the stretcher and slid it into the back of the ambulance. One of the paramedics, the white-coated doctor, and the blond-haired man climbed in beside the corpse. The second paramedic slammed the door shut and got in beside the driver. With its lights still flashing, the ambulance pulled out into Tverskaya Street's heavy traffic and headed north. Safe now from prying eyes, the doctor deftly rifled through the dead man's pockets and then under his clothing, checking and then discarding the pathologist's wallet and hospital ID card. "There's nothing. The bastard is clean." "Take a look inside this," the blond-haired man suggested dryly, tossing him the package Kiryanov had been carrying. The doctor caught it, tore off the wrapping paper, and ripped open the candy box. Manila folders full of documents tumbled out across the corpse. He scanned through them quickly and nodded in satisfaction. "These are the photocopied case records from the hospital, every last one of them." He smiled. "We can report a success." The blond-haired man frowned. "No, I do not think we can." "What do you mean?" "Where are the blood and tissue samples he stole?" The doctor stared down at the empty box in his hand. "Shit." He looked up in dismay. "Kiryanov must have had help. Someone else has the samples." "So it seems," the other man agreed. He pulled the phone out of his overcoat again and punched in a pre-coded number. "This is Moscow-One. I need an immediate secure relay to Prague-One. We have a problem." February 15th, Prague, Czech Republic. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Jon Smith, M.D., paused in the shadowed arch of the ancient Gothic tower at the eastern end of the Charles Bridge. Smith stood quietly for a long moment, carefully scanning the stone span before him. He frowned. He would have preferred a different location for this meeting, one that was busier and had more natural cover. Shivering slightly in the frosty, dank air, Smith zipped up his leather bomber jacket and moved out onto the bridge. He was a tall, trim man in his early 40s with smooth, dark hair, piercing blue eyes, and high cheekbones. At first, his footsteps echoed faintly off the waist-high parapet, but then the sounds faded, swallowed by the fog rising from the river. Smith walked on. 30 statues of saints lined the Charles Bridge. Set in opposing pairs on the massive sandstone piers supporting the long crossing, those statues were his guides to the rendezvous point. The American reached the middle of the span and stopped, looking up at the calm face of St. John Nepomuk, a Catholic priest tortured to death in 1393. Part of the age-blackened bronze relief depicting the saint's martyrdom gleamed bright, polished clean by countless passers-by touching it for good luck. Smith leaned forward and rubbed his own fingers across the raised figures. "I did not know that you were a superstitious man, Jonathan," a quiet, tired-sounding voice said from behind him. Smith turned around. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Valentine." Dr. Valentine Petrenko came forward to join him, holding a black briefcase gripped tightly in one gloved hand. The Russian medical specialist was several inches shorter than Smith and more solidly built. Sad brown eyes blinked nervously behind the pair of thick glasses perched on his nose. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me here, away from the conference, I mean. I realize this is not convenient for you." "Don't worry about it. Believe me, this beats spending another several hours rehashing Kozlik's latest paper on typhoid and hepatitis A epidemics in Lower Amsterdam-Lostistan." A look of amusement flickered in Petrenko's wary eyes. "Dr. Kozlik is not the most scintillating speaker," he agreed, "but his theories are basically sound." Smith nodded, waiting patiently for the other man to explain why he'd been so insistent on this surreptitious rendezvous. He and Petrenko were in Prague for a major international conference on emerging infectious diseases in Eastern Europe and Russia. Deadly illnesses, long thought under control in the developed world, were spreading like wildfire through parts of what had once been the Soviet Empire, breeding in public health and sanitation systems ruined by decades of neglect. Both men were deeply involved in confronting this growing health crisis. Among other things, Jon Smith was a skilled molecular biologist assigned to the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, called U.S. AMRID, at Fort Detrick, Maryland. And Petrenko was a highly regarded expert in rare illnesses attached to the staff of Moscow's Central Clinical Hospital. For several years, the two men had known each other professionally and had developed a respect for each other's abilities and discretion. So when a plainly troubled Petrenko pulled him aside earlier in the day to request a private conversation outside the confines of the conference, Smith had agreed without hesitation. "I need your help, John," the Russian said at last. "I have urgent information that must reach competent medical authorities in the West." "Information about what?" "The outbreak of a disease in Moscow. A new disease, something I've never seen before. Something I fear." "Go on." "I saw the first case 2 months ago," Petrenko told him. "A small child, a little boy who was just 7 years old. He came in suffering aches and pains and a persistent high fever. In the beginning, his doctors thought it was only a common flu, but then, quite suddenly, his condition worsened. His hair began falling out. Terrible bleeding sores and painful rashes spread across most of his body. He became severely anemic. In the end, whole systems, his liver, kidneys, and ultimately his heart, simply shut down." "Jesus," Smith murmured. He frowned. "Those symptoms sound an awful lot like high-level radiation poisoning, Valentine." Petrenko nodded. "Yes, that is what we first thought. But we could not find any evidence that the boy had ever been exposed to any radioactive material." "Was the kid infectious?" Smith asked. "No," the Russian said. "No one else around him became ill, not his parents or his friends or any of those who treated him. None of our tests turned up signs of a dangerous viral or bacterial infection, and every toxicology exam came back negative. We could not detect any traces of poisons or harmful chemicals that might have done so much damage." Smith whistled softly. "Very nasty." "It was terrible," Petrenko agreed. Then others began showing up at the hospital, suffering the same horrible symptoms. First, an old man, a former Communist Party apparatchik. Then a middle-aged woman, and finally a young man, a sturdy day laborer who had always been as healthy as a horse. All died in agony in a matter of days. "Just those 4? "Those 4 that I know of. But there may well have been others. Officials from the Ministry of Health made it clear that my colleagues and I were not supposed to ask too many questions, lest we risk provoking an unnecessary panic among the general population. Naturally, we fought the decision to the highest levels, but in the end, all of our requests for an expanded inquiry were denied. We were forbidden even to discuss these cases with anyone beyond a very small circle of other scientists. A Kremlin official actually told me that 4 unexplained deaths were trivial, mere statistical background noise. The facts surrounding these mysterious deaths have now been classified as state secrets and buried in the bureaucracy." "Idiots," Smith growled. "Perhaps," Petrenko said. but I will not take part in a cover-up. That is why I have brought you this." The Russian gently tapped the side of his black briefcase. "It contains all the medical information relevant to the 4 known victims, as well as samples of their blood and selected tissues. I only hope that you and others in the West can learn more about the mechanisms of this new illness before it is too late." "Just how much hot water are you going to be in if your government finds out that you smuggled this data out?" Smith asked. "I do not know. That is why I wanted to give you this information in secret. Conditions in my country are deteriorating rapidly, John. I'm very much afraid that our leaders have decided that it is safer and easier to rule by force and fear than by persuasion and reason." Smith nodded his understanding. He had been following the news out of Russia with increasing concern. The nation's president, Victor Dudarev, had been a member of the old KGB, the Soviet Committee for State Security, stationed in East Germany. When the USSR crumbled, Dudarev had been quick to align himself with the forces of reform. He had risen fast in the new Russia, first taking charge of the FSB, the new Federal Security Service, then became prime minister and finally winning election as president. All along the way, many had wanted desperately to believe he was a man sincerely committed to democratic norms. Dudarev had fooled them all. Since taking office, the ex-KGB officer had revealed himself as a man more interested in satisfying his own ambitions than in establishing a genuine democracy. Newly independent media companies were muzzled and then brought back under government control. Corporations whose owners opposed the Kremlin were broken up by official decree or had their assets confiscated in trumped-up tax cases. Rival politicians were coerced into silence or smeared into oblivion by the state-run press. "I'll do what I can to keep your name out of it," Smith promised. "But somebody in your government is bound to trace this information back to you once the news leaks, and it will leak at some point." He glanced down at the other man. "Maybe you should come out with the data. It might be safer." Petrenko raised an eyebrow. "Seek political asylum, you mean?" Smith nodded. The scientist shook his head. "No, I don't think so. For all my faults, I am a Russian first and forever." He smiled sadly. "Besides, what is it the philosophers say? For evil to triumph, all that is necessary is for good men to do nothing. I believe that to be true. So I will stay in Moscow, doing what I can to fend off the darkness in my own small way."
Prosím, můžete mi pomoci?"
The words came floating toward them out of the mist. Startled, Smith and Petrenko turned around. A somewhat younger man, hard-faced and unsmiling, stood just a few feet away with his left palm held out as though begging for money. Beneath a tangled mane of long, greasy brown hair, a tiny silver skull dangled from his right earlobe. His right hand was hidden inside a long black overcoat. 2 other men, similarly dressed and equally grimy, stood close behind him. They, too, wore small, skull-shaped earrings. Reacting on instinct, Smith stepped in front of the smaller Russian scientist. Sorry, he said. "Не rozumím. I don't understand." "Mluvit anglicky? Do you speak English?" The long-haired man slowly lowered his left hand. "You are American, yes?" Something about the way he said it raised Smith's hackles. "That's right." "Good," the man said flatly. "All Americans are rich, and I am poor." His dark eyes flickered toward Petrenko and then came back to Smith. He bared his teeth in a quick, predatory grin. "So you will give me your friend's briefcase, as a gift, yes?" "John," the Russian muttered urgently from behind him, "these men are not Czech." The long-haired man heard him. He shrugged blithely. "Dr. Petrenko is correct. I congratulate him on his acuity." The folding knife he'd been concealing inside his coat came out in one smooth motion. He flicked it open. "But I still want that briefcase. Now." Damn, Smith thought, coldly watching the three men starting to fan out around them. He backed up slightly and found himself penned against the waist-high parapet overlooking the Vltava River. Any hopes he might have had about being able to just hand over the briefcase and walk away unharmed had vanished when he heard the other man use Petrenko's name so casually and confidently. This was not a run-of-the-mill mugging. Unless he missed his guess, these guys were professionals, and professionals were trained not to leave witnesses behind. He forced himself to smile weakly. Well, sure. I mean, if you put it like that, there's no need for anyone to get hurt here, is there?
No need at all, friend,
the knife wielder assured him.
Now tells a good doctor to hand over that case.
Smith crouched. Polizei! Police! He roared. Polizei! Fool! The long-haired man snarled. He lunged at the American, stabbing upward with his knife. Smith leaned aside. The blade flickered past his face. He chopped frantically at the inside of the other man's exposed wrist, hacking at the nerve endings there. His attacker grunted in pain. The knife flew out of his suddenly paralyzed fingers and skittered away across the paving. Smith spun back around, slamming his elbow into the long-haired man's narrow face with tremendous force. Bones crunched and blood spattered through the air. Groaning, the man reeled back and fell to one knee, fumbling at the red ruin of his shattered nose. The second man pushed past his fallen leader, thrusting with his own blade. Smith ducked under the attack and punched him hard, angling up to come in right under his ribs. The man doubled up in sudden agony. Before he could recover, Smith grabbed him by the back of his coat and hurled him headlong into the stone parapet of the bridge. Stunned or badly injured, he went down on his face without a sound and lay still. "John, watch out!" Smith turned fast, hearing Petrenko shout. He was just in time to see the shorter Russian scientist drive the third man backward with desperate, uncontrolled swipes of his briefcase. But then the wild glee in Petrenko's eyes faded, replaced by horror as he looked down and saw the knife buried up to the hilt in his own stomach. Suddenly, a single shot rang out, echoing across the bridge, and a small red-rimmed hole opened in the middle of Petrenko's forehead. Pieces of shattered bone and brain matter flew out the back of his skull, driven by a 9.18mm round fired at point-blank range. His eyes rolled up. Then, still clutching his briefcase, the dying Russian staggered and fell backward over the parapet, toppling into the river below. Out of the corner of his eye, Smith saw the first attacker scrambling back to his feet. Blood ran red across the man's face, and he held a pistol, an old Soviet-model Makarov. The American tensed, knowing already that it was too late. The other man was too far away, well out of his reach. Smith whirled around and threw himself off the bridge, diving headfirst into the fog. Behind him, more shots crashed out. A bullet tore right past his head, and another ripped through his jacket, sending a wave of white-hot pain searing across his shoulder. He struck the surface of the Vltava in a white burst of spray and foam, plunging deep into its icy, ink-black waters. Down and down he slid into a freezing void of absolute silence and utter darkness. And then the river's swift current caught him in its grip, tugging at his torn jacket and his arms and legs, sending him tumbling and rolling as it dragged him north. His lungs were on fire, screaming for air. Grimly, Smith kicked out, clawing his way up through the frigid, turbulent water. At last his head rose above the rippling surface, and he hung there for a long moment, gasping and panting, straining to draw in the oxygen his body craved. Still caught in the current, he swung around. The Charles Bridge was invisible in the swirling fog, but he could hear shouts and panicked voices reverberating across the river. The sounds of gunfire seemed to have roused Prague's citizens from their late afternoon torpor. Smith spat out a mouthful of water and turned away. He struck out toward the eastern bank. He had to get out of the river soon, before the bitter cold sapped his strength completely. Smith felt his hands touch a bank of mud and small pebbles at the water's edge. He hauled himself out of the Vltava and onto a narrow strip of withered grass and neatly trimmed trees.
Shivering and racked by pain in every muscle, he rolled over onto his back and lay staring up at the featureless gray sky. Smith heard a startled gasp. Wincing, he turned his head to the side and saw a small elderly woman bundled up in a fur coat staring down at him in mingled fear and amazement. "Polizei," he said. Her eyes opened wide. Summoning up the last of his broken Czech, Smith whispered, "Zavolejte polizei. Call the police." Northern Operational Command Headquarters, Chernihiv, Ukraine. For hundreds of years, Chernihiv had been called the Princely City, serving as a fortified capital for one of the princedoms at the heart of the Kievan Rus, the loose confederation of Vikings who had made themselves the masters of what would later become Russia and the Ukraine. Several of its beautiful cathedrals, churches, and monasteries dated back to the 11th and 12th centuries, and their golden domes and spires lent a quiet elegance to the little city's skyline. Every year, busloads of tourists made the short journey from Kiev itself, 140 kilometers to the south, to gawk at Chernihiv's ancient sites and artwork. Few of those tourists ever noticed an isolated complex of Soviet-era concrete and steel buildings on the city's outskirts. There, behind a barbed wire perimeter fence guarded by heavily armed soldiers, lay the administrative center for one of the three major combat organizations of the Ukrainian military, the Northern Operational Command. The sun had long since set, but lights were still on throughout the complex. Inside the building, Major Dmitry Polyakov stood off to one side of a crowded briefing room. He had carefully chosen a position that gave him a good view of his boss, Lieutenant General Alexander Marshuk, the man in charge of the Army's Northern Operational Command. The tall young major checked the folder under his arm yet again, making sure that it contained every report and draft order the general might need for this emergency military conference. Polyakov was well aware that Marshuk expected his senior military aide to be ready to respond instantly to any need or order. Marshuk, his senior staff officers, and Northern Command's division and brigade commanders sat around three sides of a rectangular conference table. A detailed map of their operational zone stood on an easel set up at the head of this table. Each high-ranking officer had his own briefing folder. "There's no doubt that both the Russians and Belarusians have dramatically tightened security along our joint border," the briefer, a full colonel, continued. His pointer tapped the map at several places. "They've closed every minor crossing point from Dobryanka here in the north all the way to Kharkiv in the east. Traffic is only being allowed across at checkpoints set up on the major highways, and then only after intensive searches. My counterparts at both Western and Southern Command report similar measures being taken in their areas." "That's not all the Russians are doing," one of the officers said grimly. He commanded a covering force brigade, a new combined arms formation made up of armored reconnaissance troops, scout and attack helicopters, and infantry units heavily armed with anti-tank missiles. "My forward outposts have observed company-strength and battalion-strength reconnaissance forces operating at several points along the frontier. They appear to be attempting to precisely locate the duty stations of our border security detachments. We should also keep in mind those troop movement rumors passed to us by the Americans," another colonel added. The crossed hunting horns on his shoulder tabs identified him as a member of the signals branch, but that was only a cover. In reality, he served as the head of Northern Command's military intelligence section. Heads nodded around the table. The American military attaché in Kiev had been distributing intelligence reports suggesting that some of Russia's elite airborne tank and mechanized infantry units had vanished from their bases around Moscow. None of the reports could be confirmed, but they were disturbing nonetheless. "So what is Moscow's official excuse for all of this unusual activity?" a heavyset tank division commander asked. "The Kremlin claims these are merely precautionary anti-terrorist measures," Lieutenant General Marshuk answered slowly. Major Polyakov hid a worried frown. Even at 50, the general was ordinarily a strong, healthy man, but now he was ill, quite ill. He had not been able to keep any food down all day. Despite that, he had insisted on calling this evening conference.
"And do we believe our good Russian friends and neighbors, Alexander?"
the tank division commander asked wryly.
"About these so-called anti-terrorist measures?"
Marshuk shrugged.
"Terrorism is a serious threat. The Chechens and others will strike at Moscow and its interests whenever and wherever they can. We all know that."
He coughed hoarsely, paused for a moment to catch his breath, and then forced himself to carry on.
"But I have not seen any information that would justify so much military activity on so large a scale."
"Then what should we do?" one of the other officers murmured.
"We will take precautions of our own," Marshuk said grimly, "to keep Tsar Victor and his cronies in Moscow honest, if nothing else. A little show of force on our part should go a long way toward deterring any idiocy by the Kremlin."
He pushed himself to his feet and stood facing the map. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Polyakov started forward, but the general waved him back.
"I'm fine, Dmitri," he muttered.
His subordinates exchanged worried glances. Marshuk forced a ragged smile.
"What's the matter, gentlemen? Never seen anyone with the flu before."
He coughed.
"Don't worry. I promise not to breathe on any of you."
The general leaned forward, supporting himself with his hands.
"Now listen carefully. Starting later tonight, I want all ready force divisions and brigades brought to a higher alert status. And by dawn tomorrow morning, I want every operational tank, infantry fighting vehicle, and self-propelled gun in this command fitted out with a full load of ammunition and fuel. The same goes for every transport and combat helicopter fit to fly. Once that is done, your units will begin moving to their wartime deployment areas to conduct special winter maneuvers."
"Bringing so many troops to full combat readiness will be expensive," his chief of staff pointed out quietly. "Parliament will ask serious questions."
"Screw the politicians in Kiev. Our job is to defend the homeland, not worry about budgets."
Abruptly, his face grew grayer still, and he swayed again. He shuddered visibly, plainly racked by a wave of terrible pain, then collapsed face down across the conference table. Stunned officers jumped to their feet, crowding around their fallen commander. Polyakov pushed through them. The major touched Marshuk's shoulder gently and then felt his forehead.
"Mother of God! The general's burning up!"
"Turn him over onto his back," someone suggested. "And loosen his tie and collar. Give him room to breathe." Polyakov and another junior aide obeyed, tearing open shirt and jacket buttons. There were gasps from around the crowded room when parts of Marshuk's neck and chest came into view. Almost every inch of his skin seemed covered in raw, bleeding sores.
"Fetch a doctor!"
Polyakov yelled. Hours later, Major Dmitri Polyakov sat slumped forward on a bench in the hallway just outside the intensive care unit of the Oblast Clinic Hospital. Bleary-eyed and depressed, he stared down at the cracked tile floor. A single pair of gleaming, highly polished boots intruded on Polyakov's view. The major looked up and saw a dour, thin-faced officer staring down at him with evident disapproval. For an instant he bristled, but then he caught sight of the twin gold stars of a lieutenant general on the other man's white and red-embroidered shoulder boards and jumped to his feet. He threw his shoulders back and lifted his chin high, standing braced at attention.
"You must be Polyakov, Marshuk's senior aide," the other man snapped. "Yes, sir."
"My name is Timoshenko," the much shorter, thin-faced officer told him coldly.
"Lieutenant General Edward Timoshenko. I have been sent from Kiev to assume command here by order of both the defense minister and the president himself."
Polyakov struggled to hide his dismay. Tymoshenko was known throughout the Army's officer corps as a political hack, one of hundreds left over from the days before the Ukraine regained its independence from the disintegrating Soviet Union. His reputation as a field commander was dismal. Those who had endured his leadership spoke bitterly of a man more concerned with mindless spit and polish than with real combat readiness. "What is General Marshuk's present condition?" Tymoshenko demanded. "The general is still unconscious, sir, and according to the doctors, his vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. So far, he is not responding to any treatment." "I see. And the cause of this unfortunate illness? I heard some nonsense about radiation poisoning just before leaving Kiev." "No one knows yet. The hospital is running a complete battery of tests, but the results may not come back for hours, perhaps even days." Tymoshenko arched a single gray eyebrow. "In that case, Major, may I suggest there is no longer any purpose to be served by haunting these corridors like some little lost lapdog? General Marshuk will live or he will die, and I am quite confident that he will do so with or without your presence." He smiled thinly. "In the meantime, it seems that I need an aide myself, at least until I can locate a more efficient and deserving young officer." Polyakov did his best to ignore the insult. "Yes, sir, I will do my best." "Good." Tymoshenko nodded toward the exit. "My staff car is waiting outside. You can ride back to headquarters with me, and once we're there, I want you to arrange temporary quarters for me. Something comfortable, I trust. You can clear out Marshuk's billet bright and early tomorrow morning." "But what about the Russians and the border situation?" Polyakov asked. "General Marshuk intended to deploy the command's fighting formations to their maneuver areas at first light tomorrow." Tymoshenko frowned. "So I understand. Naturally, I canceled those orders as soon as I arrived." He shook his head derisively. "Full-scale maneuvers in the dead of winter, with all the wear and tear on expensive equipment that entails, and all because of a few paranoid whispers about the Russians. Utter madness. I really cannot imagine what Marshuk thought he was doing. The fever must have addled his brain." With that, the new leader of the Ukrainian Army's Northern Operational Command spun crisply on his heel and strutted off. February 16th, Moscow. The ornate pinnacles and towers of the Kotyanicheskaya apartment block soared high above the city, offering an unsurpassed view west across the Moscow River toward the red brick walls and golden domes and spires of the Kremlin. Dozens of satellite dishes and radio and microwave antennas sprouted from every relatively open space on its elaborate facade. Kotyanicheskaya was one of Stalin's massive Seven Sisters, 7 enormous high-rises built around Moscow during the 1950s. Once home to Communist Party officials and heavy industry bosses, the enormous high-rise now mostly housed wealthy foreigners and members of the new Russian governing and business elite, those able to afford the rents on luxury flats that ran several thousand American dollars a month. The very highest floors, those immediately below a towering central needle topped by a giant gleaming gold star, commanded prices beyond the reach of all but the richest and most powerful men. To bring in even more money, several apartments at the very top had been converted into high-prestige corporate offices. A tall, powerfully built man stood at a window in one of those renovated penthouse office suites. There were strands of gray in his pale blonde hair, a color matched by his ice-gray eyes. A secure phone chirped suddenly on the desk next to him. A digital readout attached to the phone blinked to life, identifying the caller. He picked it up.
"This is Moscow-One. Go ahead."
"This is Prague-One," a muffled voice said. "Petrenko is dead."
The blonde-haired man smiled.
"Good. And the materials he stole from the hospital? The case files and biological samples?"
"Gone. They were in a briefcase that went into the river along with Petrenko."
"Then the matter is closed."
"Not quite." Before we caught up with him, Petrenko had arranged a rendezvous with another doctor, an American attending the same conference. They were talking together when we jumped them.
And?
The American broke free of our ambush. The Czech police have him in protective custody.
The blond-haired man's eyes narrowed.
How much does he know?
I'm not sure. We think Petrenko managed to tell him something about the deaths before we arrived. We're also fairly sure that the Russian was planning to hand over the medical files and samples to him.
Moscow One tightened his grip on the phone.
And just who is this interfering American?
His name is Jonathan Smith. According to the conference records, he's a military doctor, a lieutenant colonel assigned to one of their medical research institutes as a disease specialist.
Jonathan Smith? The blond-haired man frowned. He had the fleeting impression that he had heard that name before, but where?
What are the Czech police doing now?
Dragging the river.
For the briefcase?
No. They're only looking for Petrenko's corpse right now. For some reason, the American is keeping his mouth shut about what he was told.
The blond-haired man stared out the window.
Will they find either one?
The body will turn up sooner or later. But I am confident that the briefcase is gone forever. The Vltava is wide and its current is swift.
For your sake, I sincerely hope you are right,
the blond man said quietly.
What about this man Smith?
Prague-One asked.
He could become a serious problem.
The blond-haired man frowned. That was true enough. The American doctor might not yet have told the Czech authorities what he had learned, but eventually he would report Petrenko's claims and the news of his murder to his nation's intelligence services. If so, the CIA and others were likely to begin paying entirely too much attention to new reports of other mysterious illnesses, and that was something he and his employers could not risk. Not yet, anyway.
Eliminate the American.
Prague. The tiny interrogation room near the back of the main Prague police station at Konvička 14 was sparsely furnished. There were just 2 battered plastic chairs and an old wooden table. Jon Smith sat stiffly in one of the chairs, wearing borrowed slacks and a sweatshirt. Even the slightest movement made him uncomfortably aware of his own aching cuts and bruises. He frowned. How much longer were the Czech authorities going to hold him here? Smith fought down a yawn. After they rescued him from the riverbank, the Czech police had taken down his account of the vicious attack that had killed Valentine Petrenko and brought in a medic to patch up the bullet crease across his shoulder. In the process, his belongings, including his wallet, passport, and hotel room key, had been hustled away for safekeeping. By that time, it had been very nearly midnight, and after bringing him a late supper of soup, they had suggested that he use a cot in one of their empty holding cells. He smiled wryly, remembering the long, cold, and mostly sleepless night. At least they had left the door unlocked, making it clear that he was not exactly under arrest. Bells tolled somewhere close by, calling the devout to early morning mass. The door opened, and a lean, pale-eyed police officer, immaculate in a neatly pressed uniform, came in. His light gray slacks, blue shirt, carefully knotted black tie, and darker gray jacket marked him as a member of the Prague Municipal Police, the most powerful of the 2 rival law enforcement agencies operating in the Czech capital. The ID badge clipped to his jacket identified him as Inspector Tomáš Karasek. He dropped easily into the chair directly across from Smith.
"Good morning, Colonel,"
the police officer said casually in clear, comprehensible English.
He slid a pair of police artist sketches across the table. "Please tell me what you think of these drawings. They are based on the statement you gave my colleagues last night. Do they match what you remember of the man who you claim killed Dr. Petrenko?"
Smith took the drawings and examined them closely. The first showed the face of a man with long, tangled hair, dark, brooding eyes, and a small skull earring. The second was identical, except that the artist had added a bandage over what appeared to be a badly broken nose and sketched in bruising all around it. He nodded. "That's him, no question about it." "And he is one of the Romani," Karasik said coolly. "I believe you would call him a gypsy in your country." Smith looked up in surprise.
"You've already identified this guy?"
"By name, no. No one matching his precise description appears in our files. But the earring, the hair, the clothing, these are all signs which tell me that he is one of their people." He grimaced. "By their very nature, the Romani are criminals. Even their youngest children are raised to be petty thieves, pickpockets, and beggars. They are nothing but troublemakers, scum, and vermin."
With an effort, Smith concealed his distaste for this expression of unthinking bigotry. For all their very real faults, the Romani, a poverty-stricken and rootless people, were commonly used as scapegoats by the richer, more settled societies in which they roamed.
"Dr. Petrenko's death was not exactly an act of petty theft," he said carefully. "More like cold-blooded murder. These guys knew his name, remember?"
Karasik shrugged. "They may have followed him to the Charles Bridge from his hotel. These Romani street gangs often prey on tourists." Something in the way he said it sounded false to Smith.
"You don't really believe any of that crap, do you?"
"What should I believe? Do you have some theory of your own, Colonel? One that you would like to share with me, perhaps?" Smith stayed quiet. This was dangerous ground. There were limits to what he could safely tell this man. He was sure that Petrenko had been killed to stop him from handing over the medical files and samples he had smuggled out of Moscow. But there was no real evidence left to back that up. Both the briefcase and the Russian had vanished into the Vltava. In the meantime, pushing the idea that this was a political murder was too likely to entangle him in an investigation that could drag on for weeks and risk revealing skills and connections he had sworn to keep secret forever. "I read your statement over quite carefully," Karasik went on. "Frankly, it seems curiously incomplete in several important respects."
"In what way?"
"This rendezvous of yours with Dr. Petrenko on the bridge, for example. It seems rather an odd place and time for an American military officer and a Russian scientist to be meeting. You see my point, I hope."
"My work for the U.S. Army is purely medical and scientific in nature. I'm a doctor, not a combat soldier."
"Naturally. But I envy you your American medical training, Colonel. It must have been exceptionally thorough. I've met very few doctors who could survive hand-to-hand combat with 3 armed men."
"I was lucky."
"Lucky." The Czech police officer left the word hanging uncomfortably in the air for a few moments before continuing. "Nevertheless, I would like a more reasonable explanation of what you and Dr. Petrenko were doing together on the Charles Bridge."
"There's no great mystery. After 2 days of lectures and symposia, I needed a short break from the conference. So did Petrenko. And we both wanted to see a bit more of Prague. The bridge just seemed a reasonable starting point."
"You were sightseeing?" The American said nothing. The Czech policeman stared hard at him for a while longer, then sighed. "Very well. I see no reason to detain you here any longer." He stood up smoothly, moved to the door, and pulled it open. Then, abruptly, he turned back. "One more thing, Colonel. I should tell you that we have taken the liberty of collecting your luggage from the conference hotel. It's downstairs waiting for you at the main desk. I imagine that you will wish to shave and change your clothes before making your way to the airport. The next connecting flight to London and New York leaves in a few hours." Smith eyed him narrowly.
"Oh?"
"In these unfortunate circumstances, I am sure that you will wish to cut short your stay in my country," Karasik explained. "This is regrettable, of course, but entirely understandable."
"Is that an order?" Smith asked quietly.
"At an official level, not at all. Consider it instead a strong, unofficial suggestion. Prague is a peaceful city,
one whose prosperity depends largely on tourism. We try not to encourage Wild West-style shootouts on our scenic streets and historic bridges."
"I'll need to contact my superiors," Smith said pointedly.
"Certainly." Karasik turned toward the hallway and raised his voice slightly. "Antonin, please give our American friend here his phone." A taciturn sergeant brought in the cell phone they had found securely fastened inside the waterproof inner lining of his leather jacket. With a brisk nod of thanks, Smith took the compact phone, flipped it open, and hit the power button. A small color display blinked on. Small icons flashed across the miniature screen as the machine ran a quick self-diagnostics check, making sure that it was undamaged and that no one had tampered with its special subroutines and codes. "A very intriguing piece of equipment," Karasik said. "Our electronics experts were quite puzzled by several of its more advanced features." Smith made sure his face stayed blank.
"Really? That's a shame. They're the hottest thing in the States right now. Next time I'll be sure to bring the user's guide with me."
With a slight smile, the Czech shrugged his shoulders, conceding defeat. "I earnestly hope there will not be a next time, Colonel Smith. For now, I wish you a safe journey." The American waited until the door clicked shut and then punched in a preset code. He lifted the phone to his ear. There was a short delay before it began ringing on the other end. "Hold one moment, please," a woman's soft voice said politely. Then, after a musical tone chimed twice, confirming that both ends of this call were being encrypted, she said, "We're clear. Go ahead."
"This is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith calling from Prague," John said carefully. "Look, I realize that it's very late there, but I need to speak to General Ferguson. This is important. Fully urgent, in fact."
Anyone listening in would be able to confirm that Brigadier General Daniel Ryder Ferguson was the director of the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. However, the number he had auto-dialed was not associated with any office at U.S. AMRID. Instead, his call was passed through an automated relay, one equipped to detect attempts to intercept the signal, before arriving at the Washington, D.C. headquarters of Covert-One. Jon Smith led a double life. Most of his work was done out in the open as a scientist and doctor assigned to U.S. AMRID. But there were also times when he took on special missions for Covert-One, a top-secret intelligence outfit, one that reported directly to the President of the United States. No one in Congress even knew it existed, nor did anyone in the broader military and intelligence bureaucracy. Loosely organized around a small headquarters group, Covert-One relied on a clandestine network of operatives, professionals in a number of different fields with a wide range of skills and expertise. Like Smith, they were largely free of family ties and other personal obligations that might hamper their secret work. "General Ferguson has already gone home for the day, sir," Maggie Templeton, the woman who ran communications for Covert-One, said without missing a beat, playing along with the fiction Smith was weaving. The phrase he had used, fully urgent, was a piece of voice code, a shorthand way for a field agent to report that he was in serious trouble. "But I can patch you through to the duty officer."
"The duty officer?" he repeated aloud. "Yes, that would be fine."
"Very good. Wait one moment." The phone went dead for a brief moment, and then a familiar voice spoke in his ear.
"Good morning, John." "Good evening, sir."
The chief of Covert-One, Nathaniel Frederick Klein, chuckled dryly.
"You're not usually so formal, Colonel. I assume the walls around you have ears? Maggie told me you were in hot water of one sort or another."
Smith hid a smile. He was fairly sure that at least one hidden microphone was busy recording his end of this conversation.
"I'm calling from a police station in Prague. 3 men tried to kill me yesterday afternoon. They did kill a colleague of mine, a Russian research scientist named Valentine Petrenko."
There was a short silence on the other end.
"I see," Klein said at length. "You were quite right to report in. This is serious, Extremely so. You had better brief me, John. Smith obeyed, recounting the attack on the bridge. For the moment, he was careful to stay within the framework of the story he had already told the police. And Fred Klein was smart enough to fill in the obvious gaps for himself. The men who attacked you were professionals, Klein said flatly after he had finished. A hit team with training in close-quarters combat and small arms. No question about it. Were they Russians? Maybe, but I wouldn't swear to it. And where did Dr. Petrenko work in Moscow? He was a disease specialist attached to the Central Clinical Hospital, a top-notch guy, one of the best in his field. The Central Clinical Hospital. That is interesting. Very interesting indeed. Smith raised an eyebrow. From his position in the shadows, Klein had unhindered access to an incredible range of information and analysis. Were other U.S. or Western intelligence organizations already probing the disease outbreak in Moscow? All in all, I would have to say that you have been extremely fortunate, the older man continued. By rights, you should be lying dead on that bridge. Yes, sir. By the way, the police here share your assessment of the situation. Klein snorted. So, I imagine that the Czech authorities have been asking awkward and inconvenient questions about just how you managed to survive this melee. You could say that. Add the words non grata to my persona and you'll get a pretty clear picture of my current status. They're shipping me out on the next available flight to London. Which is embarrassing but not fatal, either to your career or your cover. More to the point, are you still at risk from these men? It's possible, he admitted. Understood, Klein said quietly. I'm going to arrange some backup for you. It won't be much, not given the tight time frame, but I don't want you hanging out there all on your own. Can you sit tight for an hour or so? No problem. Good. Call me back before you leave that police station. A middle-aged man wearing a thick brown overcoat, gloves, a fur hat, and mirrored sunglasses hurried out the front entrance of the Konvitska police station. Without looking back, he walked briskly away, heading southwest toward the river. Not far off, a black Mercedes sedan with tinted windows sat waiting for him in a narrow side street. Although the Mercedes was parked illegally, the diplomatic tag displayed prominently on its windshield had so far kept Prague's notoriously overzealous traffic wardens at bay. The man pulled open the driver's side door and slid inside behind the wheel. He took off his hat and sunglasses and tossed them onto the leather seat beside him. With one gloved hand, he nervously smoothed down spiky tufts of newly cropped brown hair. "Well?" asked a grim voice from the rear seat. "What did you find out?" "The municipal police are still holding the American," the driver, a Romanian whose name was Dragomir Ilionescu, replied. "But not for much longer. They have arranged a flight out for him later today, first to London and then on to New York." "With what official security?" "None, apparently. The Czechs expect him to make his own way to the airport." "Excellent. Then we will be able to provide Colonel Smith with a most exciting journey. Signal the rest of the unit. I want everyone ready to move immediately." Ilionescu reached for the car phone. He flicked the switch that activated its scrambler. But then he hesitated. "Is taking this risk necessary? I mean, Petrenko is dead and the material he stole is gone forever. We have accomplished our primary mission. Given that, what real difference does the life of one American doctor matter one way or the other?" The man in the rear seat leaned forward out of the shadows. Pale light streaming in through the tinted windshield danced off his shaven skull. Gently, very gently, he touched the thick bandages covering his shattered nose. They were stained with patches of brown, dried blood. "Do you think the man who did this to me was only a doctor? Just a simple physician?" The Romanian shook his head. "You show some sense, then. Good. So, whatever this man Smith really is, let us make an end of him." With that, George Liss, the man who bore the code name Prague-One, sat back again, hiding his ruined face in the darkness. Near Bryansk, Russia. 4 twin-tailed Su-34 fighter bombers roared low over the rolling wooded hills west of Bryansk. Advanced onboard radar systems allowed the attack aircraft to fly just high enough to clear the tallest trees and power pylons in the area. Streams of incandescent flares designed to decoy heat-seeking surface-to-air missiles blazed in their wake, wafting slowly downward toward the snow-covered ground. Suddenly, the Su-34s popped up, briefly gaining altitude while their onboard systems acquired multiple targets, transferred the data to their weapons, and calculated release points. Seconds later, a cloud of precision-guided bombs and missiles fell away from beneath their wings and plunged onward toward the distant forest below. Instantly, the 4 jets broke hard right, again diving for the deck to shake off any hostile radars as they exited the strike area and vanished to the north. Behind them, the woods began exploding, erupting in huge pillars of blinding orange and red flame. Nearly a dozen high-ranking Russian Army and Air Force officers stood on the roof of an old concrete bunker dug into the forward slope of a nearby ridge, watching intently through binoculars. More than 100 heavily armed airborne assault troops wearing snow smocks and body armor were deployed along the ridge, guarding the generals. Commands and electronics vans were set up behind the bunker, well hidden among the trees beneath infrared-resistant camouflage netting. Newly laid fiber-optic cables snaked away through the forest, feeding back to a secure communications network. To help preserve complete operational and strategic secrecy for this special set of maneuvers, dubbed Winter Crown, all radio, cellular, or standard landline transmissions were being severely restricted. An Army colonel, listening intently through a headset, turned to the short, slender man standing beside him. This man wore civilian clothes. The exercise computers report all simulated enemy artillery batteries and mobile fire control radars destroyed, sir, the colonel told him. Russian President Victor Dudarev nodded calmly, still watching through his binoculars. Very good. A new wave of sleek ground attack aircraft, ultra-modern Su-39s, raced low over the nearest hills with their powerful turbojet engines howling. They flashed past the bunker at high speed, flying down the wide valley below the ridge. Hundreds of unguided rockets rippled out from the pods slung beneath their wings, streaking onward on trails of smoke and fire. The whole eastern edge of the forest vanished in a rolling series of thunderous explosions. All enemy SAM teams have either been suppressed or eliminated entirely, the colonel reported. The Russian leader nodded again. He swung his binoculars to the left, peering east down the valley. There, in a growing clatter of rotor blades, came a stream of mottled gray, black, and white helicopters, Mi-17 troop transports, each carrying a team of Spetsnaz commandos. The fleet of winter-camouflaged helicopters swept by the bunker and vanished into the thick smoke clouds now rising above the bomb and rocket-shattered forest. Dudarev glanced at the colonel. Well? Our Special Action Forces have penetrated the enemy front lines and are en route toward their primary targets, headquarter units, fuel depots, long-range missile complexes, and the like. His military aide, Colonel Pyotr Kirashenko, confirmed, after listening closely to the reports streaming through his headset. The first echelons of our main ground attack force are deploying now. Excellent. The Russian president focused his binoculars on the distant opening to the valley. Small specks appeared there, moving fast and spreading out across the rolling open ground as they drew nearer. They were tracked scout cars, BRM-1s, mounting 73mm cannons, missiles, and machine guns. Behind the scurrying reconnaissance units came masses of heavier armor, T-90 tanks armed with 125mm main guns. The T-90, clad in explosive reactive armor and equipped with IR jammers and anti-laser aerosol defenses to defeat enemy anti-tank missiles, was a significant upgrade of the older T-72. Designed to reflect combat lessons learned during the seemingly endless war in Chechnya, it was the Russian Army's most modern battle tank. New computerized fire control systems and thermal sights gave the T-90's main gun range, accuracy, and firepower that was almost equal to that of the American M1A1 Abrams. Dudarev smiled to himself, watching the formations of tanks maneuvering at high speed down the valley. Western intelligence believed most of Russia's T-90s were deployed in the Far East, facing the People's Republic of China. But the West's vaunted spy agencies were wrong. Since gaining control over the Kremlin, the ex-KGB officer had worked hard to rebuild and reform his nation's dilapidated armed forces. Thousands of officers had been sacked. Dozens of poorly equipped or poorly performing tank and motor rifle divisions had been disbanded. Only the best formations were kept in the Army's order of battle. Dudarev glanced at his watch. He tapped the colonel lightly on the arm. "Time to go, Pyotr." As they turned to go, the generals nearest to them snapped to attention and saluted. Dudarev wagged a teasing finger at them. "At ease, gentlemen. Remember, no formality is necessary. After all, I am not really here. According to the Kremlin press office, I am off on a short holiday, spending a day or so at my dacha outside Moscow." He turned and motioned toward the dozens of tanks and tracked BMP-3 infantry fighting vehicles now rumbling through the valley below them. "Nor is any of this really happening. Everything you see is no more than a dream. Winter Crown is only a paper drill, a mere headquarters map exercise." "Correct?" The assembled senior officers chuckled dutifully. Under the terms of various conventional arms treaties Russia had signed, all of its large-scale military maneuvers were supposed to be announced weeks and even months in advance. Winter Crown was a flagrant violation of those agreements. None of the foreign military attachés stationed in Moscow had been notified, and every element of the exercise itself had been very carefully timed to ensure that U.S. spy satellites were not overhead whenever the thousands of troops and hundreds of vehicles involved were actively maneuvering across the snow-covered fields and forests. The same exquisite timing and elaborate security measures would soon be employed in other major exercises scheduled around the periphery of the Russian Federation, near the borders of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and the breakaway Central Asian republics. Anyone asking inconvenient questions about these intensive battlefield rehearsals would be informed that Russia was simply conducting special anti-terrorist training for its rapid deployment forces. By the time the deception became obvious, it would be too late. With Colonel Kiroshenko close at his heels, he trotted down the steps cut into the hillside at the back of the bunker. A stocky, gray-haired man stood at the bottom waiting patiently for him. The president turned to his aide. "Go ahead and make sure everything's ready for our departure. I'll be along shortly." The colonel nodded. He walked away without looking back. Dudarev turned back to the gray-haired man. "Well, Alexei, make your report." Alexei Ivanov, an old and trusted comrade from the KGB, was now the head of a little-known section in the KGB's successor, the Federal Security Service, or FSB. On formal organization charts circulated by the Russian government, Ivanov's department carried the rather boring title of the Special Projects Liaison Office. But insiders called his shadowy domain the 13th Directorate and tried very hard to stay out of its way.
"Our friends have signaled that Hydra is in motion and on schedule," he told the Russian president. "The first operational variants are taking effect."
Dudarev nodded. "Good. And what are those information leaks you found so troubling?"
"They have been sealed, or so it is claimed."
"You are not sure?"
"I have no real reason to doubt these reports, But I admit I do not like this game of working by remote control. It is an imperfect process, perhaps even a dangerous one.
Dudarev clapped him briskly on the shoulder. "Cheer up, Alexei. The old ways are dead, and we must move with the times. Decentralization and power-sharing are all the rage these days, are they not? Besides, Hydra is a weapon best employed at a safe distance and with total deniability. True?"
Ivanov nodded heavily.
"That is true."
"Then you will continue as planned. You know the timetable. Keep a wary eye on our friends if need be, but do not interfere directly unless you have no other choice. Clear?"
"Yes, your orders are clear."
The White House, Washington, D.C. President Samuel Adams Castilla led his guest into the darkened Oval Office and flipped on the lights.
"Take a pew, Bill,"
he said quietly, motioning toward one of the two armchairs set in front of the room's marble fireplace with the other.
"Can I get you a drink?"
His Director of National Intelligence, William Wexler, shook his head quickly.
"Thank you, but no, Mr. President."
The trim, telegenic former U.S. Senator smiled.
"Your wine stewards were very generous at dinner tonight. I rather think that one more glass of anything might tip me right over the edge."
Castilla nodded coolly. He glanced at the ornate 18th-century clock ticking softly on one curved wall. It was well past midnight. Again he waved Wexler into a chair and then sat down across from him.
"I appreciate your willingness to stay on so late tonight."
"It's really no trouble, Mr. President,"
Wexler said in a rich, professional politician's baritone. He smiled again. Although he was in his early 60s, his deeply tanned face showed very few lines or wrinkles.
"After all, sir, I serve at your pleasure."
Castilla wondered about that.
Stung by a series of damaging and very public failures, Congress had recently enacted the first major reorganization of America's intelligence-gathering apparatus in more than 50 years. The legislation had created a new cabinet-level post, the Director of National Intelligence. In theory, the DNI was supposed to be able to coordinate the U.S. government's complex array of competing intelligence agencies, departments, and bureaus. In practice, the CIA, FBI, DIA, NSA, and others were still waging a fierce bureaucratic war behind the scenes to severely limit his powers. Overcoming so much powerful institutional resistance would take a very shrewd and strong-willed man, and Castilla was beginning to have serious doubts that Wexler had either the will or the mental dexterity.
"What exactly can I do for you, Mr. President?"
the National Intelligence Director said.
"I want you to redirect our intelligence gathering and analysis efforts," the President told him flatly.
"In what way?"
"I want more focus on political and military developments inside Russia and on events in the smaller countries around its borders. And that's going to require extensive shifts in the allocation of satellite time, SIG-INT translation priorities, and analyst assignments."
"Russia?"
Wexler was astonished.
"That's right."
"But the Cold War is over."
"So they tell me,"
Castilla said dryly.
"Look, Bill, for any number of overriding geopolitical reasons, we've cut our good friend Victor Dudarev a lot of slack over the past couple of years, right? Even though that's meant turning a blind eye to some of the nasty moves he's made against his own people."
Wexler nodded reluctantly.
"Well, the trouble is that while we've been tied down in Afghanistan, Iraq, and a dozen other hellholes around the globe, Dudarev has been busy building a new autocracy in Russia, with him sitting on top of the heap as the supreme ruler of all that he surveys. And I don't like that."
"The Russians have been extremely useful allies against al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups,"
the intelligence director pointed out.
"Both the CIA and the Pentagon report that we've obtained a substantial amount of actionable intelligence from their prisoner interrogations in Chechnya."
Castilla shrugged his big shoulders.
"Sure. But hell, even a 2-bit thug will help you kill a rattlesnake.
That sure doesn't mean you should turn your back on him.
Are you suggesting that Russia is again becoming an active enemy of the United States?
What I'm suggesting is that I don't like flying blind around a guy like Victor Dudarev. And right now, the intelligence analysis I'm getting from the CIA and the other agencies pretty much reads as though they're just clipping newspaper articles.
The DNI smiled weakly. I've made the same comments to my staff. I've even passed those complaints along through the various appropriate interagency coordinating committees.
And?
Apparently there are, problems in some of the analysis sections, Wexler said hesitantly. I don't have all the details myself yet, but I've been told that several of our best Russia specialists have fallen seriously ill over the past couple of weeks.
Moscow. It was full daylight now. Pallid rays cast by the weak winter sun winked off the ice-choked Moscow River and sent back dazzling reflections from the windshields of cars and trucks grinding slowly in both directions across the bridges, visible from the windows of the Kotyanicheskaya high-rise. Even 24 floors up, their blaring horns could be heard faintly. The blond-haired man sat at his desk, rapidly skimming through the set of highly encrypted emails sent to his computer. Most were short, usually containing only a name and title, a location, and a single-line status report. Marshuk A. Sink, Northern Command, Ukraine. Infected. Condition terminal. Brightman H. SIGINT Specialist, GCHQ, Cheltenham, United Kingdom. Infected. Condition dead. Yashvili M. President, Republic of Georgia. Infected. Condition terminal. Sundquist P. Senior Political Analyst, CIA, Langley, USA. Infected. Condition dead. Hamilton J. Manager, A2, Russia Group, NSA, Fort Meade, USA. Infected. Condition terminal. The list of those now ill or dying or already dead ran on and on, more than 30 men and women in all. He read to the end with growing satisfaction. It had taken years of painstaking research to perfect the biological weapon called Hydra, the ultimate precision-guided silent killer. Months of preparation had gone into selecting targets for the first Hydra variants and then finding ways to deliver them undetected to the chosen victims. Months more had been spent in secretly acquiring the necessary materials to build each specialized variant of the weapon. At last, all of that intricate planning and dangerous work was coming to fruition. In retrospect, those preliminary tests in Moscow had been largely unnecessary, a waste of resources and a breach of operational security. But Hydra's creator had insisted on running them. Controlled experiments in the sterile confines of a laboratory were no substitute for field tests on real people, he had said. Only by setting Hydra loose on random targets could they be sure that other doctors and hospitals, those outside the secret, would not be able to detect his creation or to cure those infected by it. The man codenamed Moscow-One shook his head. Wolf Ranke was brilliant, ruthless, and utterly determined to have his own way. In the end, those sponsoring the Hydra project had yielded to his will, eager to see for themselves that the weapon's performance matched his extravagant claims. Well, it had, but only at the cost of alerting Doctors Kiryanov and Petrenko and sending them herring off to warn the West. Then he shrugged. What did it really matter? Kiryanov and Petrenko were both dead, and soon the only Westerner with whom they had shared their fears would join them. He reached out for his phone and dialed a local number. A cold, clear voice answered on the first ring. "Well?" "The first phase is largely complete." "Have you informed Ivanov?" "I gave him a preliminary report late last night, before he left to join Dudarev for the Winter Crown maneuvers. I'll brief him more fully once he returns to Moscow." "How soon can we begin the next phase? Our friends need to know when they can ramp up the military preparations."
The blond-haired man checked the last status report on his computer screen, one sent by Wolfrenke himself. It would be best to confer personally with the scientist before deploying the next variants by courier. I'll need a plane out of Sheremetyevo 2 later tonight. I will arrange it. Then I should be at the hydrolab early tomorrow morning. Prague. With his overnight bag and laptop slung over one shoulder, Smith pushed through a crowd of patrolmen and traffic wardens coming back to work from their mid-morning coffee break. Cold air rushed in through the open front doors of the Konvitska station. John stepped outside onto the pavement and immediately felt the frigid Prague winter climate wrap itself around him. He stopped and blew on his hands, already regretting the loss of his leather jacket, torn and soaked beyond repair. Before signing out of the police station, he had changed into a pair of jeans and a black turtleneck sweater, but the thin gray windbreaker he wore over the sweater offered little real protection against the piercing cold. Over his cupped hands, his eyes were busy scanning the surrounding environment. There, he thought. Just across the street from the police headquarters, a big, beefy, bearded man leaned casually against the side of a parked taxi, a Czech-made Skoda sedan. The driver looked Smith up and down. "Hey, mister," he called out in heavily accented English, "you need a taxi?" "Maybe," Smith said cautiously, crossing the street. Was this huge bear of a man his promised contact? "How much would you charge me for a ride to the airport?" The big man grinned broadly. "For a rich businessman, I would charge 1,000 crowns. But for a scholar like you, a poor professor, nothing. You will pay me nothing." Smith allowed himself to relax slightly. Scholar was the recognition word Klein had selected for this rendezvous. "Okay, you've got yourself a deal. Let's go." He slid into the back seat and waited while the driver squeezed himself in behind the wheel. Before putting the taxi in gear, the driver swung round to look the American in the eye. "I've been told that you wish to arrive at the airport safely and discreetly." "That's right." "And that there may be others who do not wish to see this occur, correct?" Smith nodded. The big man smiled widely again. "Do not worry, scholar. All will be well. You can rely on Vaclav Masek." He unzipped his bright red ski parka just far enough for John to see the butt of a pistol in a shoulder holster. The taxi driver took them through the labyrinthine streets of the old town, across the Vltava, and up the winding road east of the castle, a massive complex of churches, convents, towers, and government buildings. Minutes after heading downhill again just north of the castle, the Skoda curved 3/4 of the way around a busy traffic circle and came out heading west on a wide boulevard. Smith sat up straighter. They were on Evropska, a modern thoroughfare that ran straight to the airport. Masek accelerated, pushing the taxi up to and then beyond the posted speed limit. Signs sliding past overhead indicated that the airport was only a few kilometers away. Soon John caught fleeting glimpses of a narrow artificial lake through the bare branches of the trees lining the north side of the boulevard. Beyond the lake, the ground fell away into a rugged, broken landscape of dark woods and gray limestone cliffs. "That is the Devoka Tisha Sarka, the Valley of the Wild and Still Sarka, a place of legend and violence," the taxi driver explained grandly, nodding his massive head toward the shadowed gorge visible on the other side of the stretch of gray-green water. "Some say men and women fought a cruel and bloody war there long ago, before the dawn of history. It was a war waged for absolute power and dominion. According to the stories, a beautiful young maiden named Sarka lured the chief warrior of the men into that forest. There she made love to him, plied him with strong drink, and then murdered him in his sleep. It is a nature preserve now." Suddenly, brake lights glowed red as the cars in front of them began slowing down. A line of orange cones angled across the boulevard, closing off the fast lanes heading west. By the side of the road, a portable electronic sign blinked on and off, repeatedly flashing a warning message in Czech.
"Shit,"
Musik muttered. He stomped down hard on the Skoda's brakes. The taxi decelerated sharply. He swung into the suddenly crowded right lane, forcing his way into the narrowing gap between an old Volvo and a brand-new Audi. Horns blared behind them in protest. Smith leaned forward. "Road construction or an accident?"
"Neither,"
the big man replied.
"That sign says the police have set up a special traffic checkpoint and that we must be prepared to stop."
"What are they looking for?"
"I do not know."
Smith peered through the windshield as the taxi inched slowly ahead. They were roughly 100 meters from the exit marked Devoka Sarka. It fed onto a much narrower side road that veered off into the woods. A lone patrolman wearing a peaked cap, black winter jacket, and blue snow pants of the Czech National Police stood there, rhythmically waving a bright orange baton to keep the traffic moving. Every so often, he would step out with an upraised hand and signal one or more of the oncoming cars or trucks off onto the exit beside him. The American watched closely, looking for a pattern in the way vehicles were selected. He frowned, unable to detect one. That meant this was probably just a random spot check.
"Shit,"
Musik muttered again as the policeman jabbed his baton at them. They had been plucked out of the passing parade. Glumly, the cab driver spun the steering wheel sharply to the right. They turned onto the exit, trailing the short line of other cars and trucks already diverted off Evropska. Smith glanced back through the Skoda's rear window. A late-model black Mercedes with tinted windows swung onto the park access road close behind them. Frowning now, he turned around. They were in among the trees now. The police checkpoint was just ahead. He could see a pair of unmarked cars, also Czech-manufactured Skodas, parked on the shoulder near another row of orange traffic cones. 2 more uniformed patrolmen were posted there, apparently asking the drivers of each vehicle a few quick questions before waving them on. One of them approached the taxi. He looked old for his rank. He bent down and rapped sharply on the driver's side window. Musik quickly rolled it down. The policeman held out his hand.
"Show me your driver's license and your taxi permit."
He snapped in rapid-fire check. The big man obeyed, handing over the required papers. He waited uneasily while the patrolman skimmed through them. Apparently satisfied, the sallow-faced officer tossed both the license and the permit back into Musik's lap. Next, he peered into the back seat.
"Who is this fellow? A foreigner?" "Nobody important. An American businessman, I think. He is just a fare I'm taking to the airport."
Musik mumbled in answer.
"He says he has a flight out this morning. Can we go now?"
The policeman shook his head.
"Not quite yet, friend. I'm afraid this is not your lucky day. The government has another flap on about vehicle safety, especially for taxis. That means a complete inspection."
He turned away, calling toward his colleague.
"Hey, Edward! We'll take this one."
Smith's eyes narrowed. Something about this man's profile tugged at his subconscious. Looking more closely, he noticed a tiny perforation, some kind of piercing in the man's earlobe. The policeman looked back at Musik.
"Park over there,"
he said, pointing toward the side of the road, indicating a space between the 2 unmarked cars.
"Then just sit tight. We'll have you out of here as soon as possible." Yes, of course."
He steered the Skoda over onto the grassy shoulder, backed in carefully between the parked cars, and then slowly reached down to switch off the ignition. His hands were trembling. "No, don't," Smith said abruptly, still looking out the window. "Leave the engine running for now." Both of the Czech policemen were bending down to talk to the driver of the black Mercedes. There were no other cars waiting to go through the checkpoint. The tree-lined access road behind them was completely empty. He shook his head, irritated at himself. What was he missing? Those little alarm bells inside his head were growing louder. It was time to play it safe, he decided.
Give me your pistol, Vaclav, now.
My pistol? Why?
Let's just say that I'd like to avoid any unfortunate accidents. Masek unzipped his parka and tugged the pistol out of his shoulder holster. His big hands were shaking. John reached across the seat and took the weapon away before the other man could drop it. The pistol was a CZ-52, a Czech-manufactured autoloader using the same 7.62 millimeter round as the Second World War-era Soviet Tokarev. Once a standard Warsaw-packed military sidearm, thousands had been sold as surplus to private citizens. He made sure the manual safety was still set in the middle safe position, and then hit the magazine release. There were 8 rounds inside the small clip. He slid the magazine back in and again glanced out the window. Outside, the 2 Czech policemen slowly straightened up from the black Mercedes. After exchanging a few muttered words, they turned in unison and stalked back toward the parked taxi. Each man's face had become a rigid, unreadable mask, utterly without any discernible emotion. One of them, the older patrolman who had checked Masek's papers, reached down almost casually and drew the sidearm holstered at his side. And suddenly, John knew where he had seen this man before. On the Charles Bridge, fading back before Valentine Petrenko's wild, desperate swings, right after burying a knife deep in the Russian scientist's stomach. This police checkpoint was a trap.
Get us out of here, he shouted to Masek. It's a setup! Go!
The big man slammed the Skoda into gear, stamped down on the accelerator, and reversed, frantically trying to get enough maneuvering room to pull forward out onto the narrow road. Smith thumbed off the safety on the pistol, pulled back on the slide, and let it go, moving a 7.62 millimeter round from the magazine into the firing chamber. And then he was thrown forward as the taxi crashed into the empty car parked close behind and rocked to a stop. Glass and torn metal crunched. Jarred by the collision, the Skoda's engine stalled out and died. Masek fumbled with the gear shift and ignition, trying to restart his battered cab. It was too late, Smith realized abruptly, watching the gaunt-faced man bring his Russian-made Makarov up on target. The second phony cop had his pistol out, too. John was already diving sideways toward the right side passenger door when the windows on the left side shattered. Cubed shards of safety glass flew inward, shattered by the impact of several shots fired rapidly at close range. One round hit Masek just above the left ear. The big man's head exploded. Smith shoved the rear door open and threw himself out onto the ground. He rolled to the right and came back up, crouched behind the taxi's right rear tire. He risked one quick glance over his shoulder. Not far behind him, the ground fell away sharply, descending ever deeper into the surrounding woods. Most of the trees were ancient oaks and beeches, standing tall and leafless against the gloomy, overcast sky. Not really enough cover. Anyone in pursuit would not have to work too hard to get a clear shot at him. If he wanted to run, he would somehow have to buy himself a decent head start. More shots rang out, and the Skoda rocked sharply, hit several times in rapid succession. With his pistol held ready in both hands, Smith reared up over the back of the taxi. One of the fake cops, the older man, was standing just meters away, steadily squeezing off aimed rounds from his sidearm, methodically shooting up the taxi from front to back. Smith whirled toward him. Both the front and rear sights of his Czech-made pistol settled on the other man's chest. He squeezed the trigger, and the pistol barked once, bucking upward as the slide slammed back, feeding in another round. Quickly, he brought the weapon back down on target and fired again. Blood splashed high in the air. Hit twice, the gaunt-faced gunman spun toward the American who had shot him. Then slowly, he fell to his knees and pitched forward onto the road. His colleague, a younger, heavier man, dropped prone. He immediately fired back at Smith without bothering to aim carefully. Smith zeroed in on the prone gunman. He squeezed off 2 more rounds. The first missed narrowly, but the second 7.62 millimeter bullet tore off the top of the younger gunman's skull. An eerie silence fell across the little clearing. Smith breathed out slowly, scarcely able to believe he was still alive.
Suddenly, he heard car doors slamming open. The people inside that black Mercedes were coming out. Still kneeling behind the bullet-riddled taxi, he swiveled. He caught a quick glimpse of two men, both of them wearing thick brown overcoats and fur hats, dropping into cover on the other side of the big luxury sedan. They were heavily armed. Smith grimaced. One of those men had bandages plastered across his narrow face, no doubt covering the mangled remains of the nose he had crushed yesterday on the Charles Bridge. He glanced down at the pistol he held in both hands. He had just 4 rounds left in the magazine. He shook his head. That was not enough. Not against 2 high-powered automatic weapons that could easily shred the taxi he was crouching behind into a smashed heap of mangled metal. Staying here meant dying. It was time to go. He dropped back behind the ruined Skoda. Then, staying low, he loped away, sliding right over the edge of the steep slope leading down into Devoka Sarka. Georg Liss rose slowly from behind the Mercedes, sighting carefully along the short barrel of his MP5K submachine gun. Nothing moved anywhere on the narrow stretch of road or behind the bullet-torn taxi slewed awkwardly across the shoulder. His face darkened. 2 of his best field agents lay sprawled on the ground. They were both dead, gunned down by this damned American. "Dragomir!" he snapped to his driver. "Signal Eugen and get him up here from the main road." He nodded toward the 2 dead men wearing Czech police uniforms. "Shove those bodies into the trunk and take the American's luggage. Then both of you clear out. Head for the airport. If you see Smith arrive, kill him if you can. Otherwise, make for the safe house. I will contact you there later." "What about our other vehicles?" the Romanian asked. "Leave them," Liss growled. "Understood," Ilionescu nodded. "But what will you do?" The man codenamed Prague-One glared back at him. "Me? I am going hunting. I have unfinished business with the inconvenient Dr. Smith." Jon Smith bounded down the steep wooded slope. He was running all out now. His feet slipped out from under him as he raced through a pile of dead leaves. He came down hard and started sliding completely out of control. Smith rolled and tumbled downhill. He slammed shoulder first into the trunk of an old gnarled oak. Still winded, Smith sat up slowly. He pushed himself back to his feet. Just then, a submachine gun chattered, firing a short 3-round burst from somewhere up the hillside. Smith threw himself flat and rolled behind a tree trunk. Another burst tore the ground just to his right. With the pistol extended out in front of him, John rolled back out to the left, squeezed off a single shot, firing blindly uphill, and kept rolling across the slope. He ended up crouched behind another tree. The submachine gun stuttered again. More bullets hissed past, tearing at the forest around him. Smith risked a quick glance around the bole of the tree. He caught a glimpse of a man in a brown overcoat and fur hat moving cautiously downhill. There were bandages plastered across the man's narrow face. He ducked back into cover. The range was about 100 meters, too far for a pistol. He would have to keep running, trying to stay out of the gunman's sights long enough to break clear or find a better fighting position. Frowning, he looked back over his shoulder, rapidly considering his options. None were especially good. Below, the ground fell away even more suddenly, plunging down a steep 40-degree incline all the way toward the distant floor of the Sarka Gorge. Trying to move fast in that direction meant risking another wild, rolling tumble. That left only one real alternative. Smith took a deep breath and then exploded out from behind the tree, sprinting fast across the slope to the left. Caught off guard by this sudden move, the gunman who had been advancing downhill stopped in his tracks. Then he opened up again with his MP5K. Smith saw the ground ahead of him kicking up, ripped apart by 9mm bullets. He angled left again, dodged another tree, and kept going. The man hunting him stopped shooting. John ran on through the woods, zigzagging wildly between trees and around little clumps of saplings to avoid giving the gunman a steady target. He raced on. Suddenly, Smith came out into a large clearing. A wide, open meadow carpeted in winter-browned grass and tufts of taller weeds. Another copse of sheltering trees beckoned on the far side, but those woods were at least 300 meters away. To his right, the meadow stretched all the way to the distant upper rim of the valley. On the left, the clearing ended abruptly in the craggy limestone cliff he had been following, which plummeted toward the bottom of the gorge. He grimaced. Trying to cross that open space would be a fatal error. Smith spun around, looking back the way he had come. The forest there, a mix of widely scattered evergreens and small leafless saplings, was too thin to offer real concealment. That left the cliff. Smith turned again and moved out into the clearing. With his pistol in hand, he loped along the edge of the precipice, trying to spot a path or even just a series of handholds and ledges that he could use to make his way down to the forested valley floor. He craned his head over the side, peering intently down the jagged, jumbled rock face. Up close, he could see that there were clumps of brush and even a few small trees growing out of the cliff, clinging somehow to narrow fissures and outcroppings in the angled layers of gray limestone. John made sure the pistol's safety was on, and then shoved it into the waistband of his jeans. He leaned farther out over the precipice, breathing deeply now, mentally preparing to lower himself over the edge. And then, quite suddenly, another sharp staccato burst of gunfire rang out, shredding the earth and air all around him in a sudden hailstorm of lead. From 50 meters away, Georg Lys heard the American cry out and saw him spin round and topple over the edge of the cliff. Slowly, the dark-eyed man lowered the smoking muzzle of his MP5K and rose from behind the shallow slab of limestone he had used for cover. He moved forward cautiously. There was only silence, and then, still far off in the distance, the sound of sirens drawing nearer. Lys scowled. He would have to break away soon, before the Czech police arrived and began searching the woods. The American must be dead, he thought. Nevertheless, it would be best to make sure. Still grinning in cruel satisfaction, the man codenamed Prague-One prowled closer to the precipice. He leaned out over the rim, peering straight down that jagged wall of rock. Jon Smith lay sprawled on a shallow ledge only a few meters down the cliff face, with his back wedged against the trunk of the small evergreen that had helped break his rapid, nearly uncontrolled descent. He stared up through the sights of his own weapon, holding it extended in a two-handed marksman's grip, waiting. Then he saw the dark-eyed man's head and shoulders appear over the edge. Say goodbye, Smith thought grimly. He pulled the trigger twice. The first 7.62 millimeter round hit the bandaged man in the throat, shattered his spine, and tore out through the back of his neck. The second blew a neat hole right between his eyes. Already dead, the dark-eyed man dropped to his knees and then tumbled headlong off the rim of the cliff. Smith lay quietly for several seconds, staring up at the cloud-covered sky. Every bone and muscle in his body ached, but he was alive. Slowly he lowered the pistol, flipped the safety on, and tucked it inside the pocket of his windbreaker. John turned over, sat up, and then looked carefully over the side of the narrow shelf of rock. There, 40 meters below, the body of the man he had killed lay twisted and broken atop a large boulder. In the distance he heard sirens, growing steadily louder. It was way past time to get out of Dodge. NATO allies or not, there was no way the Czech government was going to look kindly on an American military officer involved in a murderous, gangland-style shootout on the outskirts of their national capital. Again, he glanced down at the dead man heaped at the base of the cliff. Smith frowned. Before he ducked back into the shadows, he needed a closer look at that guy and at whatever he was carrying. Right now, John had no idea what the hell was going on. Smith climbed down the rugged limestone bluff. He dropped the last meter or so onto the floor of the Sarka Gorge and then moved determinedly toward the shattered corpse splayed across a nearby boulder. Dresden, Germany. Large flakes of wet snow drifted down from a dark, overcast sky. They settled softly across the plaza surrounding Dresden's floodlit Semper Opera House. People bundled up in overcoats hurried across the plaza, joining the excited crowds gathering outside the brightly lit entrance to the opera house. Jon Smith stood in the shadows, carefully observing Dresden's self-anointed aficionados of high culture stream across the square. He had arrived on the city's outskirts roughly an hour before, dropped off by a Hamburg-based truck driver from whom he had bummed a ride all the way from Prague across the Czech-German border. Fortunately, crossing the border had proved uneventful. Now that the Czech Republic was part of the European Union, there were very few active checkpoints between the two countries. But moving any deeper into Germany or getting a plane back to the States or anywhere else would take a lot more than luck. The murderous ambush on the road to Prague's airport had cost him both his laptop computer and his carry-on bag. European hotel keepers and airport security officials alike frowned on people arriving without luggage. More importantly, he needed new identification. Smith spotted a short, bearded man in evening dress and a bright red scarf walking slowly toward him. The newcomer also carried a colorful program for Mozart's Don Giovanni conspicuously beneath one arm. John moved out to intercept him. "Are you here for the performance?" he asked quietly in German. "They say the maestro's in top form." He noticed the little man relax slightly. Maestro was the recognition word Fred Klein had given him when Smith called to arrange this emergency rendezvous. "So I understand," the short, bearded man replied. He tapped the program under his arm. "But I prefer Mozart to Weber myself." "That's quite a coincidence," Smith said pointedly. "So do I." The little man smiled tightly. "Those of us who love Europe's greatest composer must stick together, my friend. So take this with my compliments." He handed the taller American his Don Giovanni program. Then, without another word, he turned on his heel and walked away. Smith headed in the opposite direction. While on the move, he flipped open the program and found a thick manila envelope clipped to one of the pages. Inside it, he found another American passport, this one made out in the name of John Martin. It bore a current German customs stamp and his picture. The envelope also contained a credit and debit card in the mythical John Martin's name, a train ticket to Berlin, and a numbered tag from the left luggage kiosk at Dresden's Neustadt station. Half an hour later, Smith jumped lightly down from the rear door of a yellow electric tram. He was just across from the Neustadt Bahnhof. He dodged a pair of taxicabs that were crawling along the street and entered the almost deserted station. At the left luggage kiosk, a sour-faced night clerk took the tag from him, rummaged through the back room, and came grumbling back carrying a brand-new overnight bag and a laptop computer case. John signed for them and moved off to the side of the counter to inspect his new acquisitions. The overnight bag contained an assortment of clothing in his sizes, including a warmer black wool coat. Gratefully, he shrugged out of his battered windbreaker and donned the heavier coat. The computer case included both a rugged, high-speed laptop and a portable scanner. Smith glanced up at the departure board. He had almost an hour before the next train to Berlin was scheduled to leave Dresden. His stomach growled. He closed both cases, slung them over his shoulder, and walked through the station to a small cafe located near the platforms. A sign in German, French, and English invited patrons to make use of the restaurant's wireless internet connection while enjoying coffee, soup, and sandwiches. He seated himself at an empty table in the corner and ordered black coffee and a bowl of soup. Smith waited for the waitress to leave and then powered up his new laptop and scanner. While sipping his coffee, he pulled out the identity card he had retrieved from the corpse of the broken-nosed man in the Devolka Sarka and studied it closely. The name on the ID card meant nothing, he suspected. But in the right hands, the photograph might yield useful information. He flipped open his phone and hit the preset code for Covert-One's Washington, D.C. headquarters. "Go ahead, Colonel," Klein's calm voice said. "The RV went off without a hitch," Smith reported. "I'm at the station waiting for my train now." "Good. You're booked into the Hotel Askenischerhof, right on the Kudamm. You should be able to rest up there inconspicuously for a day or so while we consider how to proceed. What's my cover as this John Martin character? You're a pharmaceutical salesman, spending a few days in Berlin after attending a sales conference. Think you'll have any problems fitting into that? Nope. There's just one more thing for now. Go ahead. I have an image to scan and send to you, a picture of the guy who murdered Valentine Petrenko and who tried to kill me twice. He's dead now, but his photo might be worth running through various databases. Quite probably, Colonel, Klein said dryly. Very well, send it along. The White House. Sam Castilla sat at the big ranch-style table made of New Mexico pine that served as his desk, briskly working his way through more than a dozen multi-page legislative and policy analysis papers marked urgent. There was a soft rap on the open door of the Oval Office. Castilla looked up. Yes? His executive secretary stood in the doorway. It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. President, and Mr. Klein is here. I put him in your private study, just as you asked. Thank you. Castilla waited until she left. Then he rose quickly from behind the big desk and strode across the Oval Office to the adjoining study. Nathaniel Frederick Klein, the head of Covert-One, was sitting on a black leather couch. Fred, we're facing one hell of a situation. I need your input. Castilla lowered himself stiffly into an upholstered armchair on the other side of a low coffee table. Have you seen the list of sick intelligence and policy analysts? He asked. Klein nodded grimly. Over the past 2 weeks, more than a dozen of the government's top experts on Russian and former Soviet bloc military, political, and economic affairs had collapsed, falling deathly ill either at home or at work. Well, I've been getting updates all through the day, the president said somberly. 3 of our people have already died. The rest are in intensive care and fading fast. That's bad enough. What's worse is that nobody has been able to identify this disease they've got, much less how to treat it successfully. So far, the doctors have been trying every combination of treatments they can think of without any positive results. Whatever is killing our people is completely outside our medical experience. Nasty, Klein murmured. But this isn't the first time this mystery illness has popped up, Sam. Castilla raised an eyebrow. Oh? Over the past 48 hours or so, we've picked up reports of several other people who died of a previously unknown disease, one with identical symptoms, in Moscow, more than 2 months ago. No details leaked out to the West because the Kremlin clamped a tight security lid on any news of the outbreak. Go on. 2 of my best Covert-One field operatives, Fiona Devon and Jon Smith, were separately approached by Russian doctors who had been involved in treating the victims. Unfortunately, both men were silenced before they could provide us with copies of the relevant medical records and other evidence. The first died on a Moscow street 2 nights ago, supposedly of a heart attack. The second was murdered in Prague yesterday. By the Russians? Klein frowned. Perhaps. He snapped open his briefcase and handed Castilla a black and white print of the ID card photo transmitted earlier by Smith. This fellow commanded the hit team in Prague. When I ran his picture through our computers, he turned up in 6 intelligence and law enforcement databases, usually with a most wanted, apprehend with utmost caution tag attached. The president read the name printed at the bottom of the photo. Georg Dietrich Liss? A German? An East German. When the Berlin Wall came crashing down, his father was a high-ranking officer in the communist government's Ministry for State Security, the Stasi. The elder Liss is currently serving a long prison sentence for various crimes against the German people. Castilla nodded. What about the son? Also a member of the secret police. He served as a junior officer in the Stasi's Felix Dzerzhinsky regiment, a sort of elite Praetorian Guard force for the East German government. And there are rumors that he was part of a black ops death squad used by the regime to murder political dissidents and even foreign journalists, whose reporting proved too embarrassing. Charming, the president said. Klein nodded. This was a very nasty piece of work. By all accounts, he was a cold-blooded sociopath of the first order. Berlin issued a warrant for his arrest not long after reunification, but he fled Germany before the local police could take him into custody. So who's been paying his keep for the past 15 years? Most recently, we think he was employed by an organization called the Brandt Group. They're a very shadowy, freelance intelligence and security outfit based in Moscow. Moscow again. The president tossed the photo down onto the coffee table. And just who pulls the strings on this Brandt Group? Our data is very sketchy. We don't know much about the organization or its real sources of funding, though they appear to have considerable resources. But there is a lot of back-channel chatter claiming that Brandt Group agents sometimes work for the Russian government on a contract basis, conducting deniable surveillance and even assassination operations against Chechen exiles and other troublemakers living outside the Kremlin's immediate reach. Hell, Castilla growled. There's more. I've been making discreet inquiries. What looks very much like the same illness is apparently affecting the top Russian specialists in every major Western intelligence agency. The UK's MI6, Germany's BND, the French DGSE. We're being blinded, Castilla realized suddenly. This disease is being used as a weapon. By killing our best intelligence analysts, someone is hoping we'll find it more and more difficult to understand exactly what's happening inside Russia. It's possible, even probable, Klein agreed. He opened his briefcase again and held a single sheet of paper filled with names and locations. We also started scanning news services and medical databases around the world, looking for other reported cases showing similar symptoms. It's taken some digging, but this is what we found so far. The president took the list and studied it. All former Soviet republics bordering Russia. Klein nodded again. And in each and every case, the men and women getting sick are among the key military and political leaders in those countries. From what I can see, most of those replacing them are significantly less competent, or more closely aligned with Russian interests. Son of a bitch, Castilla swore out loud. That sly son of a bitch Victor Dudarev. The Russians already tried to screw around with the last Ukrainian presidential election and failed. Having to back down so publicly must have rankled something fierce. Well, maybe the Kremlin is playing the same game again, but this time on a much bigger scale. The pattern is certainly suggestive, Klein said slowly. The president glanced at his old friend. Meaning, don't go off half-cocked because we don't have any real evidence yet, right? That is ultimately your call. But I submit that we are very long on theory and very short on hard facts at the moment. In the present world circumstances, I'm not sure how an unsupported American suggestion of Russian dirty work would be received. No kidding, Castilla said. Fairly or unfairly, we're perceived as having cried wolf too often over the past few years. As a result, our old friends and NATO allies are ready to believe we're prone to exaggerating dangers and equally ready to cut and run from us at the first whiff of controversy. The president frowned. One thing's certain, nobody in London, Paris, Berlin, or Warsaw is going to thank us for risking a new round of the Cold War. And with our troops, ships, and aircraft tied down all around the damn planet, we're sure as hell not in good shape for any open conflict with the Russians. Not on our own, anyway. Castilla sat silently for a few moments more, contemplating the situation. We'll just have to find the proof we need to convince our allies to act with us, if necessary. He sat up straighter. That first disease outbreak in Moscow seems likely to be the key. Agreed, Klein said. Someone is certainly determined to eliminate anyone who tries to tell us about it. One more thing is clear, Castilla continued. I can't rely on the CIA to take the lead on this. They're not prepared to operate effectively in Moscow, at least not clandestinely. That leaves you and your outfit, Fred. I want a priority investigation by Covert-One. Klein nodded his understanding. I have a small but excellent team already in place in Moscow, Plus, I have another top-notch field operative on standby. He's tough, resourceful, and he's worked in Russia before. Who've you got in mind? Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith. February 17th, Poltava, Ukraine. Near the capital of Kiev, Poltava occupied 3 hills in the middle of the vast and otherwise almost featureless Ukrainian steppe. Its central streets and avenues radiated outward from a circular plaza, and set in the very center of this open expanse lay the Iron Column of Glory, ringed by small cannons and topped by a golden imperial eagle. Large neoclassical government buildings ringed this round park. Their upper-floor windows looked out toward the Iron Column. Leonid Akhmetov, chairman of Poltava's regional group of parliamentary deputies, stood staring out the window of his office. The burly white-haired politician and business oligarch glowered at the golden eagle and then swung away. "You do not approve of the view?" his visitor, a slender, thin-faced man, said sardonically. He was sitting in a chair on the other side of Akhmetov's ornate desk. Akhmetov frowned. "Once I rejoiced in it, but now that column is only a reminder of our shame, of our abandonment to the effete West." Both men were speaking in Russian, the first language of nearly half of Ukraine's people. 2 recent presidential elections had split the country into rival factions, one heavily authoritarian and favoring renewed ties to Moscow, the other more democratic and more oriented toward the West. Akhmetov and his cronies were among the local leaders of the pro-Russian faction. They controlled most of Poltava's industries and businesses. "Mother Russia never truly abandons her loyal sons," the thin-faced man said quietly, "just as she never forgives those who betray her." The taller, heavier oligarch flushed red. "I am no traitor. My people and I were ready to move against Kiev months ago, right up to the moment that your President Dudarev reached his accommodation with the new government. When the Kremlin pulled the rug out from under us so suddenly, what real choice did we have but to make our own peace with the new order?" The other man shrugged. "The accommodation you condemn was only a minor tactical retreat. We decided the time was not yet right for an open confrontation with the Americans and the Europeans." "And now it is?" "Soon, very soon. And you must do your part." "What must I do?" "First, we want you to organize a public demonstration, one coinciding with Defenders of the Motherland Day, February 23rd. This must be a mass rally, demanding full autonomy from Kiev and closer ties to Mother Russia." The oligarch listened closely and with mounting excitement, while the visitor from Moscow outlined his orders from the Kremlin. An hour later, the man from Moscow left the Poltava Region Administrative Building and strolled calmly toward the Iron Column of Glory. Another man, taller, with a broad, friendly face and a camera slung around his neck, detached himself from a small group of schoolchildren studying the monument and joined his shorter colleague from the Russian FSB's 13th Directorate. "So?" he asked. "Our friend Akhmetov has agreed. In 6 days, he and his supporters will gather here in the plaza at the base of the column." "How many?" "At least 20,000. "Very good," the broad-faced man said. "Then we can assure them a warm reception, and a demonstration to a horrified world of just how far Kiev will go to suppress peaceful unrest among its troublesome ethnic Russians." "And you have all the information you require?" The bigger man nodded coolly. He tapped his digital camera. "The images I need for detailed planning are stored in here. The rest is a mere matter of mathematics." "You're sure?" the thin-faced man asked. "Ivanov will insist on absolute certainty and precision. He wants a cold-blooded massacre, not a pathetic fizzle." The other man grinned back. "Relax, Gennady Arkadyevich. Give me enough explosive, and I could send that so-called Iron Column flying to the moon." Near Orvieto, Italy. The ancient and beautiful Umbrian town of Orvieto perched high on a volcanic plateau above the broad Paglia Valley, roughly halfway between Rome and Florence. The sheer cliffs ringing the town had acted as a natural fortification for millennia. Below those cliffs, a side road broke away from the main highway and wound west up the flanks of a low ridge facing Orvieto. Several ultra-modern steel and glass buildings sprawled across the ridge, surrounded by a chain-link fence. Signs of the main gate identified the complex as the headquarters of the European Center for Population Research. The center's stated purpose was the study of historical European population movements and genetic drift. Scientists assigned to the different labs inside the compound routinely fanned out across the continent and North America, sampling the DNA of various communities and ethnic groups for a wide array of historical, genetic, and medical research projects. Early in the morning, a black Mercedes sedan passed through the gates and parked near a large building. Two men got out. Both were tall and broad-shouldered. One, blue-eyed with high Slavic cheekbones, stood waiting near the car while the second man strode toward the building's locked main entrance. "Name?" a voice asked in thickly accented Italian from an intercom set beside the solid steel door. "Pant," the big man said clearly. He turned slightly toward the security cameras set to cover the entrance, letting them scan first his face and then his profile. There was a brief pause while the images captured by the cameras were matched against those on file in the security system computer. The intercom crackled to life again. "You are cleared to proceed, Signor Brandt. Please enter your identifier code." The big man entered a 10-digit code sequence on the keypad next to the door and heard the multiple locks sealing it click open. Once inside, he found himself in a gleaming, brightly lit corridor. Two hard-faced men, both cradling submachine guns, stood watching him closely from the adjacent guard station. One of them nodded politely toward a coat rack. "You may leave your coat, hat, and weapon there, Signor." He smiled thinly, faintly pleased to find that the rigorous security procedures he had decreed were applied even to him. He found that a reassuring contrast to the bad news he had received earlier from Prague. He shrugged out of his coat and then stripped off the shoulder holster containing his Walther pistol. He hung both of them on a hook and then doffed his fur hat, revealing a shock of pale blonde hair. "We've informed Dr. Renke of your arrival," one of the armed guards told him. "He is waiting for you in the main lab." Eric Brandt, the man codenamed Moscow 1, nodded calmly. "Very well." The main lab took up nearly half of the building. Computers, box-like DNA sequencers and synthesizers, chromatography cells, coffee grinder-sized electroporation machines, and sealed tubes of reagents, enzymes, and other chemicals crowded a line of black-topped benches. Other doors led into isolation chambers used to culture the required viral and bacteriological materials. Technicians and scientists wearing sterile gowns, gloves, surgical masks, and clear plastic face shields hovered around the equipment, carefully moving through the rigidly prescribed set of steps necessary to produce each unique Hydra variant. Brandt stopped near the door and stood watching the complicated process with interest, but very little real comprehension. Although Wolfrenke had tried explaining the intricacies involved several times before, Brandt had always found himself lost in a sea of scientific jargon. The tall, blond-haired man shrugged. Did it really matter? He had the skills necessary to kill coldly and precisely, and Hydra was a weapon much like any other. Boiled down to its non-scientific essentials, the mechanisms of Hydra's manufacture and killing power were cruelly simple in theory, though complicated in execution. First, one obtained a sample of the intended victim's DNA, from a piece of hair, a fragment of skin, a bit of mucus, or even from the oils left in a fingerprint. Then came the painstaking process of sorting through key sections of the gene-filled chromosomes, looking for specific patches of the genetic sequence that were unique to each individual and also associated with cell replication. Once that was done, one prepared single strands of so-called cDNA, complementary DNA, creating precise mirror images of the chosen target patches. The next step required altering a relatively small, single-stranded DNA virus active in humans. Using various chemical processes, it was possible to strip out everything except the genes associated with its protective protein coat and those that allowed the virus to penetrate into the nuclei of human cells. The carefully crafted patches of cDNA obtained from the victim's genome were added, and the altered virus was looped into a ring, creating a self-replicating plasmid. After that, these viral plasmids could be inserted into a benign strain of E. coli bacteria, one found commonly in the human gut. Then all that remained was to culture and concentrate these modified strains of E. coli, building up a useful amount of the material, and the Hydra variant was ready for delivery to the selected target. These bacteria could be easily administered to the person marked for death through any combination of food or drink. Once ingested, the modified bacteria would lodge in the gut and begin multiplying rapidly. As they grew, they would constantly throw off the genetically altered viral particles, which would be carried by the bloodstream throughout the body. Brandt knew that these viral particles were the key killing component in Hydra. By their very nature, they were designed to pierce the walls of human cells. Once inside a cell, each particle would inject the edited patches of cDNA into the nucleus. In anyone but the intended target, nothing else would happen. But inside the selected victim, a far deadlier process would begin unfolding. As soon as the cell nucleus began replicating itself, those mirror image patches would automatically attach to the pre-selected portions of chromosomal DNA, blocking any further replication. The whole intricate process of cell division and reproduction, absolutely essential to life, would come to a screeching halt. As more and more cells became infected and stopped reproducing, Hydra victims would suffer aches, high fevers, and skin rashes. The failure of the fastest replicating cells, hair follicles, and bone marrow, produced symptoms resembling the wasting and anemia seen in radiation poisoning. Ultimately, of course, the cascading destruction extended to whole organs and systems, leading inevitably to a lingering and painful death. There was no cure, nor could Hydra be detected by any practical means. Undetectable, unstoppable, and incurable, Hydra was the perfect assassin's weapon. Wolf Renke came toward Brandt. He extended his hand with a smile.
"Eric, welcome. Come to collect a new batch of toys in person?"
He nodded toward an insulated cooler filled with carefully labeled small clear vials. Packs containing dry ice lined the cooler.
"There they are, all packed up and ready for transport."
I am here to collect the Phase 2 variants, Herr Professor. But we have other matters to discuss as well. Private matters.
Renke raised a single thin white eyebrow.
"Oh? Then perhaps we should adjourn to my office."
Brandt followed him to a windowless room. Shelves of books and other reference materials crowded one wall. Once the door was closed behind them, Renke swung around to face his much larger colleague.
"Well, apart from collecting the next Hydra variants, what else brings you here from Moscow so urgently?"
Two things. First, we face a significant security breach.
"Where?"
In Prague. Tracing back to Moscow," the bigger man said flatly.
He ran through what he had learned about the successful attack on Petrenko and the second failed attempt to kill the American doctor, Lieutenant Colonel Smith. Renke shook his head.
"Liss was sloppy."
"True. He was both imprecise and overconfident."
"Has this man Smith turned up yet?"
"Not yet, but he missed his scheduled flight to London, and now the Czech authorities are searching for him too. If they find him, I have sources in Prague who will alert me."
"It's been nearly 24 hours. the scientist pointed out. "By now Smith could easily be across the Czech border. In fact, he could be almost anywhere in the world."
"I am well aware of that."
Renke frowned. "What do you know about this American? An agent for one of the American military intelligence organizations?"
Brent shrugged. "Perhaps. I've had people digging into Smith's background, military service record, and medical credentials ever since Liz first reported his meeting with Petrenko. But the work is necessarily slow."
"Have you notified Alexei Ivanov?" Renke asked. "After all, the 13th Directorate may have a file on Smith. At a minimum, our friends in the FSB should be alerted to tighten their security in and around Moscow."
Brent shook his head. "I've told Ivanov nothing about the Americans thus far. He knows that Petrenko and Kiryanov are dead. Nothing more."
The scientist raised an eyebrow. "Keeping Ivanov in the dark. Is that wise, Eric?"
"He expects us to clean up our own messes without running to the Kremlin like frightened children. In this case, I feel inclined to obey him. The Russians are too heavy-handed. Their intervention might only make matters worse. As it is, I have enough manpower to handle the situation if the Americans start poking and prying."
Renke pursed his lips. "What do you need from me, then?"
"A complete list of those in Moscow whose knowledge of the first Hydra outbreak could prove dangerous to us or to the project. If we can't take the chance that Petrenko and Kiryanov were the only ones inclined to disobey the orders to keep silent."
Renke nodded slowly. "I can prepare such a list. And the second development you wanted to discuss? I presume you have news concerning our secondary venture? This so-called insurance policy against treachery that our Russian friends are so interested in possessing?"
Brent nodded. "That's right. Zurich has confirmed the first payment to our accounts, but I need to have the special material we promised him in hand before Ivanov will approve the second funds transfer."
Renke shrugged. "That isn't a problem. I finished the required variant weeks ago."
He crossed the room and touched a stud on one of the bookcases. It swung back, revealing a hidden wall safe and freezer. He entered a code and then pressed his right thumb to a fingerprint scanner built into the safe door. It cycled open. The scientist put on an insulated glove and then reached inside. He drew out a single clear vial.
"Here it is. You can pick up a carrier and some more dry ice on your way out."
Berlin. Jon Smith drained the last of his coffee. He discreetly studied the people seated around him in the Hotel Oskanischerhof's quiet, tastefully furnished breakfast lounge. This was his first real chance since arriving late last night to take a closer look at some of his fellow guests. Most were somber-faced business travelers. No one in the elegant little room raised any warning bells in his mind. He left a couple of euros on the table as a tip, rose to his feet, and walked toward the door. Outside in the lobby, the desk clerk intercepted him.
"A package has just arrived for you, Herr Martin, by special courier."
Smith signed for the sealed legal-size envelope and took it back up to his room. John sat down on a sofa, ripped open the security seals, and spread the documents it contained across the surface of an ornate 1920s-style coffee table. One was a Canadian passport, also made out in the John Martin name with his picture, scuffed, travel-stained, and well-worn. A packet of business cards identified him, in the Martin persona, as a resident scholar at an organization called the Burnett Institute, a privately held public policy think tank based in Vancouver, British Columbia. They were sending him to Moscow? He flipped open his cell phone. Klein answered his call on the first ring. "Good morning, John. I assume that you've just received your new identity package." "Sound assumption, Chief. Now, do you mind telling me exactly what the hell's going on?" "Not in the least. Consider this a mission briefing. But before we begin, you should know that your orders come straight from the highest level." Meaning the President himself, Smith realized. "Go ahead." He listened in growing astonishment while Klein ran through the list of dead or dying intelligence specialists, military leaders, and politicians In the U.S., its Western allies, and the smaller countries surrounding Russia. My God, no wonder my meeting with Petrenko stirred up such a hornet's nest. Yes, that's our evaluation too. And now you want me to dig into the first cases of this disease, the ones Petrenko told me about? Correct. If possible, we need hard data on its origin, mechanics, and methods of transmission, Klein said. And we need it soon. That's a pretty tall order, Fred. I realize that. But you won't be alone on this mission. We already have a team in place, a very good one. They're standing by for your arrival. How do I make contact with them? You have a reservation at the Hotel Budapest. Check in and be at the bar there by 7 this evening. You should be approached before 7:30. And how do I spot my counterpart? You don't. Your contact will identify you. Moscow. The Irish bar on the second floor of the Hotel Budapest was crowded. People were standing 2 deep along the polished cherry wood bar. Smiling waitresses circulated through the room with trays of drinks. Jon Smith sat in a corner by himself, nursing a pint of beer. Smith checked his new watch. It was well past 7:30. His Covert-One contact was late. For an instant he considered leaving. John looked up from his beer and noticed a lithe, attractive woman with curling, shoulder-length dark hair and bright eyes in the bar. He had spotted her earlier, holding a tall glass of sparkling wine while talking animatedly with a circle of grinning male admirers. But now she was moving slowly but surely in his general direction, stopping along the way to greet other men with a smile, a brief kiss on the cheek, or a murmured endearment. Probably a paid professional, he thought dispassionately, deliberately looking away before she could make eye contact.
You seem very lonely and very sad,
a pleasant voice purred softly in Russian.
May I join you for a drink?
Smith glanced up. The slender, dark-haired woman stood there, smiling. He shook his head. No, thank you. I was just about to leave. She extended her hand.
My name is Fiona Devon. I'm a freelance journalist. Our mutual friend, Mr. Klein, insisted that I welcome you to Moscow. I apologize for the long delay, but I thought it was for the best. I wanted to make very sure that there weren't any unwelcome visitors tagging along behind you. I know most of the regulars quite well, and strangers intruding on my patch tend to stand out.
FSB agents or informers, you mean? He asked. Fiona Devon nodded.
The hard-faced lads up at Lubyanka Square are not yet quite so active and all-powerful as when they call themselves the KGB, but they do get around all the same.
And now President Dudarev is doing his best to restore the bad old order.
Too true. Dudarev has certainly surrounded himself with a very nasty bunch of cronies. And like Dudarev himself, they're all ex-KGB with a taste for absolute control and a real knack for putting the fear of Stalin into anyone foolish enough to get in their way.
No kidding, Smith said grimly. Plus, they use surrogates like this so-called Brandt group for some of their dirty work.
So it seems. But keep in mind that the Brandt group also works for the highest bidder, not just the Kremlin.
Oh?
I've done a bit of investigative work on the group. Mostly ex-Stasi like their boss, a vicious creature named Erich Brandt, with a smattering of Romanian Securitate and Serbian secret police thugs thrown in for good measure. But they'll take any assignment if the fee is big enough.
Her mouth tightened into a thin line.
Rumor has it that the Brandt Group provides security for some of the biggest drug lords and mafia crime bosses in Moscow. The group's ties to the Kremlin keep the police conveniently looking the other way, no matter how many innocents are murdered by the mafia bosses they protect.
Smith heard the deep anger and pain in her voice. Including someone you knew?
My husband. Sergei was a Russian, one of the optimistic entrepreneurs who believed this country could remake itself as a prosperous democracy. He worked hard, built up his business, and then the hard men arrived, demanding the lion's share of his profits. When he refused, the mafia bastards shot him down on the street.
She fell silent, plainly unwilling to say more now. Smith nodded, recognizing a boundary he should not cross. I'm assuming Fred Klein told you why I'm here?
I've been thoroughly briefed by Mr. Klein. I've had my own brush with the news of these mysterious deaths. 3 nights ago, Dr. Nikolai Kiryanov was on his way to meet me when he disappeared. I suspect he was trying to pass on the same sort of information your friend Petrenko brought to Prague.
And I understand that Kiryanov turned up in the morgue the next morning?
Not quite. I never saw his body. The poor man had already been cremated.
That quickly? She nodded.
The cause of death was listed as heart attack. Cremation was a convenient way to make sure no one could check up on that.
And since then?
I've been poking and prying and asking pointed questions wherever and whenever I can.
Sounds pretty dangerous.
The authorities here may not like it much. But remember that asking awkward questions is precisely what they expect a Western reporter like me to do.
Have you had any luck?
Not a bit. I've haunted the corridors of the Central Clinical Hospital until I can smell the disinfectant they use in my sleep, and all to no avail. The staff there all deny that any mysterious disease outbreak ever took place.
Naturally. What about prowling through their medical records?
Strictly forbidden. One thing is clear, though. The doctors and nurses there are all utterly on edge. You can sense the fear rolling off them. Believe me, they aren't going to talk to a foreigner or anyone else about what happened, no matter what kind of inducement is offered to them.
Smith thought that over. If the hospital was a dead end, he was going to have to explore other angles. From what Petrenko had said, it sounded as though the Kremlin orders quashing talk about the strange deaths came later, after the mini-epidemic had run its lethal course. Before then, the hospital's doctors had been trying everything in their power to diagnose and treat their sick patients. He was willing to bet that Petrenko and his colleagues had shared the data they had gathered with other medical professionals, at least until the Kremlin clamped a lid on the situation. Smith knew people in some of the leading Russian medical and scientific institutions, top-notch scientists who were sure to have been consulted about this illness. With luck, he might be able to persuade one or more of them to give him access to their case records or lab test results. Fiona Devon nodded slowly when he ran that idea past her.
Approaching them could be risky, though. You won't be able to use your cover when dealing with people who already know you by sight and reputation. If just one of them panics and runs off screaming about being approached by Colonel Jonathan Smith, the American military disease specialist, some very loud alarm bells will start ringing inside the Kremlin.
True, but I don't see many other real options, Miss Devon. You've seen the lists of those who've been hit with this illness. We really don't have time for anything subtle or indirect. Somehow I must find a way to make contact with the Russian experts who are likely to have the information we need.
Then at least let us run some quick tests on these possible sources first. My team and I know the ground here better than you do. Maybe we can weed out those who are too close to Dudarev's regime to be worth questioning.
How long will you need for this vetting process?
Several hours, starting from the moment you give me the names and institutional affiliations of those you're interested in.
Good. So, how do I get in touch with you again? Fiona pulled a business card out of her small handbag and quickly jotted down a telephone number on the back.
You can safely reach me through that secure number, day or night.
He slipped the card into his shirt pocket.
In the meantime, I'll keep the pressure on the Russian medical bureaucracy from my end, she promised. I have an interview set up tomorrow morning largely for that very purpose, with Konstantin Malkovich.
Smith whistled softly. The financier? The guy who made billions in commodities and currency speculation?
The very one.
He's an American, isn't he?
A naturalized American, much as I am myself. But Malkovich is Serbian by birth, and he's invested heavily in Russian industries over the last several years. He also donates large sums to the charities trying to rebuild this country's antiquated healthcare systems. And all of that investing and donating has bought him close ties to these new lads in the Kremlin. No matter how much Dudarev and the other men of power long to bring back the old ways, they're not utter fools. They walk softly around a man with so much money to throw around.
And you hope to persuade Malkovich to start asking a few awkward questions of his own about this disease?
Indeed I do.
Moscow. Eric Brandt stepped off the steep escalator and walked into the vast, echoing underground hall of the Novokuznetskaya metro station. After a moment, Brandt spotted Alexei Ivanov, the gray-haired Russian intelligence chief, sitting calmly on a marble bench, and went to sit beside him.
Herr Brandt, Ivanov said quietly, I have the special Hydra variant you requested. Show me.
The blond-haired man opened his briefcase, revealing a small soda-can-sized thermos. With his thick leather gloves still on, he unsealed the metal cylinder in a puff of vapor, pulled out a small vial full of clear frozen liquid, and then handed it over. Ivanov held the vial up to the light.
How can I be sure this tube contains anything more lethal than ordinary tap water? In all candor, you cannot. You will have to trust me.
Ivanov grunted.
I'll authorize the second wire transfer to Switzerland tonight.
The head of the 13th Directorate slid the vial back into the thermos. The thermos itself went into his own coat pocket.
One more thing, Herr Brandt,
Ivanov said abruptly.
I want your personal assurance that your security for Hydra is still intact. Now that we are entering the final phases of our military preparations, absolute secrecy is vital. The Americans and their allies must not discover what is about to happen.
Both Kayonov and Petrenko are dead. There are no other outstanding threats to Hydra. He lied. February 18th. Fiona Devon came out of the Borovitskaya metro station and turned south. She walked carefully along the icy pavement. Not far ahead, a large mansion rose above the street, set on a massive stone base. Konstantin Malkovich had set up shop in one of the Russian capital's most beautiful and conspicuous locations. This mansion, Pashkov House, had been built in the late 18th century for a fantastically wealthy Russian officer, Captain Pyotr Pashkov, a man determined to own the grandest private home in all of Moscow, one perched on a hillside overlooking the Kremlin itself. After the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, the building had become an annex of the adjoining Russian State Library. Shortly after deciding to make Moscow one of the centers of his global business empire, Malkovich had donated more than $20 million to help restore the sagging fortunes of the aging and antiquated Russian archives. One of the strings attached to his grant had been permission to set up a suite of offices on the top floor of Pashkov House. It was just after 9. Her interview with the billionaire was scheduled to begin in 10 minutes. Fiona strode up the broad stone steps and into the main hallway. There, a bored-looking functionary checked her name against the register and directed her up the main interior staircase. 2 unsmiling security guards waiting at the top carefully examined her identification, closely studied her camera and tape recorder, and then motioned her through a set of detectors. A second pair of employees, both pretty young women, took her in tow. They briskly ushered her through the busy semi-chaos of a larger outer office full of desks, computers, and people. One of the women took her coat and vanished. The other escorted her into Konstantin Malkovich's private office. The billionaire rose to his feet from behind his desk and came around it to greet her with an outstretched hand.
Welcome, Miss Devon. Welcome. I'm a great admirer of your work. That last article in The Economist was particularly good.
You're far too kind, Mr. Malkovich, she said calmly, taking the offered hand and smiling back. Malkovich was taller than she had expected, with a mane of thick white hair. High cheekbones and pale blue eyes marked his Slavic ancestry.
Please do sit down,
he told her, indicating one of the 2 embroidered armchairs set at angles in front of his desk. When Fiona took one, Malkovich sat down casually in the other.
Some tea first, perhaps?
Thank you, yes. Tea would be lovely, she said. Almost immediately, another of Malkovich's secretaries brought in a tray, poured for them, and left quietly.
And now to business, Miss Devon. My staff tells me that you are especially interested in the role I see for myself and my companies here in the new Russia.
Fiona nodded again. That's quite right, Mr. Malkovich, she replied. settling down into a familiar role, that of journalist in search of a good story. Malkovich was an easy man to interview. He answered her questions about his plans and business dealings readily and without evident evasion. Slowly and carefully, she brought the conversation around toward politics, focusing on the growing authoritarianism of the Dudarev government. Remember, I know President Dudarev personally. He is no saint. But I believe that he is a man determined to give this country the law and order it craves, to restore a sense of discipline and decency, to break the power of the mafia and make the streets of Moscow and other cities safe again. He raised a quizzical eyebrow. I would have thought that you, of all people, would appreciate the vital importance of that, Miss Devon. Your husband's untimely death was a great tragedy. It would not have occurred in a society better able to safeguard the lives and property of its citizens, the kind of society I believe Russia's new leaders honestly hope to build here. For a moment, Fiona stared back at Malkovich without speaking. I helped bring my husband's killers to justice myself, she said at last, speaking with a calm, even voice. For months she'd hunted those who ordered her husband's death, piecing together evidence of their crimes at considerable risk to her own life. In the end, the public outcry she raised by her articles had forced the authorities to take action. The men most responsible were now serving long prison sentences. So you did, and I followed your courageous crusade against the mafia with great admiration. But even you must admit that your task here would have been easier if the police here were less corrupt, more efficient, and better disciplined. Fiona hid a frown. Why was the billionaire suddenly throwing her husband's murder back in her face? Was he trying to distract her from asking any more inconvenient or embarrassing questions about his business connections to the Dudarev regime? If so, she would have to move quickly, before he decided to cut this interview short. There may be worse things than police corruption and incompetence. This growing cult of official secrecy, for example. Secrecy I consider to be obsessive, unnecessary, and even dangerous, especially when it concerns a serious matter of public health and safety. I'm not quite following you, Miss Devon. To what cult of secrecy are you referring? Fiona shrugged. What else would you call trying to hide the news of a deadly new disease, not only from the Russian people themselves, but also from the world's public health agencies? A new disease? Malkovich leaned forward. His eyes were troubled. Go on. He listened carefully while she ran through the gist of what she and Smith had learned separately from Karyonov and Petrenko, though she concealed her knowledge that the two doctors had been murdered, or that this mysterious ailment was now spreading outside Russia itself. When she finished, he pursed his lips in dismay. Do you have any evidence to confirm these rumors of a strange new illness? Evidence? Not yet. None of the other doctors involved will talk to me, and all of the important records are under lock and key. But you see the danger, I hope. One way or another, the word is bound to leak out. If the Kremlin, or even just an official in the Ministry of Health, is covering up the beginning of a new epidemic in a foolish attempt to avoid public panic or international embarrassment, the consequences could be catastrophic. Malkovich grimaced. Indeed, the economic and political costs could be horrendous. The world community and the financial markets would not easily forgive a nation caught hiding something that might turn out to be another epidemic as bad as AIDS or worse. I was thinking more of the possible cost in human lives, Fiona said softly. A wintry smile touched his lips. Touché, Miss Devon. He looked at her with a new measure of respect. So what is it that you really want of me? I assume all of your questions earlier were simply window dressing. Not entirely, she said. But yes, I am hoping that you'll exert your influence with the appropriate ministries to shed some light on this mystery disease. So you expect me to help you break open the story? Malkovich asked, dryly. Out of the pure goodness of my own heart. You are famous for your philanthropy, Mr. Malkovich.
But even if you were not, I suspect that you're quite adept at measuring the value of good publicity.
Very well, Miss Devon. I will do what I can to pry open a few official doors for you.
Thank you, she told him, closing her notebook and rising gracefully to her feet. That would be most kind. Your staff knows how to contact me.
Jon Smith followed a path heading deeper into the quiet, tree-lined square called Patriarch's Pond. This far in among the trees, the roar of traffic from the busy Sadovaya Ring Road was muted, reduced to a faint hum. He reached the edge of the large, shallow, ice-covered pond at the center of the square and stopped for a moment. Fiona Devon walked up to stand beside him.
My people have finished vetting that list of doctors and scientists you gave me.
And?
Your safest and surest bet is Dr. Elena Videnskaya.
Smith nodded slowly. He had met Videnskaya at different medical conferences over the past several years. He had a vague memory of a rather plain, prim woman somewhere in her early 50s. Videnskaya now headed the Cytology, Genetics, and Molecular Biology Department at the Central Research Institute of Epidemiology. Since that was one of Russia's top scientific institutions for study of infectious disease, she was sure to have been involved in trying to identify the mystery illness. How do you suggest I contact her? Through the Institute?
Definitely not. It's highly likely that all landline calls in the Moscow hospitals and research facilities are being monitored.
She passed him a small slip of paper with a 10-digit number written in a neat feminine hand.
Fortunately, Videnskaya has an unlisted cell phone.
I'll call her this afternoon, Smith decided, and try to set up a dinner meeting for tonight.
Make the reservation for 3.
Seated in a booth in a far corner of the Café Koretny Dvor, Smith saw Fiona Devon come through the front door. He rose to his feet as she headed in his direction.
I presume this is your companion at long last?
Elena Videnskaya said calmly, watching this attractive, elegantly dressed woman approach. She stood up to greet Fiona just as she joined them. Ms. Devon, this is Dr. Elena Borisovna Videnskaya, Smith said. The two women nodded to each other coolly, but politely, and then sat down, choosing opposite ends of the semicircular booth. Smith slid into the side closest to Videnskaya. She moved over to the middle, making room for him. A youthful pair of smiling waiters arrived, each bearing a tray of plates and bowls heaped with food. The servers set these dishes out across the table and departed. A third waiter, older than the others, followed right on his companion's heels, bringing their drinks. A bottle of slightly fizzy Moskovskaya vodka and another containing sweetened apple juice.
To save time, we ordered before you arrived, Dr. Videnskaya told Fiona. I hope this was all right. Quite all right. I'm absolutely famished.
The three of them took turns serving themselves, choosing from a wide assortment of Azeri specialties. While they were finishing these starters, more dishes arrived. Elena Videnskaya held up a glass of vodka.
Zavash Sedorova, your health,
she said, and downed the clear, cold liquor in one large gulp, following it immediately with a chaser of apple juice. Smith and Fiona followed her example.
So now, the Russian scientist said quietly, to business.
She looked narrowly at Fiona.
Our mutual friend here tells me that you are a journalist. I am. Then let us understand one another, Miss Devon. I do not wish my name to appear splashed across the front pages of some lurid tabloid, or even a respectable newspaper.
Fiona nodded easily.
That's perfectly reasonable. Although I do not like the government that pays my salary, I am very good at my job, and I have no great desire to lose my position unnecessarily. Then I give you my word that I will leave your name out of any story I write. Believe me, Dr. Videnskaya, I'm far more interested in learning the truth about this mysterious disease than I am in selling a story to a newspaper.
If so, we have at least one thing in common, the Russian woman said dryly. She turned back to Smith.
On the telephone, you said you believed the same illness was now spreading outside Russia.
He nodded. Without more data on the first outbreak here, I can't be absolutely sure, but the symptoms appear identical. And if it is the same unidentified disease, this news blackout ordered by the Kremlin is essentially killing people.
Fools, Vedenskaya said. This cover-up is an act of criminal folly. I warned the government about the dangers of its decision to keep these strange deaths a secret. So did my colleagues.
She scowled.
We should have been allowed to consult with the other international health authorities as soon as the first 4 cases were recognized. And I should have said something or done something to pass the warning on myself. But then, as weeks passed without anyone else falling ill, I allowed myself to hope that my initial fears of a larger epidemic had been exaggerated.
There haven't been any new cases here in Moscow? Fiona asked. The Russian research scientist shook her head.
None.
You're sure?
Quite sure. True, the government has forbidden us to reveal the facts of the outbreak to the outside world, but we will remain under explicit instructions to continue our own research. The Kremlin is still deeply interested in learning more about this disease, what causes it, how it is transmitted, the methods by which it kills its victims.
But Valentine Petrenko told me that he'd been ordered to call off his probe into those first 4 deaths, Smith said.
Yes, that is so. The hospital investigative teams were shut down, probably to control the flow of information. Instead, all research work surrounding this illness is being conducted in other, higher-level facilities, my section at the Institute among them.
Including the bioapparat labs? Smith asked quietly, referring to the collection of heavily guarded science complexes that were said to be the center of Russia's top-secret biological weapons research. If, as Klein suspected, the Russians were using this strange disease as a weapon, the scientists and technicians working for bioapparat had to be involved in some way. The gray-haired woman shook her head.
I do not know what goes on behind the barbed wire at Yekaterinburg, Kirov, Sergiev Posad, or Stritsi. My security clearances do not reach that high.
Smith nodded his understanding. There was a short, uncomfortable silence.
I brought copies of my case notes as you requested,
Vedenskaya told Smith at last. She prodded the heavy winter coat bundled beside her on the seat.
They're there, hidden inside a selection of old medical journals. I will give them to you after we leave. It is too public here.
Thank you, Elena, Smith said. What about the blood or tissue specimens taken from the victims? Is there any way you could smuggle samples of those out to us?
It would be impossible. All biological specimens are now kept under strict lock and key. No one can obtain them without a signature and signed forms from the ministry authorizing specific experiments or tests.
Is there anything else you can tell us? Fiona asked. Anything at all? Vedenskaya hesitated briefly, looked sideways to make sure no one else was in earshot.
I heard a rumor that greatly disturbed me. One of the hospital orderlies, a man who had spent many years as a political prisoner in a labor camp, claimed that he saw that madman Wolf Renke examining one of the dying patients.
Startled, Smith sat up straighter. Renke?
Wolf Renke? Who's he?
Fiona asked. An East German scientist, basically a biological weapons expert with a very ugly reputation for coming up with new and especially nasty ways to kill people, Smith told her. But it couldn't have been him. That bastard has been dead for years.
So it is said, Vedenskaya said. But this orderly knew the German well, painfully well. While a prisoner, he was forced to witness a series of vicious experiments Renke conducted on other inmates at his camp.
Where is this man now? Fiona pressed her. Can we talk to him?
Only if you can summon the spirits of the dead. Unfortunately, he fell beneath the wheels of a tram, shortly after he began telling the story of what he had seen in the hospital.
Smith held the door open for Fiona Devon and Elena Vedenskaya and then followed them out of the Café Karatny Dvor. Together, they walked a short distance up Povarskaya Street and then stopped in a small huddle on the sidewalk to make their farewells.
This is for you, Jonathan, Fedenskaya murmured, reaching into the recesses of her coat and pulling out a thick plastic binder. Smith took the binder and opened it. It was full of dog-eared medical journals, some in English, others in Russian and German. He flipped open the cover of one. Neatly folded inside were several pages crowded with Cyrillic typescript, evidently a selection of the gray-haired Russian scientist's case notes. He looked up with a quick, grateful nod.
Thanks. I'll make sure this data gets to the right people.
That is good. With luck, lives can still be saved. I wish you well. Suddenly she reeled forward, almost knocked off her feet by a man who crashed straight into her from behind. He'd been walking too fast. She only saved herself from falling by grabbing Smith's arm. Angrily, she let go and whirled around. "You there! Watch where you're going!" Abashed, the man, young with a slightly crooked nose, stepped back quickly. "Извините, excuse me," he muttered. He retrieved the umbrella he had dropped in the collision and reeled off down the street. Fedenskaya sniffed, disgusted. "Drunk, and this early in the evening. Bah!" "Are you all right?" Smith asked. She nodded. "Yes, though I think the lout must have poked me in the leg with that damned umbrella of his. But it's nothing serious." "Still, I think it's high time we all went our separate ways," Fiona said worriedly. Smith nodded. He said to Fedenskaya, "I'll keep you posted by private email on what we learn." Smith stopped in mid-sentence. The Russian woman was staring at him with an expression full of horror. "Elena? What is it?" She drew in a single deep, shuddering breath and then choked, gasping for air. She collapsed, crumbling to the snow-covered pavement like a rag doll. Her arms and legs jerked wildly, flailing and twitching as she writhed. "Call an ambulance! Now!" Smith snapped to Fiona. "I'm on it." She nodded crisply, pulled out her phone and punched in 03, Moscow's medical emergency number. John dropped to his knees beside the stricken woman. The wild, frenetic spasms were fading, leaving her lying contorted on her back. He set aside the plastic binder, yanked off one of his gloves, and then laid 2 fingers against her neck, feeling for her pulse. It was very fast and very weak, and then it was gone. He leaned forward, putting his ear to her nose and mouth. She was not breathing. "One of the hospitals has dispatched an emergency medical team, Colonel," he heard Fiona Devon report over the babble of shocked voices from a rapidly gathering circle of onlookers. Smith shook his head. "I think she's gone." Several of the bystanders, staring down at Fedenskaya, overheard them and crossed themselves rapidly. "If so, we should leave, Colonel," Fiona suggested softly. "We can't really afford any official complications." She picked up the binder containing Fedenskaya's case notes from the pavement. But it was too late to duck out. With its siren wailing, a red and white ambulance braked to a stop along the curb. As the siren died away, the rear doors of the vehicle popped open, and a slim, sallow-faced man in a rumpled white doctor's coat jumped out with a black medical bag clutched under one arm. 2 burly paramedics scrambled out in his wake. The doctor waved Smith aside with one dismissive hand and bent down beside the body to conduct his own examination. John stood up. The sallow-faced Russian doctor felt for a pulse. Then he sat back on his heels and shrugged. "Poor woman. There's nothing I can do for her." He nodded to the paramedics standing nearby with the portable stretcher they had pulled out of the ambulance. "Go ahead, boys. Get her into the ambulance. Let's at least get her away from the prying eyes of the morbidly curious." The 2 big men nodded silently and clumsily bent down to begin preparing the body for transport. Still shaking his head, the white-coated doctor climbed back to his feet. He looked at the 2 Americans. "Which of you can tell me what happened to her? A heart attack?" "I don't think so," Smith said flatly. "Why not?" She collapsed quite suddenly, suffering convulsions and muscle spasms, within a second or so after experiencing what appeared to be complete respiratory failure. Smith answered. Also, her pupillary muscles showed signs of extreme contraction. The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Cogently summarized. I gather you have medical training, Mr.
Martin, John Martin, Smith replied. The two paramedics finished strapping the dead woman onto their stretcher and heaved her up between them.
Watch out for her left leg,
Smith heard one of them mutter brusquely to the other.
You don't want to get any of that stuff on your hands.
Stuff? John felt his blood run ice cold. He remembered the young drunk who had collided with Vedenskaya, accidentally jabbing her with the tip of his rolled-up umbrella. Jesus, he thought grimly. She must have been injected with some kind of deadly, fast-acting nerve agent. He saw the sallow-faced doctor watching him with a cold, calculating expression. Smith took a step back. With a slight smile, the white-coated man pulled a small, compact pistol out of his white coat. He held the weapon down low at his side, aiming straight at the American's heart.
I hope that you will resist the temptation to act unwisely, Colonel Smith. Otherwise, we will be forced to kill both you and the lovely Miss Devon. And that would be a terrible shame, would it not?
Bitterly angry with himself for missing the warning signs of this ambush, Smith grimaced. The other man was just outside his reach. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the ambulance driver had climbed down out of the cab. This man now stood close behind Fiona Devon, holding a pistol pressed hard into the small of her back. Smith forced himself to stand very still. Carefully, he showed his open, empty hands.
I'm unarmed.
A rational decision, Colonel, the doctor said. No one would benefit from any useless heroics.
The first two paramedics slid Elena Vedenskaya's blanket-wrapped body into the back of the ambulance. They swung away and stood waiting for further orders.
Into the vehicle, please, the sallow-faced man said quietly. Miss Devon first.
Fiona climbed into the ambulance. The stretcher occupied the central aisle, leaving two narrow benches, one on either side. She scooted down the left-hand bench, going all the way to the end. One of the burly paramedics crowded in after her, dropping heavily onto the bench on the far side. Once seated, he drew his own pistol to keep her covered.
And now you, Colonel.
The white-coated man nodded inside.
Sit next to Miss Devon. Make sure you keep your hands in sight at all times. Otherwise, I fear Dmitri might get jumpy, and then you would end up as dead as poor Dr. Vedenskaya there.
John slid down the bench toward Fiona. She still held the binder containing Vedenskaya's notes.
No talking,
the paramedic growled in thickly accented English. The slender, sallow-faced doctor scrambled up into the cramped interior and sat down facing the two Americans, squashed up next to his much bigger subordinate. He kept his own pistol aimed at John's chest. The second paramedic and the big, hard-eyed driver slammed the door shut, sealing the four of them inside. Moments later, the ambulance lurched into motion. The siren and flashing blue light came on again, clearing a path through the light evening traffic. Inside the ambulance, Smith sat rigidly still, carefully eyeing the pistol aimed in his direction. His mind raced, rapidly concocting and then discarding a series of wild-eyed schemes to escape from their captors. Suddenly, the driver up front shouted something in alarm. An engine roared close by, growing ever louder. Brakes squealed piercingly. Car and truck horns blared out panicked warnings, and then Smith felt an enormous jolting bang as some other vehicle slammed into the ambulance at high speed. The impact hurled him right off the bench. He fell forward across Vedenskaya's body. Hit broadside, they were sliding across the road, spinning out of control amid an ear-splitting shriek of tearing metal and the tinkling crash of shattering glass. The ambulance crashed into the side of an old rust-eaten Volga sedan parked along the street and rocked to a stop. Smith looked up. The first sudden impact had tossed the doctor backward, smashing his head hard against the metal interior. He looked dead. The small pistol was on the bench beside him. Smith reached for it, and then froze. With the back of one big hand, the burly paramedic had already knocked Fiona Devon sprawling. She lay curled up at his feet, Now he sighted carefully down the barrel of his own pistol, a larger 9mm Makarov. He was aiming right at Smith's face. And then the dark-haired woman moved, uncoiling with astonishing speed. While rising to her knees, she yanked a slender, black-handled switchblade out of a sheath concealed in one of her elegant leather boots. At the touch of a button, a 4-inch stainless steel blade flicked out. She stabbed the big man in the neck. The long, narrow blade plunged deep. Horrified, the Russian paramedic dropped his pistol. Jets of bright red blood spurted across the ambulance, pulsing wildly at first with every heartbeat, but diminishing fast as his life force ebbed away. Still clutching desperately at the gaping hole in his neck, the dying man slid slowly sideways. He sagged to the floor, quivered once, and then was still. Fiona quickly wiped her knife on the back of the dead man's coat. She retracted the blade and slipped the knife back into her boot. "You've never killed anyone before?" Smith asked quietly. She shook her head. "No. But I'll worry about it later, assuming, of course, that we live through the next few minutes." He nodded. The doctor and one of the 2 paramedics were down, but they were still facing at least 2 more enemies. "Can you handle a gun?" "I can." Smith scooped up both pistols and handed her the smaller Makarov PSM. There was a loud rap on one of the closed rear doors.
"Fiona!"
A deep voice boomed from outside the wrecked ambulance.
"This is Oleg. Are you and Dr. Smith unharmed?"
Fiona raised her voice. "Yes, we're fine, and free."
"What are the others?"
"They're out of commission," Fiona reported. "Permanently."
"That is good."
The doors were yanked open. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a full head of silver hair stood there. In one hand he held a pistol fitted with a silencer. With the other he motioned them out.
"Come, quickly. We have very little time before the militia arrives."
Smith stared at the other man in astonishment.
"Kirov. Well, I'll be damned. Major General Oleg Kirov of the Russian Federal Security Service." "Not anymore, Doctor." Kirov shrugged his powerful shoulders. "I have been retired."
"Small talk and career news will have to wait until later,"
Fiona broke in.
"Right now we should be moving."
The Vodovodny Canal curved through a great arc from east to west before rejoining the Moscow River, just a kilometer or so south of the Kremlin. The canal also marked the northern boundary of the Zamoskvorech district, home to a growing population of foreigners, mostly European and American businessmen and their families. A row of pale yellow 3- and 4-story buildings lined the southern bank of the frozen canal. First built as luxurious townhomes, they had long since been divided up into smaller flats. Inside the living room of one of those apartments, Smith turned away from the window. It was very late, near midnight. He let the heavy drapes fall back behind him and looked narrowly at Kirov.
"You sure this place is safe?"
The Russian shrugged.
"Absolutely safe? No, I cannot promise that. But this is certainly the most secure shelter I could find at such short notice."
He smiled.
"The landlord is an old friend of mine, a man who owes me many favors."
Smith nodded. "So how long can we stay here without causing too much trouble for you or for your friend, the landlord?"
"Certainly for 2 or 3 days, perhaps longer. After that, it might be wise to move you to another safe house."
"And what about you?"
Fiona asked quietly. She was sitting on a sofa, watching the 2 men closely. Elena Videnskaya's case notes were spread out across a coffee table in front of her, along with a pad of notepaper she and Smith had been using to jot down rough translations of the obscure medical jargon and terminology they contained.
"Me?"
Kirov shook his head.
"I'm in no real danger."
"There's still a problem," Smith broke in. "You and I have a past history of working together, both here and in Washington. And these people, whoever they are, know my name and at least some of my background. They might start asking awkward questions about Oleg Kirov, formerly a general in the Federal Security Service."
"That is extremely unlikely,"
the Russian said simply.
You see, before I left the FSB, I made sure that certain top-secret files were erased." Smith nodded. He crossed the room and dropped into a battered old armchair across from Fiona. He glanced back at the other man. "Okay, you're in the clear for now. That's a relief. But I'd still like to know exactly what role you're playing in all of this mess. I'm kind of curious about how you just happened to show up in the nick of time, especially armed and driving a conveniently untraceable vehicle." "Fiona asked me to provide distant cover for her during your rendezvous with Dr. Vedenskaya. I was glad to oblige her." "Oleg runs a private security consulting firm, mostly advising companies interested in doing business here in Moscow," Fiona Devon explained. "But he has a rather wide range of clients." "Including your mysterious Mr. Klein," Kirov interjected calmly. "So, once again, we are colleagues." Smith nodded slowly again as the pieces began falling into place. The retired Russian officer was one of Fiona Devon's Moscow assets, a member of her hand-picked Covert-One team. Kirov still had reliable friends and trusted colleagues at every level of the Russian government. No wonder she had been so confident that she could vet his list of potential sources so quickly. "So do you think you could finish helping me with Dr. Vedenskaya's notes?" Fiona asked Smith. She indicated the papers scattered across the coffee table. "My Russian is very good, but my knowledge of high-tech medical terminology is almost non-existent. So unless you can explain what all these phrases mean, I'm not going to get very far in turning this material into comprehensible English." Smith picked up the next set of case notes. "You may fire when ready, Miss Devon. My brain is at your service." Kirov moved into the apartment's tiny kitchen. He poked his head back into the living room only long enough to ask whether anyone wanted him to make tea. Both did. Once that was done, he joined them, and together they fought their way through small, dense columns of Cyrillic typescript, struggling to make sense out of the various abbreviations and bits of medical shorthand Vedenskaya and other doctors on her team had used. This painstaking work took hours, lasting until well into the early morning. Though difficult to read, Vedenskaya's notes were remarkably thorough. She had listed every conceivable particular of the first 4 victims, their names, ages, sex, socioeconomic status, and significant physical and mental characteristics. She had included detailed observations on the course of this mysterious disease in each person, from the first moment they were admitted to the hospital up to the very second they died. Every test result and autopsy report was there. At last, Smith sat back with a discouraged sigh. "Well, what do you think?" Fiona asked softly. "That we're no closer to understanding this puzzle than we were when we started. These notes essentially confirm everything Petrenko told me before he died. None of the victims knew each other. They all lived in widely separated sections of Moscow or the outer suburbs. They didn't have any common friends or acquaintances. Hell, they didn't seem to even share any of the same kinds of life or work experiences. There's absolutely nothing here that I can see operating as a natural vector for this illness." "A vector?" "A vector is any person, animal, or microorganism that transmits a given disease," Smith explained. "And that's important?" Smith nodded. "It could be very important, since it strongly suggests this disease does not have its origins in nature, which means that whatever killed those people could have been something cooked up in a lab." He broke off suddenly, thinking. "What is it, Colonel?" Fiona asked. A very ugly thought. "Look, those affected by this outbreak seem to have been as different as any 4 human beings could possibly be, right?" The other 2 nodded. "Well, it's almost as if they were selected as experimental subjects, chosen to test the action of some deadly organism or process on humans of varying ages, genders, and metabolisms." "That is an ugly thought," Fiona agreed soberly. "You're thinking of that rumor Vedenskaya repeated, the one about that East German scientist, aren't you?" "Yes, I am. If Wolf Renke is still alive, this first outbreak is just the sort of gruesome bioweapons test that sick son of a bitch would love to conduct." Then his shoulders slumped.
But even considering that possibility doesn't get us much farther. I still haven't been able to zero in on a useful pattern in these case notes. They don't seem to contain any data that would give us a clearer idea of exactly where this illness comes from, or how it kills its victims, or even how the damn thing is transmitted. Which confronts us with a disturbing paradox, Kira pointed out quietly. If these records are so useless, then why have so many been murdered to prevent you from studying them?
February 19th, the Kremlin. Russian President Victor Dudarev maintained his private office in the central section of the triangular yellow and white Senate building. The elaborate coat of arms of the Russian Federation hung on the wall behind Dudarev's malachite-topped desk. 2 flags flanked the desk. On the left, Russia's white, blue, and red national banner, and on the right, the more intricate and colorful presidential standard. Along the interior walls stood bookcases filled with rare volumes and up-to-date reference works. Between the room's 2 windows stood a long oak table surrounded by straight-backed chairs. Konstantin Malkovich occupied one of those chairs. He glanced across the table at Dudarev and then quickly at the stocky, gray-haired man seated next to the Russian president. The Serbian-born billionaire hid a frown. The unexpected presence of Alexei Ivanov, the dour head of the FSB's 13th Directorate, at this critical meeting disturbed him. He sensed the same uneasy mood in the man sitting on his right, Erich Brandt. Before they arrived at the Kremlin, the former Stasi officer had notified him that Ivanov was likely to make trouble for them over Hydra's unfortunate security lapses. Malkovich turned his attention back to the large screen set up at the head of the table. Colonel Pyotr Kirashenko, Dudarev's military aide, stood there, using a handheld controller to display the different map slides and charts that comprised this most secret briefing. The tank, motor rifle, Spetsnaz, and combat aviation units earmarked for Operation Zhukov continue to deploy from their peacetime bases to their designated war concentration areas, Kirashenko said, using the controller to highlight key points along Russia's borders with Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan. So far, there are no indications that the United States or its allies have detected the magnitude of these troop transfers, or that they understand their real significance. The West's ignorance is thanks largely to Hydra, the special weapon I have supplied, Malkovich interjected. Whatever Ivanov's purpose here today, it was always best to remind these Russians of just how much they owed him. By killing so many of their best intelligence analysts, my agents have made it almost impossible for the CIA, MI6, or any of their counterparts to pierce the more conventional veil of secrecy you have drawn over these movements. Naturally, the same holds true for the countries which are your intended victims. Once Hydra has run its course, too few of their key military commanders and political leaders will remain alive to coordinate any effective opposition to your operations. Yes, it is quite clear that this viral assassination weapon of yours has proved its worth. Thus far, Dudarev agreed. The Russian president nodded to Kirashenko. Continue, Pyotr. Sir. The colonel obeyed. Once Zhukov commences, our long-range aviation regiments will conduct simultaneous strikes against a wide range of targets. Command and control facilities, air defense sites, airfields, and enemy troop concentrations. He touched a button on the controller. Dozens of red stars appeared on the map, identifying targets scattered widely across the former Soviet republics slated for reconquest. At the same time, our tanks and motorized infantry units will advance, moving rapidly to secure their designated objectives, Kirashenko went on enthusiastically. Arrows slashed across the map, driving hundreds of kilometers deep into hostile territory to secure important cities, bridges, road and rail junctions, and vital industrial areas. Whole swaths of the map turned red, indicating their planned occupation and forcible return to Russian control. All of Kazakhstan, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and the entire eastern half of Ukraine. Malkovich nodded.
The Zhukov plan made excellent strategic, political, and economic sense. For Russia, it meant securing more defensible borders, reclaiming vast regions rich in natural resources and heavy industry, and bringing tens of millions of ethnic Russians back under the Kremlin's authority and protection. In the long run, it would mark the beginning of a grand effort to reclaim Russia's rightful place as one of the world's great powers. In the short term, crushing the most successful of the new democracies surrounding Russia was vital to Dudarev's own political survival. For Malkovich himself, Zhukov represented the opportunity to become one of the richest and most powerful men in all of human history. Now fantastically wealthy, he exercised a substantial measure of influence over several governments in Europe, Africa, and Asia, both through his overall economic clout and through direct bribes to susceptible politicians and bureaucrats. His enormous holdings also allowed him to subtly manipulate the operations of banks, brokerage houses, investment firms, pharmaceutical labs, oil companies, arms manufacturers, and other industries around the world. Through the Brandt Group, he commanded a force of hired killers and spies, enabling him to act clandestinely and violently if necessary against his personal enemies and business rivals. But of late, he had discovered there were still limits to his power. To his dismay, there were politicians he could not bribe or threaten, corporations he could not buy, and laws and regulations he could not yet overturn or safely ignore. And so Malkovich had begun scheming to find a way to increase his personal wealth and power. Long ago, in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War, he had secured the services of various Soviet bloc weapons scientists, Wolf-Reinke among them. At the time, he had only imagined developing a discreet side venture for one of his shell companies, the business of supplying unconventional armaments to the world's richest rogue states in return for huge sums of thoroughly illegal cash. But when Reinke came to him with the Hydra breakthrough, the ultimate precision-guided assassin's weapon, the Serbian-born billionaire had seen its potential. Control over this undetectable, unstoppable, and incurable weapon would give him the power he had long desired. With it, he could break nations whose leaders opposed him and reward those who allied themselves with his purposes. Under Victor Dudarev, Russia had chosen the path of wisdom. As payment for use of the Hydra weapon to soften up their enemies in the West and the former Soviet republics, Dudarev and his allies in the Kremlin had signed solemn and secret agreements with Malkovich, sealing a bargain that benefited both sides. By crippling the West's intelligence services, Hydra was making it possible for Russia to plan, organize, and conduct its military campaign without interference from America and its allies. Once the shooting started, the Europeans and Americans were sure to protest fiercely. But if they were caught by surprise, it was extremely unlikely that they would risk a wider war by intervening. Presented with the hard fact of Russian troops on the ground and firmly in control, the Americans would blink, reluctantly accepting reality. In turn, when Russia's conquests were complete, the billionaire would own the lion's share of the captured oil, natural gas, mining, armaments, and other industries. Within a short time, the profits from these new holdings would make him the richest man in the world.
"When will you attack?"
Malkovich heard Brandt ask. Kirichenko answered the question.
Zhukov will commence in less than 5 days. The first Spetsnaz raids and airstrikes will begin a few minutes after midnight on February 24th. Our tanks and other troops will cross the frontier shortly after that.
"Without prior provocation?"
Brandt said cynically.
"Forgive me, Colonel, but that seems somewhat unsubtle."
Ivanov leaned forward in his seat.
"There will be ample provocation, Herr Brandt. For example, in Ukraine, special intelligence strongly suggests there may soon be a regrettable terrorist incident, one that will kill a great many innocent ethnic Russians."
Brandt nodded coolly.
"I see. That is certainly convenient. And naturally, this terrorist attack would demand an immediate military response by your forces. Naturally. If the Kiev government cannot protect our people from its own Ukrainian ultra-nationalists, then we must do it for them.
Malkovich snorted. He turned to Dudarev. And what excuse will you find to intervene in Georgia and the other countries? The Russian president shrugged.
In Georgia and the rest of the former republics, there are already signs of growing political instability, thanks, of course, to the civilian and military leadership deaths inflicted by your Hydra virus.
Malkovich nodded. But now Ivanov pounced.
Unfortunately, Mr. Malkovich, Hydra itself may now present the greatest threat to our success. Herr Brandt's failure to eliminate Dr. Petrenko before he talked was a serious mistake, but his continuing failure to capture or kill this Colonel Smith and his associates is a potential disaster. The longer Smith runs free here in Moscow, the greater the chance that he will penetrate the Hydra secret. That is a chance we cannot take.
Very true, Alexei, Dudarev agreed. Zhukov's success depends entirely on our achieving almost complete surprise. But if the Americans learn of our involvement in the deaths caused by your viral weapon, everything we hope to achieve is put at risk.
What do you propose? Malkovich asked.
First, that my directorate assume full control over the search for Smith and the American journalist Ms. Devon,
Ivanov told him. He turned back to Brandt.
I want total cooperation this time. Nothing must be held back or concealed from me. Is that clearly understood?
For a moment, the former Stasi officer said nothing. His jaw tightened as he tried to hide his anger. Then he shrugged.
As you wish.
Malkovich kept his gaze fixed on Dudarev. Well, Victor, is that all? Dudarev shook his head.
Not quite, my friend. With American agents on the prowl, have you considered the possible dangers to your Hydra facility?
The lab is secure, Malkovich told him flatly. The Americans will not discover it.
That is good news. Still, it might be safer for all of us if Dr. Renke and his scientific team were transferred here, to one of our special maximum security bioapparat complexes. Don't you agree?
Malkovich grimaced. Now he could see the game the Russian president was playing. Complete control over Hydra and the secret of its creation was his high card in this high-stakes gamble. The unique viral weapon created by Renke made the billionaire an irreplaceable ally. But if he ever lost his monopoly on this lethal technology, the men in the Kremlin would be free to act as they saw fit. For that reason, he had kept all knowledge of Renke's whereabouts a closely guarded secret.
The facility is safe, he repeated coldly. Of that you have my most solemn word.
Dudarev nodded slowly.
Very well. I am willing to accept your pledge. But one thing must be made absolutely explicit, Mr. Malkovich. Since you will not allow us to protect the secret of this weapon ourselves, we will hold you personally responsible for any further failures. 5 days remain before we can launch Zhukov. 5 short days. But until our soldiers and combat aircraft are in action, the Americans must not learn of Hydra's existence. If they do, your life is forfeit.
Moscow. Jon Smith reacted instantly to the sound of a soft knock on the apartment's front door. Rising from the sofa where he had been trying to catch up on his sleep, he scooped the 9mm Makarov from the coffee table, thumbed the safety off, and yanked back on the slide to chamber a round. Then he swung around with the pistol extended in both hands, ready to fire. He steadied his aim. The Makarov's front and rear sights settled on the center of the door and stayed there. Fiona Devon came in from the bedroom.
"Who is it?"
she called out.
"It's me, Oleg."
Smith relaxed slightly. He recognized Kirov's voice. Slowly, he lowered his Makarov and put the safety back on. Fiona went forward to unlock and unbolt the door. The tall, barrel-chested Russian came in quickly, carrying a pair of heavy suitcases.
"What's up?"
Kirov set the suitcases down and moved to the nearest window. He pulled back the drapes a bit.
"Come and see for yourselves,"
he suggested, nodding at the street below. Smith and Fiona joined him. Cars and delivery trucks were backed up all along the bridge across the Vodovodny Canal. Militiamen in gray overcoats and peaked caps were moving in pairs from vehicle to vehicle, bending down to examine papers and ask questions of each driver.
"Ministry of the Interior troops," Kirov said coolly. "From what I've seen, there are checkpoints going up at most of the key intersections and outside the more important metro transfer stations. According to the news, this is just part of a routine security sweep for suspected Chechen terrorists. But I managed to get close enough to one of the checkpoints to see what they were using to sift through the crowds. The militia have copies of your passport photos. Both of you need new papers with new faces and new names."
Smith stared back at him, struck by something the other man had just said. His eyes widened.
"Names,"
he said abruptly.
"That's the link we've been missing.
We've all been wondering why so many people were killed to prevent us from getting our hands on those case notes. Well, maybe the answer has been staring us right in the face all along."
"Exactly what are you talking about, Colonel?" Fiona asked quietly.
John led them back to the coffee table.
"Names,"
he said again, fanning out the sheaf of typed papers and their scrawled translations. With a red pencil, he swiftly circled certain sections of the papers.
"See for yourselves. That's what Elena's notes contain. The names of the victims of the first outbreak, and their families and their addresses, right?"
The other two nodded slowly.
Smith explained, "Somehow, somewhere, there has to be a connection between those who died and between their families, a connection that could give us a better understanding of how this new disease works and where it comes from."
Fiona frowned.
"I don't see it, Colonel. You've already pointed out that there isn't any clear link between those poor people. No friendships, no family ties, nothing that would explain why they fell ill and died so horribly."
Smith nodded.
"That's true. Elena, Valentine Petrenko, and the other Russian scientists studying the outbreak were completely unable to identify any ordinary connection between the four victims. But what if the link between them is something more subtle, maybe a shared genetic or other biochemical trait? Some weakness or pre-existing condition that made them especially vulnerable to this new disease?"
"Do you really believe it might be possible to discover this shared trait?" Kirov asked.
Smith nodded again. "Yes, I do. But it won't be easy. First, we'll have to find a way to interview the families of the victims. If we can persuade them to let us take blood, tissue, and DNA samples, a series of lab tests ought to be able to pinpoint any areas of similarity."
"And somehow you plan to do all of these things while you and Miss Devon are on the Kremlin's most wanted list?" Kirov commented dryly.
"Yep, that's about the size of it."
It was the evening rush hour, and hundreds of Muscovites packed the steep escalators serving the Smolenskaya metro station. Among them were 3 people, one of them a tall, strong-looking man in his mid-50s. He carried a heavy canvas duffel bag slung over one shoulder and wore a martyred expression as he patiently shepherded his doddering elderly mother and his equally ancient father off the escalator.
"We're almost outside, little mother," he said gently. "Just a little farther now."
He looked back over his shoulder at the older man.
"Come now, Papa. You must do your best to keep up."
Once they were safely outside the metro station, the old woman painfully made her way over to a bench and sat down. The 2 men followed her.
"I swear to God, Oleg," Fiona Devon muttered, "I'm going to be sick if I don't get out of these foul-smelling clothes and all this damned padding, and soon."
"I am sorry," Kirov said, "but we're almost there. It's only 100 meters or so farther on, just down that next little side street." Fiona forced herself back onto her feet and shuffled off in the direction Kirov indicated. Together, they turned into an alley lined with small shops. Patiently, the Russian led them to a narrow door halfway down the alley. Next to the door, a dirty window displayed a poorly lit selection of antique samovars, matryoshka dolls, lacquer boxes, and bowls. When they came in, the proprietor's dark eyes brightened at the sight of Kirov, and he came around the counter to greet them.
"Oleg!"
he boomed.
I assume these are the friends of whom you spoke on the phone.
They are. He turned to Fiona and Smith. And this overfed villain is Lado Yashvili, the self-described bane of Moscow's legitimate antique dealers.
What the general here says is very true,
Yashvili admitted.
But then I have my poor living to make, and they have theirs, eh? We each prosper in our own way.
So I hear, Kirov agreed.
But now to business, correct?
Yashvili said expansively.
Do not worry, Oleg. I think you and your friends will be very pleased by the quality of my merchandise.
Will we? Fiona said carefully. Yashvili chuckled.
Ah, babushka, there you misunderstand the nature of my business.
He waved a dismissive hand at the bric-a-brac scattered around his shop.
These things are largely for show. Come, I will show you my true passion.
He swung round and ushered them through a door at the back of his shop. It opened into a storeroom. Off in the far corner, a steep flight of stairs led down into the basement. This staircase ended at a locked steel door. Yashvili unlocked the door and pushed it open with an extravagant, sweeping gesture.
Take a look for yourselves. Here you see my studio.
Smith and Fiona stared around them in wonder. They were standing in a large, brightly lit chamber. It was filled with expensive photography equipment, computers, several different types of color laser printers and photocopiers, engraving machines, and rack upon rack containing what appeared to be almost every imaginable kind of paper, inks, and of chemicals used to artificially age documents. One whole side of the room was set up as a photo studio, complete with different backdrops, a wash basin with soap, shampoos and towels, and a privacy screen.
Speaking with all due modesty, I, Lado Yashvili, am the very best in my chosen profession, certainly in Moscow and perhaps in all of Russia. The general here understands this fact.
You're definitely a gifted forger, Kirov agreed tersely. He shot a glance at Smith and Fiona. In the old days, the KGB held a monopoly on Yashvili's rather unique services, but now he's branched out into the private sector. Kirov dumped the canvas duffel bag he was carrying on a nearby table and began quickly removing items from it. Within moments, the table was covered with shoes and sets of clean, stylish clothing in sizes that would fit the two agents, different colored wigs and hairpieces, dyes, and a kit containing other items that would help them alter their appearance.
And you still want all of the documents we discussed earlier?
Yashvili asked. Kirov nodded. My friends will need new foreign passports, Swedish, I think. Also photocopies of appropriate business visas and immigration cards. Ones issued at St. Petersburg would probably be best. Plus, they'll need paperwork confirming their employment by the World Health Organization. They'll also want a set of local identity papers as a fallback, documents with good, solid Russian names on them. Will any of that present a problem?
Not a bit.
How long will you need?
3 hours.
And the price? 1 million rubles in cash. Kirov shrugged. Very well, half now. He pulled a large stack of Russian banknotes out of the duffel bag and handed them to Yashvili. And half later, when the work is finished. While Yashvili took the money upstairs for safekeeping, Kirov spoke quietly to Smith and Fiona. Join me when Yashvili is done here. The rest of his money is in the bag. I'll wait for you in the bar in the Hotel Belgrade. With luck, I won't recognize either of you. You're not staying? Fiona asked. Kirov shook his head regretfully. I have a rendezvous I must keep, a private meeting with another old friend, a man who may have some of the answers we need. An old friend in uniform? Smith guessed. Perhaps from time to time, John, the other man agreed with a slight smile. Though senior officers in the Federal Security Service often prefer a simple business suit for social occasions. It was well after 10 at night when Smith and Fiona Devon entered the lobby bar at the Hotel Belgrade, but the place was still hopping. Oleg Kirov sat by himself in one corner of the noisy room, silently smoking a cigarette. Together, Smith and Fiona made their way over through the crowds.
"May we join you?"
Jon asked. Kirov looked up at them.
"Of course, it would be a pleasure. Shall I ask your names, or would that be considered rude on so brief an acquaintance?"
"Not at all," Smith answered smoothly. He sat down and slid his new Swedish passport across the table. The forged passport looked as though he had carried it around for several years, and it included entry and exit stamps for a number of different countries. "I'm Dr. Kalle Strand, an epidemiologist assigned to the World Health Organization." "And my name is Berit Lindqvist," Fiona said, "Dr. Strand's personal assistant." Kirov studied their changed appearance. Then he nodded. "A good job. It should suffice."
"Let's hope so," Smith said.
A blonde wig covered his dark hair. A pair of cheek inserts broadened his face. Padding around his waist added 15 or 20 pounds to his apparent weight, and a pair of heavy black-frame eyeglasses with clear lenses drew attention away from his blue eyes. Fiona Devon had undergone a similar transformation. Jon asked, "Did your friend in the FSB give you any information worth sharing?"
"He did. First, he confirmed that the manhunt for you was set in motion by orders from the very highest levels of the Kremlin. The militia and Ministry of the Interior units involved have instructions to report directly to Alexei Ivanov."
"Ivanov?" Fiona repeated with a frown. "That's not good." Smith leaned forward. "Who exactly is Ivanov?"
"He's the head of the FSB's 13th Directorate," Kirov told him. "He takes his orders from President Dudarev and no one else. For all practical purposes, his section operates independently of the regular FSB command structure. It is said that his men violate the law and our constitution with total impunity."
Fiona nodded.
"The man is ruthless and completely amoral, but he's also extremely competent, which leaves me wondering how he managed to escape that first ambush at all. Why murder Vidensky on the street and then try to kidnap us using a fake ambulance crew? Why not just call out the militia and have them snap us up?"
"Because that was not Ivanov's show," Kirov said quietly. "My former colleague managed to get a look at the first militia reports of the incident before the Kremlin ordered a halt to any further investigation."
"And?" Smith asked.
"The militia managed to identify 2 of the dead men. Both were former KGB, men who are used chiefly for wet work against dissidents and suspected traitors."
Smith nodded grimly. Wet work was a euphemism for state-sanctioned murder.
"You said former KGB." "Correct. For the past several years, they have been employed by the Brandt Group, the same people who tried to eliminate you in Prague."
"But Brandt and his thugs work for the highest bidder, not on their own whim," Fiona pointed out. "So who is paying the bills to have us kidnapped?"
"That is still unclear," Kirov admitted. "But my colleague did learn that the ambulance was registered to the St. Cyril Medical Center."
Fiona saw Smith's questioning look and explained.
"The center is a sort of joint Western Russian teaching hospital set up to improve the standard of health care in this country."
She turned to Kirov.
"Was the ambulance stolen?"
"If so, the theft does not seem to have been reported to the authorities."
"How very curious. And who funds this medical clinic?"
"It's a public-private consortium," Fiona told him. "Roughly a third of its budget comes from the Ministry of Health, but the rest of its money comes from a network of foreign charities and foundations."
She stopped abruptly, apparently deep in thought.
"Including a very substantial percentage from a foundation controlled by Konstantin Malkovich."
"Curiouser and curiouser," Smith said. "Consider this. You tell Malkovich about this disease outbreak and the official cover-up. He says that he's horrified and promises that he'll do whatever he can to help you learn the truth. Later that same night, the Brandt Group swoops in to nail us both. And now it turns out that the ambulance they use just happens to belong to a hospital that gets a ton of money from good old Konstantin Malkovich. You believe that he may be involved in this conspiracy, together with Dudarev?" Kirov asked. Beyond a shadow of a doubt? Smith said. No, all this stuff could be just pure coincidence. But there sure seems to be a hell of a lot of smoke drifting around Mr. Malkovich, doesn't there?
So there does, Fiona agreed bitterly. Enough to imagine there may well be some very bright flames dancing about beneath the smoke. Not that we stand much of a chance of pinning anything on him right now.
That is so, Kirov said. If this billionaire is in league with the Kremlin, he will take every conceivable precaution so long as you and Colonel Smith are still alive. No one unknown to him will be allowed anywhere near his person, let alone near any incriminating evidence. Pursuing Malkovich directly would only mean putting our own heads in a noose. Smith nodded. You're right. It still makes more sense to contact the families of the victims while we can. Obtaining solid data on this new disease is our first priority. But we should brief Red Klein on what we suspect before we make our next move. There is one more thing I think Mr. Klein should know, Kirov said slowly. According to my colleague in the security service, there are signs of an even greater danger stirring in this country, a danger that may well be connected in some way to this mysterious illness. As he talked, Smith and Fiona sat silently, listening with growing concern while Kirov recounted the rumors of intensive military preparation that were beginning to circulate through the upper levels of the FSB headquarters. There were whispers of secret troop movements and military exercises, the movement of vast stockpiles of ammunition, food, and fuel to camouflaged supply dumps on Russia's borders, and ever tighter security around the Kremlin and the Ministry of Defense. And they all seemed to point toward the unthinkable, a campaign of conquest aimed at the former Soviet republics. February 20th. Huge housing projects lined Moscow's outer ring road, surrounding the city with row after row of drab gray blocks. Jon Smith and Fiona Devon made their way carefully up the stairwell of one of these apartment buildings. The tiny two-room flat they were seeking was on the 4th floor, at the far end of the building. Smith and Fiona were here to visit the parents of Mikhail Voronov, the 7-year-old boy who had first contracted the terrible disease they were tracking. At first glance, John found it difficult to believe that the silent, withdrawn woman who opened the door at their knock could possibly be the boy's real mother. She seemed far too old. But then he saw her eyes, full of ever-renewed sorrow and left raw and red by constant weeping. They were the eyes of a woman, always poor, who had now been robbed of her one real treasure, her only child. Even 2 months later, she was still clad all in black.
Yes? She asked. How can I help you?
Please accept our deepest sympathies on your tragic loss, Mrs. Voronova, and please accept our most sincere apologies for intruding in this difficult time, Smith said quietly. He showed her his forged UN identity card. My name is Strand, Dr. Kala Strand. I'm with the World Health Organization. And this is Ms. Lindqvist, my assistant.
I do not understand, the woman said. Why are you here? We're investigating the illness that killed your son, Fiona explained. We're trying to find out exactly what happened to Mikhail, so that others may someday be saved.
Slowly, comprehension dawned on the woman's grief-ravaged face.
Oh, of course, come in.
She stepped back from the door and motioned them inside.
Please, sit down, the woman said, indicating a sofa. I will bring my husband, Yuri.
She reddened.
He is trying to sleep. You must excuse him. He is not fully himself. Not since our son.
Clearly unable to say anything more without weeping, she turned and bustled away through a door into the flat's only other room. Fiona silently nudged Smith, indicating the framed picture of a small, smiling boy propped up on the low table. It was wreathed in black ribbon. The dead boy's mother came back into the room, now accompanied by her husband. Yuri Voronov was more a shambling, grief-ridden shadow than a living being. His bloodshot eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and his hands trembled constantly.
"Tatiana has told me you are scientists,"
Voronov said slowly.
"with the United Nations, and that you are studying the illness that took our little boy."
Smith nodded. "That's right, sir. If possible, we would very much like to ask you and your wife questions about your son's life and about his overall health. Your answers may help us learn how to fight this disease before it kills other children."
"Da,"
the other man said simply.
"We will do whatever we can. No one else should have to suffer as Mishka did."
"Thank you," Smith said quietly. Then, while Fiona took detailed notes, Jon led the two Russians through a painstaking inquiry into their son's past medical history and theirs, trying to find some angle that Petrenko, Vedenskaya, and the others might have missed. For their part, the boy's parents answered patiently. Yes, Mikhail had suffered the usual childhood ailments in Russia, measles, mumps, and the occasional bouts of the common flu. For the most part, though, he had been a healthy, reasonably happy child. Neither of his parents had ever used illegal drugs. No one in the Voronovs' immediate or extended family had a history of serious chronic illness, no strange cancers or birth defects or other crippling disorders. Smith sat back feeling completely frustrated. So far, he could see nothing that might explain how or why Mikhail Voronov had contracted the previously unknown disease that had killed him. What linked this boy to the others who had also fallen ill in Moscow? Jon frowned. He strongly suspected that the answer lay buried somewhere in their genetic makeup. Checking his theory meant obtaining DNA, blood, and tissue samples from the victim's surviving relatives. Smith sighed. If you've only got one shot left, he told himself, you'd better take it. To his relief, both of Mikhail Voronov's parents were eager to give him the blood and other samples he wanted.
"What else can these poor people do now that would give more meaning to their lives?"
Fiona murmured softly, while she helped him sort out the test kits, syringes, Dacron-tipped swabs, and other pieces of medical equipment provided by one of Kirov's contacts. She looked up at Smith with a serious expression.
"You're offering them another chance to fight back against the disease that murdered their child. Most parents I know would gladly walk through fire for that opportunity. Wouldn't you?"
Smith nodded slowly. Humbled, he turned back to the Voronovs. "Let's start by obtaining samples of your DNA." He offered each of them a long swab. "Now, what I'd like you to do—" To his surprise, before he could give them any instructions, both Russians began using the swabs to scrape away at the insides of their mouths, collecting the soft tissue cells that were the most useful for DNA analysis. Jon stared at them in astonishment. "Have you done this before?" Both of them nodded.
"Oh, yes," the boy's father told him. "For the big study."
"And so did little Mishka,"
his wife recalled softly.
"He was so proud that day."
She looked across at her husband.
"Do you remember, Yuri, how proud he was?"
"I do."
Voronov wiped at his eyes.
"Our boy was a brave little man that day."
"Pardon me,"
Anna said carefully.
"Which study was this?"
Voronov rose to his feet and went into the back bedroom. Some papers, and then he returned holding out a large, handsomely embossed certificate of appreciation. He offered it to Smith. With Fiona reading over his shoulder, Jon scanned the ornate script. Essentially, the certificate thanked the Voronov family for their vital participation in the Slavic Genesis study conducted by the European Center for Population Research. It was dated the year before. He exchanged a startled glance with Fiona. She nodded slowly in dawning comprehension. So someone had been collecting DNA from these people, and collecting it only months before the Voronov's 7-year-old son contracted a previously unknown disease, a fatal disease that destroyed systems and organs throughout the body. The White House. It was still in the morning when a uniformed Secret Service agent ushered Fred Klein into the president's den upstairs in the East Wing. The president sat in one of the room's two large recliners, moodily paging through the morning intelligence brief. He motioned toward the other chair. "Sit down, Fred." Klein obeyed. Castilla pushed the pile of papers aside and turned to his old friend. "Has there been any more news from Smith and the others in Moscow?" "Not yet, but I expect another report in a matter of hours at most." The president nodded. "Good, because I'm going to need as much information as I can get, and I'm going to need it very soon, certainly within the next 48 hours. Klein raised an eyebrow. "Based on what we've learned from Smith and other sources around the world, I'm convinced that whatever the Russians are planning is coming up fast," Castilla explained, "which means that our window for heading them off is closing even faster." "Yes, sir," the head of Covert-One agreed. If the rumors Smith and Fiona Devon had picked up about the accelerating tempo of Russian military preparations were accurate, the U.S. and its allies would already be hard-pressed to react in time. "I'm calling a secret meeting with high-level representatives of some of our closest allies," Castilla told him. "The UK, France, Germany, and Japan for a start. I want us to forge a united response to the Kremlin, a series of concrete measures that will force Dudarev to back down before he pulls the trigger on whatever operation he's planning." "When?" Klein asked quietly. "The morning of February 22nd. Klein frowned. "That's a very tight deadline. I don't know that I can promise concrete results by then." Castilla nodded. "I understand, but that's all the time we have, Fred. Believe me, I'm making the same impossible demands of everyone else. At the NSC meeting last night, I ordered the redirection of every other component of our national intelligence capability. Spy satellites, signals intercept stations, and whatever agent networks we still have, onto the same mission. When our allies show up in the Oval Office, I need solid and convincing evidence of Russia's aggressive intentions." "And if we can't get it for you in time?" The president sighed. "Then I'll go ahead with the meeting anyway, but I won't kid myself. Without something more than my own fears and a few vague hints of trouble, the odds are very much against anyone else being willing to join us in facing down Moscow." Klein nodded tightly. "I'll relay the critical time frame to Colonel Smith as soon as I can." "You do that. I hate to ask you to expose your people to more danger, but I don't see any alternative." He broke off, hearing his secure phone ring. He answered it swiftly. "Yes?" While Klein watched, the president's broad, deeply lined face sagged. "When?" Castilla asked. He listened to the reply. "I understand, Admiral." The president disconnected and then punched in an internal White House number. "This is Sam Castilla, Charlie," he said to his chief of staff. "Round up the NSE, pronto. We have an emergency situation on our hands." Finished, he turned back to Klein. "That was Admiral Brose. He just received a flash communication from Space Command headquarters out in Colorado. There's been an explosion in space and we've lost one of our most sophisticated spy satellites, Lacrosse 5, the one that watches Ukraine." North of Moscow. It was pitch black outside by the time Jon Smith and Fiona Devon reached their next destination, a large dacha once owned by Alexander Zakharov, the old man who had been the second victim of the suspicious disease outbreak. Before he retired, Zakharov had been both an influential member of the ruling Communist Party and the state manager of a heavy industry complex. During the first wild years of crony capitalism after the Soviet Union imploded, he had earned a substantial fortune by selling off shares in the factories under his control. The luxurious dacha he had acquired with some of his ill-gotten loot was located over an arduous hour's drive north of the Outer Ring Road. While grinding slowly along narrow, snow-clogged country lanes, Smith had wondered why on earth Zakharov's rich widow would choose to live so far outside Moscow. Within 5 minutes after they were ushered into her elegantly furnished sitting room, neither John nor Fiona wondered very much about why the former party boss's widow lived in rural isolation. Their reluctant hostess was a woman who neither wanted nor enjoyed the company of others. Madame Irina Zakharova had a deeply lined face that bore the sour, caustic frown of one who never expects much from anyone. With a jaundiced eye, she finished examining Smith's forged World Health Organization credentials and handed the papers back with an indifferent shrug.
Very well, you may ask your questions, Dr. Strand.
Smith led her through the same set of health-related questions he had already asked the Voronovs. Fiona carefully took down her answers, maddeningly incomplete though they were. When the old woman began to show unmistakable signs that her own limited patience was wearing thin, John decided it was time to shift his line of questioning to their chief area of interest: the European Center for Population Research and its DNA sampling around Moscow.
Thank you for your time, Madame Zakharova. You have been extremely helpful.
Smith lied, sitting back in his chair and beginning to gather up his papers. Oh, there is just one other small matter.
Yes.
Our records show that you and your husband participated in a major DNA survey last year. Is that correct?
The big genetic study? Oh, yes. Swabbing out our mouths for perfect strangers in the name of science. A disgusting ritual, if you ask my opinion, but Alexander was very excited about the whole grotesque process.
She shook her head in contempt.
My husband was a fool. He actually believed that this so-called Slavic Genesis project would prove one of his own silly pet theories, that we Russians are the pinnacle of European racial and ethnic evolutionary development.
John forced himself to hide his elation. He was now sure that they had uncovered an important part of the origins of this deadly disease. After he and Fiona Devon finished talking to the Voronovs that morning, they had gone back to their safe house. Then, while he reviewed his notes and made the careful phone calls necessary to arrange this interview, Fiona had spent several hours online digging up whatever she could about the ECPR and its Slavic Genesis project. 2 important pieces of the puzzle had become clear. First, although Slavic Genesis was a very large, expensive, and ambitious scientific undertaking, its researchers had collected DNA from just 1,000 of the roughly 9 million people living in the greater Moscow region. For the purposes of evaluating historical shifts in Slavic populations, this sample size was sufficient, especially when combined with the thousands upon thousands of other samples taken in other countries in Eastern Europe and across the former Soviet republics. But it also meant that this link between 7-year-old Mikhail Voronov and the 75-year-old Alexander Zakharov was more than the blind operation of random chance. Second, Konstantin Malkovich's name had popped up yet again. Corporations and foundations that he controlled provided a substantial share of the ECPR's funding. Smith grimaced. One potential connection to Konstantin Malkovich, the ambulance from the St. Cyril Medical Center, might be dismissed as a fluke. 2 could not. Malkovich was involved in this conspiracy, along with his pal in the Kremlin, Victor Dudarev. In the woods outside the dacha, Oleg Kirov lay propped up behind a log half buried in the snow, keeping a careful eye on the deeply rutted track that led up from the nearest country lane. Surplus Army-issue night vision goggles turned the surrounding darkness into green-tinted monochromatic day. 20 or so meters behind him, covered in branches and boughs, lay the squat bulk of his Gaz Hunter, the Russian equivalent of the American Jeep Wrangler. Kirov had driven to the Zakharov dacha ahead of Smith and Fiona Devon. His first task had been to quickly scout the area for signs of possible danger. His second had been to establish this hidden observation post. The Russian focused his gaze on the car parked next to the front door. Madame Zakharova kept her Mercedes in a heated garage attached to the house, Her infrequent guests were forced to make do with a small patch of icy gravel. Nothing seemed to be stirring near the dark blue Volga sedan he had obtained for the two agents. Then suddenly, Kirov stiffened. He heard powerful engines echoing among the trees. The sounds were still some distance away, but they were unmistakably drawing nearer. He rose higher to get a better look and then dropped flat, reaching into his pocket in a tearing hurry. Smith's cell phone rang suddenly. "Excuse me," he told the widow. He flipped the phone open. "Yes?" It was Kirov. "You've got to leave, John. Now! 2 unmarked cars just turned off the main road. They're heading straight for the dacha. Go now! Out the back!" "We're on our way," Smith said grimly. He shut the phone and stood up, grabbing his winter coat in the same motion. He felt the bulge of the 9mm Makarov pistol concealed in one of the pockets. "Trouble?" Fiona asked in English. She rose at the same time, already gathering up her coat and gloves. "We've got company. We're abandoning the car and bugging out. Oleg will meet us outside." She nodded her understanding. The older Russian woman looked up at them in confusion. "Your questions are finished? You are going?" Smith nodded. "Yes, Madame Zakharova, we're going, right now." He steered Fiona out of the sitting room and into the dacha's wide central passage. There they ran into a stout, middle-aged maid. "Where's the back door?" John demanded. Startled, the maid nodded her head down the hallway. "It's there, through the kitchen." They slid around her and moved rapidly down the hall. Behind them, someone began pounding loudly on the dacha's front door. "Militia, open up!" John and Fiona walked on even faster. The kitchen was quite large and equipped with every modern convenience. In the corner, another of Madame Zakharova's servants, a young, strongly built man, sat finishing his dinner. He looked up in astonishment as they came hurrying past him. "Hey, where are you?" Smith waved him back to his chair. "This lady is not feeling well. She needs some fresh air." He pulled the heavy wood door open. Light and warmth spilled out into the icy darkness, illuminating a narrow expanse of deep white snow. The dacha occupied a small clearing in the forest, and the closest trees were only a few meters away. A small, trampled path through the snow led off toward a collection of trash cans set against the rear of the house. "Quick now," Smith whispered to Fiona. "And once we're in among the trees, run like hell. Circle to the left. Don't stop for anything or anyone until we reach Kirov. Got it?" She nodded. The two of them headed out toward the forest. Suddenly, 3 armed men stepped out from among the trees. All 3 wore snow camouflage parkas and carried submachine guns. 2 were shorter than Smith, but they moved with the quiet confidence of trained soldiers. The third man was an inch or so taller than John, and his eyes were a wintry slate gray. There were strands of gray in his blonde hair. Smith and Fiona froze in their tracks. "Put your hands up, please," the tall man ordered quietly in English. Slowly, Smith raised his arms, keeping his palms out to show that he was unarmed. Fiona did the same thing. "A sensible decision," the blond man approved. "I am Eric Brandt, and you are the notorious Colonel Jonathan Smith and the lovely, though equally notorious Miss Devon." "Smith? Devon? I don't know what you're talking about," John said stiffly. "My name is Strand, Dr. Kala Strand, and this is Ms. Lindqvist. We are scientists working for the United Nations." Brandt shook his head. "Come now, Colonel. Let's not play such silly games. You're no more Swedes than I am." He jerked the barrel of his submachine gun toward the dacha. "In sight. Move." Slowly, Smith and Fiona backed up. There were 3 other gunmen inside the house now. They were holding Madame Zakharova and her 3 servants, the maid, the young man from the kitchen, and an older man, as prisoners in her sitting room. Seated regally in her high-backed armchair, the older woman stared in outrage at Brandt.
"What is this nonsense? How dare you invade my home?"
The former East German secret policeman shrugged. "A regrettable necessity, madam. Unfortunately, these people are spies.
They're enemies of the state.
Ridiculous,
Zakharova scoffed. Brandt smiled again. You think so? He turned to his men. Bind their hands, and then search them. Be very thorough. Conscious of the several weapons pointed straight at him, Smith stood still, reluctantly submitting as his hands were roughly bound behind his back with a length of plastic cable, flex cuffs of the same kind used on insurgents and terrorists captured by U.S. troops in Iraq. He heard Fiona hiss in pain through her clenched teeth as the same thing was done to her. Once they were tied up, Brandt's men frisked them. Smith bristled. The blonde wig came off, revealing his dark hair, and he was forced to spit out the cheek inserts that had altered the shape of his face. Brandt stood watching as his men first found John's 9mm pistol, then Fiona's 5.45mm Makarov PSM, their elements of disguise, their forged passports and other papers, and finally their high-tech Covert-One issue cell phones. They set the weapons and other equipment on a coffee table in front of him. Brandt turned to Madame Zakharova, who sat watching the proceedings. You see? Weapons, disguises, forged passports, and sophisticated communications devices. Tell me, madam, are these the normal accoutrements carried by Swedish medical researchers, or are they devices better suited to foreign spies?
Spies,
the older woman admitted quietly. Just so, Brandt said calmly. He reached into a pocket, took out a pair of thin latex gloves, and then began putting them on. Your late husband was a high-ranking member of the party in the old days, madam. You are not a simple member of the uneducated masses. Tell me, what was the penalty for espionage and for treason?
Death,
she whispered. Exactly right, the German told her. He finished donning the gloves and then glanced toward the visibly frightened servants sitting on one of the sofas. Which one of you is Petr Klimuk? The older man hesitantly raised one hand. I am, sir. And you are the one who contacted us when you heard that your mistress was going to meet with these foreigners? Klimuk nodded. That's right, just like you asked me to do. You promised that if I reported anyone snooping around asking questions about her husband, I would get a reward. So I did, and so you shall. Without hesitating, the gray-eyed man took Smith's pistol off the coffee table in front of him, thumbed off the safety, aimed, and shot Klimuk in the forehead. While the other servants were still staring at their dead colleague in horror, Brandt swung the pistol slightly and fired 2 more times. The maid and the younger man both slumped back against the sofa, each killed by a single shot. The former Stasi officer turned away. Madame Zakharova sat motionless on her high-backed chair, looking at her murdered servants.
Why kill them? They were not spies. Yes, Klimuk and the others were ignorant and foolish, but they had done nothing to deserve death.
Brandt shrugged. Very few people ever do. He raised the Makarov and fired again. Shot through the heart, the older woman fell back in her chair. Carefully, Brandt set the pistol down on the floor and then kicked it away under the sofa. He glanced at Smith. When the militia arrive, they should find the fingerprints on that weapon of great interest, don't you think? Your fingerprints, naturally. You Americans are so violent, so trigger-happy. No wonder you are so widely disliked throughout the world. He swung back to his watching men. Bring them. Let's go. Smith and Fiona were hustled out through the door and shoved into the back seat of one of the 3 vehicles parked outside the dacha, an all-wheel drive Ford Explorer. Brandt and one of his men climbed into the front seat. One of the remaining gunmen scrambled into the Volga brought by the Americans, while the others got into the third car, another big 4-wheel drive Ford. In convoy, with the Explorer transporting Brandt, Smith, and Devon in the lead, the 3 vehicles turned across the patch of gravel and drove away from the dacha, bumping slowly down the rutted track leading back to the road. Once on the road, they turned right, not left, and sped up.
Smith sat up a little straighter. They were heading west through the darkness. Trees, high mounded snowbanks, and brush-choked turnoffs to old logging tracks appeared briefly in their high beams and then vanished behind them into the night. He glanced at Fiona to see if she had noticed. She nodded slightly. Brandt and his men were not taking them back to Moscow. Why not? Smith wondered. If the former Stasi officer was working for Malkovich and the billionaire was working with the Kremlin, why not simply hand them over to the Russians for interrogation? Were Brandt and his wealthy employer playing a double game of some kind? Vladek Fadayev lay perfectly still among the clumped birch trees lining the road. Thanks to his snow parka and twig-laced camouflage netting, anyone looking at the lean, hollow-cheeked sniper from more than a couple of meters away would only have seen one more snow hummock among many in the woods. Despite the bitter cold, Fadayev was content. As a younger man, he had spent 2 years in combat in Afghanistan, killing Mujahideen warriors at long range with his much-loved SVD rifle. The experience had taught him to love the difficult and dangerous game of hunting other men. After the Red Army abandoned its long war against the Afghans, peace had come as a tremendous letdown. All in all, the sniper reflected, he was fortunate to have found employment with a man like Eric Brandt. One by one, the taillights of Brandt's 3 vehicles disappeared around a bend. The sound of their engines faded into the night. Fadayev stayed motionless, waiting. His patience was rewarded. A big, boxy Gaz hunter lumbered out of the woods ahead of him. The Russian-made Jeep swung sharply west onto the narrow road and accelerated. The sniper smiled. He spoke quietly into his radio mic. "This is Fadayev. You are quite right. The Americans had company, and now you are being followed." Smith fought to control his expression when he heard the report crackling over the tactical radio hooked to the Explorer's dashboard. Oleg Kirov had been spotted. Brandt leaned forward and took the mic. "Understood, Fadayev. We'll deal with the situation from this end. Out." He looked over his shoulder at Smith and Devon. "That will be your colleague, I imagine." Neither moved a muscle. Brandt smiled at the sight of their carefully impassive faces. "I am not a fool. I knew that you would never go into a danger zone without support." Smith stared out the window. In the dark, it was difficult to see much of anything. In the seat ahead of him, he heard Brandt using the radio again. "All vehicles, halt! Deploy for action to our rear." The big car they were in slowed, pulled over to the side just past a blind curve, and stopped. The Volga and the second Ford Explorer did the same, pulling up right behind them. Doors slammed open, and Brandt's men spilled out onto the narrow road, rapidly fanning out among the trees with their automatic weapons ready. In the silence, John and Fiona heard the noise of another car coming up the hill behind them. Awkwardly, they swung round in the seat to stare through the back window. Smith felt his jaw tighten. What could he do? "Be still, Colonel," Brandt said coldly, "or I will put a bullet in your brain." Smith glanced over his shoulder. The gray-eyed man sat there staring straight at him, aiming a pistol squarely at his head. The oncoming Gaz-manufactured Jeep came racing around the corner. It was moving fast in a blaze of headlights. Brandt's men opened up instantly, firing their submachine guns on full automatic. Bullets hammered the speeding Jeep. Its windshield blew inward, shattered into 1,000 separate bits. Without slowing at all, the bullet-riddled Jeep veered sharply off the road and plunged wildly down a wooded slope. Still skidding downhill at high speed, the hunter slammed into a birch tree with an ear-splitting crash, spun away, and then slowly toppled sideways over the edge of a ravine. Brandt, still holding his pistol on Smith, picked up the radio mic. "Fadayev, this is Brandt. We're finished here. Listen, get back in your car and come up the hill after us. I want you to investigate the wreckage of that Jeep and to retrieve any documents carried by the driver. See if you can learn the name of the man we just killed.
Understand?" A flat, emotionless voice crackled back across the radio. "I understand." Brett nodded. "Good. When you're finished, report back to group headquarters in Moscow. The rest of us will proceed to the monastery." He listened for the sniper's acknowledgement and then signed off. The White House. The outlook of those sitting around the crowded White House Situation Room conference table was unreservedly bleak, President Castilla realized, observing the grim, set faces of his national security team. Most were deeply worried that the United States could soon be facing a serious clash with Russia, but no one felt confident enough in the available information to offer any solid suggestions on how to handle the terrifying diplomatic and military crisis they feared might be rushing toward them. Right now, all they had were tiny bits and pieces of data. The accelerating wave of mysterious deaths both here in the States and abroad, whispers of intensifying Russian military preparation, and the steady drumbeat of Russian propaganda decrying the dangerous instability in countries around its borders. Unfortunately, everyone lacked the broader evidence and analysis needed to tie those bits and pieces into a clear-cut pattern, into something that would convincingly reveal what Dudarev and his generals were really planning. Without that clear blueprint, no one in Europe or elsewhere would be willing to confront Moscow. Castilla turned to William Wexler, his new National Intelligence Director. "Can we alter the orbit of our surviving Lacrosse satellite to obtain good coverage over these Russian frontier districts we're most concerned about?" "I'm afraid not, Mr. President. Lacrosse 5 was the newer of the two satellites. Lacrosse 4 has been up too long. It just doesn't have enough maneuvering fuel left to reach the required orbit." "So how long will it take to launch a replacement for Lacrosse 5? Castilla asked. "Too long, sir," Emily Powell-Hill, his national security advisor, interjected flatly. "The CIA says 6 weeks at a minimum." "Good God," the president muttered. He looked across the table at Admiral Stevens Brose, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. "What's your evaluation of the destruction of our satellite, Admiral? Was it an accident or a deliberate attack to blind us?"
"I don't know, sir. Space Command has only been able to conduct a preliminary analysis of the images our early warning satellites picked up. However, General Collins and his staff report that the explosions they observed aboard the Russian Cosmos 8B vehicle were extremely powerful."
"Powerful enough to knock out another satellite hundreds of kilometers away?"
"Frankly, I doubt it, Mr. President. Given their different orbits, the odds against so many fragments from Cosmos 8B hitting Lacrosse 5 seem, well, astronomical. But I'm only guessing. As of this moment, we don't have the data to prove anything one way or the other."
Castilla nodded grimly. Without proof that the Russians had acted intentionally, the United States had no practical recourse but to write off the suspicious loss of a multi-billion-dollar spy satellite.
"What about our KH series photo recon satellites?"
"We're already running significant numbers of orbital passes over the target areas," Emily Powell-Hill replied. "But cloud cover is the big problem. The weather is incredibly bad over most of the Ukraine and the Caucasus right now. Even with our thermal sensors, we're not able to pick up much detail through the heavy cloud masses blanketing those regions." Charles Ouray, the White House Chief of Staff, spoke up from his end of the table.
"Then why not take a stab at aerial reconnaissance? We have radar-equipped aircraft. Can't we fly them near the Russian border?"
"Physically, yes," Secretary of State Paget said. "Diplomatically, no. With so many of their key political and military leaders dead or dying, the governments of the Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and the other former Soviet republics are increasingly fragile. In the present circumstances, none of them will risk provoking the Kremlin by allowing us to use their airspace. So far, every request we've made has been rebuffed."
Again, Castilla nodded.
The nightmare scenario he and Fred Klein had been worrying about over the last few days seemed to be moving closer to reality. If the Russians were behind this new disease, as seemed increasingly likely, they were using it very effectively to sow confusion and chaos. The big question was, how far was Dudarev willing to push his present advantage? Would he be content to weaken the fledgling democracies around Russia? Or did he have something far more ambitious in mind? Outside Moscow. Vladimir Fadayev followed the road all the way up to the top of the little hill and pulled over to the shoulder. He killed the headlights and shut off the engine of his small Russian-made Lada, listening carefully as it coughed and sputtered to a stop. He had earned enough money in his years with the Brandt Group to afford a better car, but the lean, hollow-cheeked sniper preferred his rusting, often dented Lada. He pulled a long, heavy flashlight out of the glove box, pushed the door open, and then stepped out. For a minute, he stayed where he was, shining the beam around the road and into the woods on either side. It was easy enough to see what had happened here. Tire marks showed where Brandt's big vehicles had stopped suddenly. Spent shell casings glittered in the bright light, half buried in the trampled snow under the trees where the group's gunmen had opened fire from ambush. Fadayev snorted in disgust. Leaving those casings behind for anyone to find was sloppy. Real professionals prided themselves on making a hit and then moving on without leaving any telltales behind. He turned in the other direction, noting the deep gouges in the snow and dirt leading straight down the slope. That was where the Gaz Jeep had plunged to its doom. Fadayev reached into his car and grabbed his pistol off the seat, a heavy old 7.62 millimeter Tokarev. He shoved the Tokarev into the pocket of his winter camouflage smock. Fadayev made his way down the slope. He pulled the pistol out of his pocket and went forward with the flashlight in one hand and the Tokarev ready in the other. Cautiously, he peered down into the gully. The wreckage of the Gaz Jeep lay tilted on its side about 10 meters below. The beam from Fadayev's flashlight picked out more than a dozen bullet holes along the vehicle's torn and dented chassis. A few shards of glass stood in its windows, but otherwise they were only dark openings into the ravaged interior. The sniper sighed. Climbing down into that ravine in the dark was not a job he relished. It took him several minutes to reach the bottom. Probing the rough ground ahead with his flashlight, the sniper moved toward the wrecked Jeep. He leaned against the side of the vehicle, craning his neck to peer inside. His eyes widened. There was no one there. Fadayev froze suddenly as he felt the ice-cold muzzle of a pistol press firmly against the back of his neck. "Drop your weapon," a stern voice commanded. Numbly, the sniper obeyed. "Very good, and now get rid of the flashlight." Again, Fadayev did as he was told. "Excellent," the voice said. "You may live through this night after all." "What do you want with me?" Fadayev croaked. "A great many things," the man behind him said flatly. "We will start with a few basic, easy-to-answer questions." February 21st, outside Moscow. Jon Smith was drowning, sinking down and down through the waters of a bottomless black pool. "Wake up, Colonel," a harsh voice demanded suddenly. Smith shuddered and gasped, retching as another bucketful of ice-cold water hit him right in the face. He forced his eyes open. He was lying on his side in a puddle of freezing water. His hands, bound behind his back, were numb. So were his feet, tied together tightly at the ankles. A rough, worn stone floor stretched away into darkness. For a long moment, nothing he could see made any sense. Where was he? He could hear a woman moaning softly nearby. Slowly, wincing involuntarily at the agony it cost him to make even the slightest movement, John turned his head to look upward. Eric Brandt stood there, staring down at him. "Now that you are conscious, Colonel, we can begin all over again." Unwelcome memories rushed back, flooding into Smith's pain-clouded mind. He and Fiona Devon were Brandt's prisoners. They had been dragged into this dank cellar not long after the ambush that had killed Oleg Kirov. The cellar itself lay below the ruins of a church, part of a Russian Orthodox monastery that had been closed by the Bolsheviks after the 1917 revolution. Jon remembered seeing hundreds of bullet holes pockmarking the walls and hearing the tall German explain that this chamber had been used by Stalin's secret police, the NKVD, as a place of execution for political prisoners. Now the monastery's grounds and its buildings were wholly abandoned, slowly being swallowed up by the surrounding forest. The terrible hours since they were brought here had passed in an endless procession of torment, as Brandt and two of his grim-faced henchmen took turns interrogating them. Every question they asked was punctuated by pain, either by a short, sharp punch to the ribs or the head, or an open-handed slap to the face, or by the application of electric shocks. In the brief intervals between these sessions, Jon and Fiona had been drenched with freezing water and bombarded by a dizzying succession of shrill, ear-splitting sounds and blinding strobe lights, all as part of an effort to disorient them and weaken their resistance. Brandt smiled coldly. He nodded to the other men standing unseen behind Jon. "Our American friend here is ready. Help him back into his seat." Two pairs of rough, calloused hands grabbed Smith under the arms as Brandt's underlings hauled him bodily upright out of the icy puddle of water. They shoved him back into a chair and then again looped a leather strap around his chest, binding him to the sharp-edged wood frame. Jon glanced to his left. Fiona Devon was strapped into a chair next to him. Her hands and feet were also bound. Her head lolled. Blood trickled out of the corner of her mouth.
"Like you, Miss Devon has been uncooperative," Brandt said easily. "Now who do you work for? The CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, some other organization?"
Jon braced himself for the blow he knew was coming. He raised his head, staring the former Stasi officer straight in the eyes.
"I've told you before. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Jon Smith, M.D. I work for the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute."
But instead of hitting him, Brandt spun around and slapped Fiona hard across the face. Her head rocked back. Brandt swung back with a sly, satisfied grin on his face.
"From this moment on, Miss Devon will suffer for each of your lies, not you. The pain she endures in the process will be on your conscience, not on mine."
"Pay me no mind, Jon,"
Fiona Devon said quietly, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
"This murdering bastard will kill us both no matter what we tell him. Or don't tell him."
Brandt stared down at the lean, dark-haired American in frustration. He had been sure that Smith was on the edge of breaking. But time was moving on. Sooner or later, a militia patrol would discover the carnage inside the Zakharov dacha. And sooner or later, they would find the wreckage of that bullet-torn Gaz jeep lying in a ravine by the side of the road. Once either of those things happened, Alexei Ivanov would start asking some very awkward questions. He rubbed his jaw. At least Fadayev had finally called into the group's headquarters, reporting that the driver was definitely dead and that he had retrieved the dead man's identity papers. If nothing else, Brandt thought, that would make it slightly more difficult for Ivanov to connect the two incidents. His phone rang suddenly. Brandt yanked the device out of his pocket.
"Yes?"
he snapped irritably.
"What is it?"
It was Malkovich.
"The CIA seems to have penetrated our communications network. We must transfer the key elements of the Hydra lab to a new location without further delay. I intend to oversee the work myself, and I want you there too. Both for security purposes and to make sure that Professor Renke appreciates the need for immediate action."
Brandt nodded, understanding what the other man really wanted. He wanted personal protection against any danger. The billionaire was frightened to death of what the Russians might do once they learned that all of his fine promises to them about Hydra's operational security might be worthless. His jaw tightened.
"When do we leave?"
"My personal jet is scheduled to take off in just under 3 hours," Malkovich said. "But first I want you to shut down all of your operations in Moscow. Make arrangements for your key people to rendezvous somewhere outside Russia. Dump the communication system and wipe your files, all of them." The phone went dead. Brandt spun on his heel.
Yui, over here!
The brawny, shaven-headed man ambled over.
Yes? We've got new orders. I'm heading back to Moscow straight away. Close up shop here, sanitize the area, and follow me when you can. What about these two? They're useless to us now. Finish them.
With their hands still tied behind them, Jon Smith and Fiona Devon were hustled up the stairs and out of the cellar at gunpoint. They came up into the ruins of the church, a square stone building topped by the broken remains of a central onion-shaped dome. Brant wheeled at the main door to the church and sketched an ironic salute.
And here I will say farewell to you, Colonel, and to you, Miss Devon. I will not see either of you again.
The gray-eyed man turned on his heel and left. Not long afterward, they heard the engine of his Ford Explorer roar into life and listened to its thick tires go crunching away across the snow and ice.
Go on,
one of the two gunmen still guarding them growled. He gestured with his pistol, a 9mm Makarov, pointing toward a smaller, arched doorway at the side of the church.
Out through there, come!
His comrade prodded them forward from behind with the muzzle of his submachine gun. Smith and Fiona stumbled out through the little door, down a few cracked stone steps, and out across a snow-covered patch of ground. It was largely overgrown with weeds and brambles and little clumps of saplings. A few paths wandered off through the old and gnarled trees, heading for darker heaps of broken stone, all that was left of a small hospital, a school, a refectory, cells for the monks, and other buildings. The remnants of a stout stone wall could be seen rising beyond those ruins. They were pushed and shoved down a path running off to the left, one that led through an open gate in the monastery wall and out into a small, equally neglected and overgrown graveyard. Many of these markers had fallen over and lay half buried in the snow. Looming up on the far side of the graveyard, John could see a shallow, open pit, probably once used to burn rubbish. Cans of gasoline and a collection of dirty, oil-soaked rags were stacked at the rim of the pit. He stopped abruptly, digging in his heels. Their planned fate was clear. He and Fiona were going to be herded down into that pit, shot to death, and then their bodies would be doused in gasoline and burned. From somewhere behind him, he could hear the two gunmen murmuring to each other. By the sound of it, they had dropped back several meters behind their two captives. Smith grimaced. They were out of time and out of options. And if they were going to die anyway, it was better to go down fighting. In that same moment, he heard a muffled gasp from Fiona and knew that she too had seen the waiting pit and the gasoline. John glanced across at her. "Are you with me?" he said quietly, jerking his head slightly to indicate Brant's thugs coming up behind them. She lifted her chin and nodded bravely.
"To the bitter end, Colonel."
"That's the spirit. Let's see if we can lure them in within reach. I'll take the guy on the left, you take the one on the right. Trip yours if you can. Otherwise, just kick the hell out of him and then keep kicking. Okay?" She nodded again.
"No talking,"
the shaven-headed man snapped.
"And keep moving."
Smith refused to move. He stood still with his back to the two gunmen, waiting. He heard footsteps crunching across the snow, drawing nearer. He tensed, preparing himself to spring. A shadow fell across his shoulder. "Now!" John whirled around, lashing out with his right foot in a lightning-fast kick. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fiona making the same move. It was no good. Brant's men must have been waiting and watching for one last desperate escape attempt. With contemptuous ease, they evaded the kicks wildly aimed in their direction. Both quickly stepped back well out of range. Thrown off balance by his sudden movement, Smith stumbled. With his hands still tied behind his back, he could not recover and wound up falling forward onto his knees. Panting, Fiona dropped to the snow at his side. The shaven-headed man slowly wagged a mocking finger at them.
"That was very stupid."
He signaled to his colleague.
"Kill them here, Kostya."
The other man moved forward, raising his submachine gun. Surprised at his own calmness, Smith forced himself to stare straight into the other man's narrowed eyes. The gunman's finger tightened slowly on the trigger. Crack! The gunman's chest blew apart in a spray of blood and bone. The submachine gun fell out of his nerveless hands. His body swayed and then crumpled sideways. Crack! A second high-velocity round smashed the snow-covered cross right behind where Brant's bald henchman had been standing. Snow and shattered pieces of marble flew away from the point of impact. Smith rolled to the left, into the shelter offered by a headstone. Fiona followed him. Together they crouched low on their knees.
"What the devil is going on?"
Fiona whispered.
"Damned if I know,"
Smith said softly. An eerie silence descended across the cemetery. Cautiously, Smith turned his head, studying the terrain more closely. The graveyard lay at the bottom of a little bowl, with gentle slopes rising all around. He heard the sudden crackle of dry brush not far off, the sound of someone slithering closer through the dead weeds and grass. Brant's surviving gunman was stalking them, John realized coldly, inching carefully from cover to cover to avoid drawing fire from the marksman lurking somewhere among the trees. From the noise, Brant's man was swinging wide to their left. Smith leaned closer to Fiona.
"You go off that way,"
he muttered, jerking his chin to the right, away from the ominous crackling sounds coming closer.
"Go a few meters. Once you're behind another big marker, make some noise. As much noise as you can. Understand?"
Fiona nodded. Without waiting, she rolled rapidly away across the hard-packed earth and snow. John rolled to the left as quietly as he could. He crossed a small gap and reached the next pair of headstones over, one leaning drunkenly against the other. He stopped behind the largest, a solid slab of dark-colored stone, and listened intently. More weeds rustled. The shaven-headed gunman was coming closer. Smith twisted around onto his back, lying with his legs drawn up to his chest, coiled and ready to strike. Off to his right, he heard a sharp thud, then another, and finally what sounded like someone weeping in sheer terror and frustration. Fiona was playing her part well. John held his breath, waiting. Flat on his belly, Brant's man wriggled out from around the weathered edge of a tall stone slab, moving faster now that he thought he had pinpointed the position of the two American agents, with the 9mm Makarov pistol held ready in his right hand. His head swung sharply toward where Smith lay watching him. John saw the other man's eyes widen in utter dismay. In that instant, he kicked out with both feet, smashing them as hard as he could straight into the gunman's face. He felt a sickening crunch and saw the other man's head snap backward under the force of the blow. Smith kicked out again. The shaven-headed man writhed backward, away from the American's second attack. Below his glaring eyes, his face was a gruesome mask of fractured bone and shattered teeth. Enraged and in agony, he rolled up onto his feet, taking careful aim at Smith's head. And a third rifle shot rang out. Hit in the back, the man screamed once, clawed desperately at the huge hole torn through his stomach, and then folded over, hanging limp across the tall stone slab. More blood slid down the marker and pooled on the ground. John sat up. He inched away from the dead man and leaned his head back against the ice-cold stone of another grave marker.
"Colonel?"
A soft voice called out. It was Fiona Devon.
"Are you still in one piece?"
"I seem to be,"
he called back. He caught a flicker of movement among the trees on the slope rising above them and sat up straighter. The movement resolved itself into the figure of a tall, silver-haired man, striding down the little hill toward them with a rifle cradled casually in his arms, and a wide grin wreathed across his face. John stared in total disbelief. He was looking at Oleg Kirov. "How in hell?" he asked when the other man drew nearer. For an answer, the Russian pulled open the torn winter coat he was wearing. Underneath, he wore a bulky black vest. It was pockmarked and stained with what appeared to be smears of once molten copper. He patted it affectionately.
"British-made body armor, John."
The White House. President Castilla listened with increasing concern to Admiral Brose, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In preparation for tomorrow's secret conference with America's allies, he had asked the admiral to brief him on the latest warning signs that the U.S. military was beginning to detect in and around the Russian Federation. The president needed to be able to make the strongest possible case, and nothing he heard was particularly helpful in that. But neither was it reassuring. Although no one inside the Pentagon was very happy with the overall quality of intelligence available to them, it was clear now that growing numbers of Russia's best-equipped and trained army and aviation units had completely dropped off the Defense Department's situation maps.
"Meaning what exactly?"
Castilla asked.
Put bluntly, Mr. President, we don't have the faintest idea of where these divisions and other combat units are right now, where they're headed, or what they might be planning.
How many soldiers are we talking about here?
At least 150,000 troops, thousands of armored vehicles and self-propelled guns, and hundreds of frontline fighters and bombers.
Enough to start one hell of a war, the president said.
Maybe several wars. At least given the relative combat power of the other countries around Russia. Of all the former Soviet republics, only the Ukrainians have a reasonably strong and well-equipped army and air force.
Or they would, if it weren't for the fact that their best leaders have been hit by this damned disease.
Brose nodded his large head ponderously.
Yes, that's true. Right now, from what I've seen of the confusion they're in, the Ukrainians would have a devil of a time putting up much of a fight. As for the rest, even at the best of times, the Cossacks, the Georgians, the Azerbaijanis, and the others can't field anything more than lightly armed militias. If the Russians are planning to hit them, those militias won't stand a chance against modern armor and crack assault troops.
Damn!
Castilla looked straight across his big pine desk at Brose.
All right, Admiral. What's your best estimate for when the balloon might go up, assuming that our worst fears are right?
In my view, the Russians could be ready to strike any time within the next 24 to 96 hours.
Castilla felt cold. One of the secure phones on his desk beeped. He snatched it up.
Yes?
It was Fred Klein.
Colonel Smith and Miss Devon are alive, and they're in contact. What's more, I believe they have uncovered a major piece of the puzzle.
But do they have the hard evidence we need?
Not yet, Sam.
But John and Miss Devon are confident they know where to go to acquire that evidence.
First, though, we've got to get them safely out of Russia.
Castilla raised an eyebrow. The last he had heard, Klein's agents were on the Kremlin's most wanted list.
Good grief, Fred, that's not going to be easy, is it?
No, sir. It won't.
Rome. Ciampino Airport lay on the outskirts of Rome. Plowed fields, parkland, suburban homes, low-rise apartment buildings, and light industrial areas surrounded the small, single-runway airport. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, a corporate jet broke through the thin layer of overcast, flew parallel to the Via Appia Nuova in a gradual descent toward the airport, and then dropped lower. It touched down only meters after clearing the boundary marker, braked hard, and slowly taxied past the small terminal used by arriving and departing charter flights. At the end of the runway, the jet swung left and pulled up on the section of concrete apron ordinarily used by cargo aircraft. 2 Mercedes sedans were parked there, waiting. 8 men, all dressed in winter clothing, emerged from the aircraft. 6 of them formed a tight ring around the 7th, an older, white-haired man who was already striding purposefully toward the parked cars. The 8th man, much taller and with pale blonde hair, moved forward to intercept the lone Italian customs official coming to greet them.
"Your papers, signore,"
the customs officer asked politely. The blond-haired man reached inside his coat and took out his passport and other documents. Smiling politely, the Italian scanned through them quickly.
"Ah, I see that you are assigned to the ECPR. Tell me, what is your work for the center?"
Eric Brandt smiled mirthlessly.
Auditing and quality control.
"And what of those other gentlemen?
the customs officer asked, nodding toward Konstantin Malkovich and his bodyguards as they climbed into the waiting sedans.
Do they also work for the center?
Brandt nodded.
They do.
He reached inside his heavy coat again, this time for a white, letter-sized envelope.
Here are their required papers. I think you will find that everything is in order.
The Italian pulled open the envelope just far enough to see the thick sheaf of high-denomination euro notes it contained. He smiled greedily.
Quite correct, as always.
Then he stuffed the envelope away inside his own coat.
Once again, it is a pleasure doing business with you, Signore Brandt. I look forward to your next visit.
Within minutes, Brandt, Malkovich, and their 6 heavily armed bodyguards were speeding away, beginning the next step of their journey to Orvieto. Sheremetevo II International Airport, outside Moscow. Night had already descended on the birch and pine forests surrounding Sheremetevo II. Lit by harsh white lights, the airport's approach road sliced through the darkness with rigid precision. Long lines of cars, trucks, and buses were backed up along those roads, waiting to pass through the special militia checkpoints set up outside the single-passenger terminal. Away from the terminal, armored scout cars manned by elite Ministry of the Interior commandos patrolled Sheremetevo's perimeter fence. The Kremlin's orders were explicit. Under no circumstances were the 2 American fugitives to be allowed to escape from Russia. A transatlantic express 747-400 cargo plane sat on the tarmac at the other end of the airport. Packages, boxes, cartons of overnight mail, and other pieces of heavy air freight were being taken off a number of different trucks, strapped onto standard-sized pallets, and then loaded into the 747's main deck cargo holds. Squads of gray-coated militiamen prowled through the loading area, keeping a wary eye on the activity going on around them. Their officers had firm instructions to arrest anyone attempting to stow away aboard any of the cargo aircraft. Senior Lieutenant Sergunin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the heavy pallets as large scissor-lift loaders picked them up off the concrete and slid them into the enormous Tran-X aircraft. Waiting cargo handlers guided the pallets in through the 747's hatches, rolled them into position, and then locked them down to the deck.
Gate security reports that another vehicle is on its way over, sir.
His sergeant reported, listening to the detachment's radio. Surprised, Sergunin checked his watch. This aircraft was scheduled to depart in less than an hour. By now, all of the freight assigned to the 747 should already have arrived. He turned around and looked away across the vast stretch of darkened tarmac. Sure enough, he could see a pair of bright headlights coming toward them. He glanced at his sergeant.
What kind of cargo is this new vehicle carrying?
2 coffins, sir.
Coffins?
Yes, sir. It's a hearse.
A few minutes later, Sergunin stood off to the side of the hearse, which had come from a Moscow mortuary, observing the proceedings closely. The driver, wearing a white smock, wrestled each of the heavy metal caskets out of the back of his vehicle and onto a folding gurney. The coffins were sealed by tape as proof that they had already been X-rayed and cleared by customs. Sergunin's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Customs officials could be bribed, and what better way to smuggle 2 fugitive spies out of Russia than in a pair of coffins? Especially aboard an aircraft that was bound first for Frankfurt, then Canada, and finally on to the United States. He laid his hand on the butt of the pistol holstered at his side. The militia officer waited until the mortuary worker finished his awkward task. Then he approached the tall, silver-haired man.
You are in sole charge of this material?
The big man nodded.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Show me the shipping warrants for these corpses.
Always happy to oblige the authorities,
the other man said. He handed over a clipboard.
As you see, everything is in order.
Sergunin read through the documents. According to the paperwork, the caskets contained the bodies of a husband and wife, both quite old when they were killed in a car accident. Although the dead man and woman were Russian citizens, their children, émigrés now living in Toronto, were paying to have the bodies shipped to Canada for burial there. The militia officer frowned. He looked up at the silver-haired hearse driver and tossed the clipboard back.
I want those coffins opened for inspection.
Opened? The big man asked.
You heard me,
Sir Gunnan told him coldly. He drew his pistol and thumbed off the safety. With his free hand, he signaled his sergeant and a waiting squad to close in around the hearse.
Open them up, and do it now.
Easy there, Lieutenant, the other man said quickly. If you want to see inside, that's fine with me, but I should warn you, neither stiff is exactly a wholesome sight. They're both a real mess, in fact. There wasn't much our cosmetics girls in the back room could do to pretty them up. Sir Gunnan ignored him. He stepped forward and rapped one of the caskets with the muzzle of his service pistol.
This one first, and be quick.
With a sigh, the hearse driver obeyed. First, he cut through the customs tape with a pocket knife. Then, one by one, he flipped open the latches, holding the lid shut, then lifted the casket lid. For a moment, Sir Gunnan stared down into the coffin. His face turned deathly pale. He was looking at a corpse so terribly mutilated and burned that it was impossible to tell whether or not it was that of a man or a woman. Empty eye sockets and teeth grinned back at him out of a skull only partly covered by scraps of blackened flesh. Withered hands, twisted into claws by intense heat, were raised above the shattered body in what appeared to be a last, grotesque appeal for help. The militia officer swung away and was violently sick all over his boots and the tarmac. His sergeant and the others backed away in disgust. The big man closed the lid of the coffin.
There was a fuel tank fire after the crash, he murmured apologetically. Maybe I should have mentioned that first.
He moved to the second coffin and took out his penknife.
Stop!
Sir Gunnan gasped.
Hurry up and get those damned horrors aboard that plane, and then clear off.
With an effort, the lieutenant straightened up and staggered away. Equally repulsed, his sergeant and the other gray-coated militia busied themselves with inspecting the other pieces of air freight left in the area. So when the hearse drove away into the darkness 10 minutes later, neither Sir Gunnan nor his subordinates noticed that the man who was now behind the wheel was much shorter and had light brown hair. 1 hour later, with the 747-400 flying west, Oleg Kirov tugged off the cargo netting surrounding the two coffins. He wore a Tran-X flight crew uniform. He knelt down beside one of the caskets and began quickly unfastening a series of screws set into the bottom. Once the last screw dropped out into his hand, he pried open the edge of a panel running the length of the coffin. It clattered onto the cargo pallet, revealing a hidden compartment roughly 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, and barely a foot high. Slowly and painfully, Fiona Devon wriggled out through the narrow opening and slid to the deck of the aircraft. She wore an oxygen mask coupled to a small metal cylinder. Gently, Kirov helped her sit up and take off the oxygen mask. "Are you all right?" She nodded weakly.
"I'll live."
Kirov turned to open the hidden compartment in the second coffin. Jon Smith crawled out through the opening and fell onto the deck. He stripped off his oxygen mask and took a deep breath. "Do we have secure contact with Covert-One?" Smith asked.
"We do,"
Kirov replied. He nodded back up the darkened cargo deck toward the cockpit.
"I've patched through the Tran-X system using one of our own scramblers. Mr. Klein is standing by."
Smith levered himself upright. Fiona did the same. With Kirov coming behind to help steady them, the two hobbled forward, feeling their knotted muscles gradually starting to loosen up. By the time they reached the cockpit, John was walking on his own. The 747's pilot and co-pilot sat in their seats, apparently intent on monitoring the aircraft's controls. Neither seemed to take any notice of their unexpected guests.
"As far as they are concerned, we do not exist," Kirov explained quietly. "It is safer for them that way."
Smith nodded his understanding. He took the headset offered by Kirov.
"Smith here." "It's very good to hear from you, Colonel," Klein's familiar voice said. "I was beginning to get rather worried."
"Me too," Jon admitted. Now what can you tell me about this disease? First, that it's not a disease. My best guess is that we're facing a very sophisticated biological weapon, a weapon set up to attack individual genetic sequences. Based on the symptoms, I'll bet that Renke is engineering each variant to interfere with cell reproduction in some fashion. I don't know how the victims are infected, but it could be as simple as introducing it into their food or anything they drink. And once this weapon is inside the person who's been targeted, I doubt that there's any way to stop the process or reverse it. Of course, in anyone but the intended victim, this material would be completely harmless. Which is why those who get sick don't seem to be infectious to anyone else around them, Klein realized. Bingo, Smith said. Basically, Renke has invented the perfect precision weapon. Assuming you can gain access to your target's DNA, Klein commented. Yeah. And that's where this Slavic genesis study comes in. The researchers at the ECPR have been sampling DNA in Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, and the other former Soviet republics for years. If we dig hard enough, I'm pretty sure that we'll learn that most of those who've been killed were also participants in one or more ECPR projects. What about those who weren't part of these research studies? How is this illness being tailored for use against so many of our intelligence analysts and military people, or the Brits, the French, and the Germans and others? Jon shrugged. If it came down to that, Fred, I could isolate your DNA from your fingerprints on a dirty glass, or from hair clippings given to me by your barber. You're not seriously suggesting that Renke or the Russians or Malkovich have been bribing every barber and bartender in Washington, London, Paris, and Berlin to collect samples for them, are you? Klein asked wryly. No, sir, not en masse. Then how? Jon stiffened suddenly as a horrible possibility occurred to him. Take a good hard look at anyone with unrestricted access to the Omega medical database. There was a long silence on the other end as Klein considered his suggestion. Omega was a top-secret program designed to ensure the ability of the U.S. government to continue functioning in the event of a catastrophic terrorist attack on Washington and its suburbs. The Omega medical database was just one small part of that much larger program. To assist in identifying the dead from a large-scale attack, it contained tissue samples taken from tens of thousands of American government and military personnel. Good God, the head of Covert-One said at last. If you're right, this country is in even graver danger than I had first supposed. And it also seems that we're running out of time faster than I had anticipated. Meaning? Meaning this is not just a biological weapons threat, Jon. Those rumors Kirov passed on from his FSB contact were solid. It now appears almost certain that Dudarev and his allies in the Kremlin are ready to launch a major military campaign, one designed to take advantage of the confusion caused by this new weapon. Smith listened closely while the other man brought him up to date on the most recent military and political developments along Russia's borders. If anything, the Pentagon's time estimate struck him as optimistic. Russian tanks and aircraft could begin rolling to the attack at any moment. What countermeasures are we taking? The president is scheduled to meet with representatives of our key allies in less than 24 hours. His goal is to persuade them that we must act to deter Russia before it's too late, before the first bombs fall. Will they listen to him? I doubt it. Why not? We need evidence, Colonel. The problem is still the same as it was when I ordered you to Moscow. We need more than theories. Without better proof that the Russians are behind this disease, we cannot persuade our allies to act, or force the Kremlin to stand down by ourselves. Listen, Fred, get us to the ECPR's lab in Orvieto, and we'll do our damnedest to get that evidence. I suspect we'll find Renke's lab there. Washington, D.C. Klein looked up from his desk to the large monitor on the wall of his office. It was set to display a computer-driven map of Europe. A small icon blinked on the map, showing the position of the aircraft carrying his 3 agents. He followed its progress for a moment, watching as it slowly slanted southwest through Hungarian airspace en route to the U.S. Air Force Base at Aviano, in the northeast corner of Italy. Another aircraft icon indicated the heightened alert status of the U.S. fighter wing based there. He touched a key on his computer and saw more aircraft icons appear on the map, some in Germany, others in the United Kingdom. Like the icon at Aviano, they depicted the tactical fighter, bomber, and refueling wings alerted by Sam Castilla for possible emergency deployment to Ukraine, Georgia, and the other threatened republics around Russia. Klein took off his glasses and rubbed wearily at the bridge of his long nose. Right now, no American combat aircraft were going anywhere. The F-16s, F-15s, and refueling tankers were just sitting near runways or in their shelters waiting. Approached quietly through back channels, the NATO allies were expressing grave doubts about allowing the use of their airspace for any U.S. military deployment to the east. Ironically, the conference the president had summoned for tomorrow morning was now working against him because it gave the French and Germans and others an excuse to delay any decisions until after the representatives reported back. Perhaps even more important, none of the countries that were threatened by Russia were willing to invite U.S. forces into their territories. Renke's DNA-based weapons had done their work well, Klein decided sourly. Too many of the best and bravest political and military leaders in Ukraine and the other small states were dead. Those who were left alive were too frightened of angering Moscow. They were paralyzed, fearing the blow that might be about to fall, but unwilling or unable to take actions that might deter a Russian attack. If the United States could prove that what it said about Dudarev's actions was true, they might find the courage to decide. Otherwise, they would not.
Nathaniel?
Klein looked up. His longtime assistant, Maggie Templeton, stood in the doorway that separated their two offices. Yes, Maggie.
I've finished running that search you asked for, she told him quietly, walking all the way into the room. I cross-checked every file we had on Omega with the FBI, CIA, and other databases.
And?
I found one serious correlation. Take a look at your inbox.
Klein obeyed, using his keyboard to call up the documents she had downloaded and sent to his computer. The first was a local news story from the archives of the Washington Post, dated roughly 6 months ago. The second was a copy of an updated police investigative report covering the same incident. The last was a personnel file from the Bethesda Naval Medical Center. Compare them quickly. One eyebrow rose. He looked up. Very good work, Maggie. Before she left his office, he had already hit the button that would connect him to President Castilla's private line. The president answered. Yes? Unfortunately, Colonel Smith was right, Klein told him. I'm convinced that Omega has been compromised. How? 6 months ago, the Metropolitan Police found a body floating in one of the canals near Georgetown. Eventually, they identified the dead man as a Dr. Conrad Horn. According to the police, Dr. Horn appeared to be the victim of a routine mugging that went very badly wrong. But no one was ever arrested for his murder, and there are no pending leads. Go on. It turns out that Horn was a senior researcher at the Bethesda Naval Medical Center. With clearances for the Omega Medical Database, Castilla guessed bleakly. Exactly, Klein said. He went through the police report, noting key details. Horn was divorced with huge court-mandated alimony and child support payments. His bank balances were always near zero, and his colleagues often heard him complaining about the lousy pay given to government-employed scientists. But the detectives searching his apartment after the murder found several $1,000s in cash and thousands more in brand-new furniture and consumer electronics. There were also indications that he had been shopping around for a new car. And you think he was selling access to the tissue samples in the database? Castilla interjected. Yes, I do. What's more, I think he got greedy and that he was murdered to keep his mouth shut. Castilla sighed. So what you're telling me is that Professor Renke and his patrons could already have the DNA for every key player in our government? Yes, sir. Including yours. Aviano Air Base. The U.S. Air Force Base at Aviano lay in the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, roughly 50 kilometers north of Venice. With its engines howling as the Tran-X pilot reversed thrust, the 747 rolled down the long main runway at Aviano, braking hard as it passed rows of hardened aircraft shelters. Each had its blast doors open, revealing brightly lit interiors where hangar crews were busy prepping the F-16s of the 31st Tactical Fighter Wing for a long flight east into possible combat. At the end of the runway, the massive cargo aircraft swung off onto a wide stretch of concrete apron and came to a full stop. A truck equipped with a set of mobile stairs appeared and maneuvered into position at the 747's forward door. As soon as they were in place, Smith hurried down them, with Fiona Devon and Kirov following close behind. A young Air Force captain in a green flight jacket stood waiting for them at the bottom. He carried a helmet with night vision goggles clipped to the visor. "Lieutenant Colonel Smith?" he asked. John nodded. "That's right. Are you ready for us?" "Yes, sir. We're right over that way," the captain said, nodding toward a large black helicopter sitting off by itself across the concrete. Smith recognized it as an MH-53J Pavlo, one of the world's most advanced special missions aircraft. Heavily armored, bristling with weapons, and crammed full of sophisticated navigational systems and electronic countermeasures, Pavlos were built to carry commandos deep into enemy-held territory, while dodging enemy radar detection and surface-to-air missiles. "What about our gear?" Smith asked the captain. "Your clothing, weapons, and other equipment are already stashed aboard the bird, Colonel. Our orders are to get you and your party airborne as soon as possible." 5 minutes later, Smith, Fiona, and Kirov were strapping themselves into seats in the Pavlo's gray-painted rear compartment. One of the helicopter's 6 crewmen handed around helmets and earplugs. "You'll need 'em when we crank this baby up," he said cheerfully, hooking them into the intercom system. Overhead, the huge rotor blades began turning, spinning faster and faster as the 2 turboshaft engines revved up. By the time the engines were at full power, the whine and roar were deafening. The helicopter crept down the taxiway. The 3 Air Force crewmen in back with Smith and the others leaned out through the open hatches and rear ramp, watching carefully through their night vision goggles. Slowly, the Pavlo lifted off the runway. Then, with its engine howling, the MH-53J spun right and flew south at nearly 120 knots, racing low over the Italian countryside with all of its running lights off. Near Orvieto. Eric Brandt struggled to control his mounting impatience. The main Hydra lab was a hive of activity as Renke shepherded his assistants through the time-consuming task of crating up their DNA databases and specialized equipment. The work was necessarily complex, but once it was complete, the scientist and his team would be able to vanish and then restart their lethal production line in a new and even more secure location. Almost as important, any American agents investigating the European Center for Population Research would find only an ordinary lab dedicated to routine genetic analysis. He turned to Renke. "How much longer?"
"Several more hours. We could cut that time significantly, but only at the cost of leaving precious equipment behind."
Standing at Brandt's side, Konstantin Malkovich frowned.
"How much delay would that cause in reopening your lab?"
"Perhaps as much as several weeks."
The billionaire shook his head firmly.
"I have promised Moscow that Hydra will be back in operation by the time their army is going to action."
"Dudarev will still deal with you?"
Renke asked.
"What choice does he have? The secrets of the Hydra weapon are mine, not his. Besides, I have promised him that our security problems are being resolved. Once your equipment and scientists are safely out of Italy, what proof can Washington possibly find in time, especially with its agents in Moscow already dead? Anyway, once the shooting starts, it will be far too late for the Americans to intervene."
The financier's secure cell phone beeped suddenly. He flipped it open.
"Malkovich, go ahead."
He glanced at Brandt.
"It's Titov, reporting from Moscow."
Brandt nodded. Malkovich had left the manager behind to monitor developments in the Russian capital. Malkovich listened intently to his subordinate's report. Slowly, his face tightened to a rigid, expressionless mask. Very well. Keep me informed. He flipped the phone closed and turned back to Brandt. It seems that the Moscow militia have found 2 dead bodies outside that old ruined monastery you use for your dirty work.
Alas for poor Colonel Smith and Miss Devon, the former Stasi officer quipped.
Save your sympathy for them, Malkovich snapped icily. Smith and Devon are still alive. The dead men were yours.
Near Orvieto. The Pavlo helicopter swept low over a steep wooded ridge and dove into the broader valley beyond. Treetops flashed by only meters below. Bathed in moonlight, a narrow river, the Palia, snaked south.
ECPR in sight,
one of the pilots commented.
2 minutes out from infiltration point.
Gradually, the MH-53J began decelerating, slowing as it began its approach to the designated landing zone. The Pavlo slowed further, turning more to the west as it crossed the ridge well to the north of the ECPR compound. It slid lower, flying over a spur of forest spilling down across the slope.
LZ dead ahead, 100 feet, 50 knots,
the flight engineer drawled out. Smith sat up straighter. His right foot nudged the bag wedged under his seat, making sure that it was still in easy reach. It contained an assortment of clothing, weapons, and other equipment. He glanced up and saw Kirov and Fiona making their own preparations for landing. The silver-haired Russian gave him a quick thumbs up. The Pavlo pilot edged slowly forward and brought his big helicopter safely into their landing zone, a wide clearing in the woods. The ridge running south toward the ECPR compound rose off to the left, a dark mass against the paler, moonlit sky. The wheels thumped down. Immediately, the engine noise began fading, descending rapidly from a shrill, howling roar to a deepening whine and then to absolute dead silence. The helicopter crew had orders to wait here until Smith or one of the others called for a pickup. But the 6 Air Force officers and enlisted men aboard the big MH-53J were also under strict orders to sit tight and do nothing else. Once their feet touched the ground, the improvised Covert-One team would be completely on its own. If they met with disaster while breaking into the ECPR labs, this mission had to be completely deniable by the U.S. government. Smith unbuckled his seatbelt. He bent down and tugged the heavy duffel bag out onto the metal deck. Fiona Devon and Kirov followed suit. Together, they slung the bags over their shoulders, trotted down the ramp, and moved off to the east, heading straight across the clearing and into the deeper darkness among the trees. John led the way, pushing up the gentle slope at a fast walk until they were well away from the helicopter. Near the top of the ridge, they entered another clearing, this one much smaller.
"This will do,"
Smith whispered to the others.
"We'll change into our gear here before moving closer to the center."
He lowered his duffel bag to the ground and knelt to unzip it. Swiftly, he started tugging out articles of clothing and equipment and handing them out to his companions. The 3 shifted out of the ordinary street clothes and shoes they had been wearing, rapidly donning dark-colored sweaters and jeans. Camouflage sticks blackened their faces and foreheads. Comfortable hiking boots and thick leather gloves gave better protection and traction for their feet and hands. Night vision goggles offered them the ability to see in the dark once the moon went down. Padded cases stuffed inside the duffel bags contained a collection of high-tech digital cameras, lightweight tactical radios, laser surveillance equipment, bolt cutters, and other tools.
"No body armor?"
Kirov asked, pulling an assault vest studded with equipment pouches out of his duffel. He slipped both arms through the vest and zipped it up, checking the fit. Smith shook his head.
"Nope. Armor's too heavy and too bulky for what we're supposed to do. If possible, we want to get inside the center, find out what the hell's going on in there, and then get out without being spotted. But if we have to run, we're going to want to run fast."
"And if someone starts shooting at us?"
Kirov asked dryly.
"What then?"
"Try very hard not to get hit," John advised. He handed the Russian a 9mm Makarov pistol and 3 spare magazines.
then took a Sig Sauer sidearm for himself along with extra ammunition. Both men slung Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine guns across their backs. Fiona Devon slid a lightweight Glock 19 pistol into the holster belted around her waist. Groves of olive trees and ancient vineyards surrounded the European Center for Population Research, running right up to the edge of the 50-meter-wide clear space maintained all the way around its chain-link perimeter fence. Most of the compound's modern steel and glass buildings were totally dark this late at night. The sole exception was a large laboratory set apart from the rest. Lights glowed behind the blinds on every window, and bright white arc lights and television cameras mounted on its flat roof covered every square centimeter of the approaches to the lab. Between the cameras and the complete absence of any cover, no one could hope to get across the fence and up close without being spotted first. About 100 meters from the lab, a slender woman wearing black from head to foot lay prone in a shallow drainage ditch bordering one of the old vineyards. Camouflage netting studded with leaves and twigs broke up her silhouette and concealed the pair of image intensifier binoculars she focused on the building. Even in the silver moonlight, she was effectively invisible from more than a few meters away. Once the moon slid behind the horizon, the only way anyone else would ever spot her was by walking right through her camouflaged hide. Suddenly, the black-clad woman stiffened, alerted by soft, dry rustling sounds coming from somewhere behind her. Moving with extreme caution to avoid making any noise herself, she swung around and propped up her binoculars on the edge of the ditch, intently surveying the shadow-filled vineyard for any signs of movement. She held her breath, waiting. There, one of the shadows changed shape, gradually becoming a man crouching near a row of bare and gray vines that had been pruned back to lie dormant for the winter. Seconds later, another man flitted across the vineyard and joined the first. Then a third figure appeared. This one was a woman. She focused the binoculars, first on one man's face and then on the other. One of her eyebrows rose in utter disbelief.
"Well, well, well, look who the cat dragged in,"
Randy Russell murmured coolly to herself. Sighing, she put down the binoculars and then slowly and carefully stood up, abandoning her concealed position. She kept her hands away from her sides, palms out. Startled by her sudden appearance, the three people crouching among the vines swiveled in her direction. The two men drew their pistols with lightning speed.
"Please try not to kill me, John," she said quietly. "It's not like you have a surplus of friends as it is."
Stunned, Smith eased off the trigger.
Randy? What the hell are you doing here?
Randy Russell, the CIA officer, came closer, emerging from the darkness. She crouched down beside them with a grimly amused expression on her smooth, good-looking face.
"Since I was here first, it seems to me that should be my question, not yours."
John grinned back at her.
Fair enough.
He thought fast, trying to come up with a plausible story, one that Randy could choose to believe. She was the sister of his dead fiancé, and an old friend to whom he owed his life several times over. But she also worked for the CIA, which meant she was not privy to the closely held Covert-One secret. Until that changed, he was forced to find ever more inventive ways to dodge her awkward questions.
Some people high up in the Pentagon have asked me to track down the origin of this mysterious disease,
John said at last. The one that's been killing our intelligence analysts and key leaders in the former Soviet republics. We're sure now that the illness is man-made, a sort of genetically targeted assassination weapon.
"But why you, exactly?"
Randy demanded.
Because I was the first one approached by a Russian scientist, a colleague of mine, at a medical conference in Prague, Smith told her.
Quickly, he briefed her on Valentine Petrenko's claims and the murderous attack used to silence him.
When I passed the word back to Washington, they sent me to Moscow to check out his story, figuring that I had the contacts and the expertise to nail down the facts.
Randy nodded reluctantly.
"That almost makes sense, John," she admitted.
She looked skeptically at Kirov, whom she had gotten to know years before while working as a field officer in Moscow. I assume this is where Major General Kirov of the Russian Federal Security Service comes in? The big silver-haired man shook his head with a smile.
It's just plain Oleg Kirov these days, Miss Russell. I'm retired.
Randy snorted. Yeah, I just bet you are. She waved a hand at the submachine gun slung across his back. Most pensioners don't go wandering around the Italian countryside at night while armed to the teeth.
Oleg has been working with me, Smith explained, as a sort of private consultant.
So who is this? Randy asked pointedly, nodding toward Fiona Devon. Your secretary?
John winced. Ms. Devon is a freelance journalist based in Moscow. She was already investigating the first disease outbreak when I arrived.
A journalist? Randy said in disbelief. Let me get this straight, John. You actually brought a reporter along on a covert mission? I'm not exactly here as a journalist, Fiona said coldly. Not anymore. Meaning what? Randy demanded.
Smith filled her in on the various attempts made by Eric Brandt, acting for Konstantin Malkovich, to kill them. He ended by telling her about the orders issued by the Kremlin for their immediate arrest.
In the circumstances, Oleg and I thought she should stick with us.
He finished lamely, realizing how improbable that all sounded. There was a moment's silence. At last, Randy threw up her hands. She stared hard at John.
Am I really supposed to believe this cockamamie story of yours?
As wild as it sounds, it is the truth, he said stoutly.
So I guess the three of you just waltzed out of Moscow right under the noses of half the militia and the FSB?
Randy asked sardonically. I have friends in shipping, Kirov said calmly.
Right, the CIA officer said dryly.
She looked all three of them up and down, clearly noting all their weapons and other equipment.
And these friends of yours in shipping just happened to be able to provide you with all this nifty hardware?
Smith grinned at her. I have friends in the Air Force.
Naturally.
Randy sighed, apparently accepting defeat, at least temporarily.
Okay, John, I give up. You three are just the pure accidental heroes you claim to be. Then perhaps it's your turn to tell us what you're doing out here in the dark, Miss Russell,
Fiona Devon suggested coolly. For a second, Randy bristled. Then, surprisingly, she smiled.
My, what big teeth you have, Miss Devon.
She shrugged.
It's pretty simple, actually. You're hunting for the source of this genetically aimed biological weapon. Well, I'm hunting the man who undoubtedly created it.
Wolf-Ranke, Smith said quietly.
That's the guy, Randy agreed flatly.
She explained that she had tracked down Ranke's communications network, which led her to Orvieto.
I had to guess at the end, she admitted. The phone network we were tracing went dead before my technical experts could nail down any specific locations. But when I did some research on my own, this place popped out as the best fit for Ranke in Umbria. There are other medical research facilities around, but the ECPR seemed a natural. Plenty of money, plenty of scientists from all parts of Europe working together, and all of the top-of-the-line equipment his black little heart could desire.
So you hopped a flight down here?
To Rome, and then up here by car. I've been in position since early this afternoon.
We should join forces, Miss Russell,
Kirov told her. John and Fiona nodded in agreement. Randy nodded.
All right, you have a deal. After all, this isn't exactly the first time John and I have stumbled across each other in the field.
No, it isn't, Smith said quietly.
Perhaps you're fated to be together, Fiona Devon suggested.
Randy snorted softly.
Oh, sure. John and I are a regular dynamic duo. The Mutt and Jeff of the espionage business. You better come and see what we're up against, because believe me, whatever you heroes have in mind is not going to be easy. See the problem, John? Randy murmured.
They were lying next to each other in her camouflaged hiding place overlooking the brightly lit ECPR building she had picked out as Wolf-Ranke's lab facility. Smith slowly lowered the powerful binoculars she had loaned him. He handed them back to her.
Yeah, I do.
The damn place is practically a fortress.
A fortress is right, Randy agreed. We're talking about lights, remotely controlled security cameras, motion sensors, bulletproof windows, a solid steel main door, bank vault quality locks, plus maybe a dozen highly alert armed guards inside. He nodded. I think it's time we had a council of war. John and Randy slid cautiously out of the shallow drainage ditch and faded back into the vineyard. Kirov and Fiona had set up some of their gear in a spot where a small fold in the ground offered concealment from the cameras and lights mounted on the lab building. They had their heads close together, studying the dozens of digital surveillance photos the CIA officer had shot during her long afternoon and evening vigil. Kirov glanced up when Smith and Randy returned.
We've definitely come to the right place. See for yourself.
While John watched, the Russian clicked through several color images taken with a telephoto lens. The first showed 2 black sedans arriving at the lab building. The next set showed a large group of men climbing out of the cars and moving toward the lab. Kirov zoomed in on 2 of those men. Smith stared at the familiar faces of Brandt and Malkovich.
Are Brandt and Malkovich still inside?
They are, Fiona said. Ms. Russell's set of pictures shows no one else entering or leaving.
That's one piece of good news, anyway. The bad news is that our first plan, to run a quick sneak and peek into that compound looking for evidence, isn't going to fly. Their security is too tight.
Kirov shrugged.
Since we know where Renke's lab is, I suggest we strike now, without worrying about stealth. Our enemies have done us the favor of putting themselves in one place. We should take advantage of their error.
I'd like to kick in the door, Smith agreed. But only if we had a full company of infantry with a couple of M1A1 Abrams tanks for fire support.
The building is that closely guarded?
The Russian asked. John nodded. There are F-16s based at Aviano, Randy said. They could be here in an hour, maybe less.
You want to call in an airstrike?
Smith asked. Why not? One laser-guided bomb would solve a great many problems. John shook his head. The president would never approve of an F-16 strike, Randy. Most of the center's work is legitimate scientific research, and there's too much chance of collateral damage. Can you imagine how the EU would react if we dropped bombs on friendly territory, especially without permission or even consultation? Destroying that lab would also destroy the evidence we need. The evidence that the Russians have been involved in creating and using this new weapon, Fiona pointed out. So it would kill these men, or at least all of them. We may need their testimony to make our accusations against the Kremlin stick.
Kirov nodded heavily. Miss Devon is right. Whatever we do, we must try to take at least one of these men alive.
Spiffy, Randy said. Kirov stared at the building.
Our enemies must know that their cover here is tattered and perhaps even on the verge of falling apart completely. Why else do you think a man like Malkovich would come all this way, especially now with events in my country moving so fast toward war?
Renke and his pals are getting ready to pull another disappearing act, Smith realized. Could they really pull that off? Randy asked.
Sure, Smith said.
All Renke really needs to set up shop again somewhere else are his DNA samples, any special equipment he's using, and a few of his trained technicians. Most of the equipment and other material would probably fit in one small truck or a couple of vans. Then it's simple, Randy said. We wait until they drive out of here, and then we jump them.
Look more carefully at your photographs, Miss Russell, Kirov advised. Do you see any trucks or vans outside that lab?
She shook her head. No.
But there is a large stretch of bare concrete, is there not?
John saw what the Russian was getting at.
Hell, Malkovich and Renke are going to fly the stuff out.
Kirov nodded.
Probably by helicopter to a jet waiting at Rome or Florence.
He shrugged his big shoulders gloomily.
Malkovich's native Serbia is not far from Italy, not much more than an hour's flying time across the Adriatic Sea. Libya and Syria are also within easy reach, as are any number of other unsavory regimes that might offer so rich a man refuge.
Smith summed the situation up. Which means if we wait too long, Renke will vanish again with everything he needs to restart Malkovich's genetic weapons business.
So we can't go in, we can't bomb them, and we can't wait for them to come out. Mind telling me what other options we do have, John?
Randy said sharply. John looked at Kirov. I need your phone, Oleg. The Russian tossed him the last of their Covert-One secure cell phones. Smith moved off out of earshot and punched in the code for Covert-One headquarters. Fred Klein listened intently while he summarized the situation they faced. An ugly dilemma, Colonel, he said quietly when Smith had finished. Do you have a plan? Yes, I do, but we need action from Washington to make it work, and we need it as soon as humanly possible. What do you want me to do? Smith told him. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. At last, Klein spoke again. You're asking me to skate very close to the line on this one, John. I know I am. Klein sighed. All right, John. Stand by where you are. I'll let you know when we're ready to kick things off back here. February 22nd. Joint U.S.-German Intelligence Secure Video Conference. Large television monitors in Washington, D.C., Langley, Virginia, Berlin, Bonn, and Cologne flickered simultaneously to life, linking groups of men and women seated around conference tables separated by thousands of miles and hours of relative time. Those in Germany looked tired and nervous. It was already past midnight when they had been hurriedly summoned back to their various offices for what was being billed as an emergency briefing by the new U.S. Director of National Intelligence, William Wexler. Wexler himself appeared cool and collected. As he spoke, he looked straight into the camera, maintaining the illusion that he was making eye contact with everyone else on the secure circuit. What none of those joining in this satellite-linked video conference knew was that a feed was also going straight to the White House. And Fred Klein, watching the transmission with President Castilla from the Oval Office, cynically suspected one reason for Wexler's apparent ease was because the former senator was used to delivering televised speeches that he either did not understand or did not believe. After a few preliminary formalities, Wexler jumped straight to the core of the matter. Intelligence agencies of the United States have now definitively identified the production site of the biological weapons being used against us, against our NATO allies, and against countries around the border of the Russian Federation. Those listening and watching sat up straighter. The screen split, with half showing a satellite photo taken months before, depicting a large fenced-in complex spread across what appeared to be a low ridge. One of the several buildings was circled. These weapons are being secretly manufactured at a laboratory near Orvieto in Italy, Wexler said. A lab that is part of the European Center for Population Research, the ECPR. The intelligence confirming this target is clear and irrefutable. Accordingly, the President of the United States has authorized an immediate all-out military assault on this clandestine weapons facility. Now, are there any questions? Immediately, a babble of voices broke out, with everyone trying to speak at once. Castilla hit the mute button on his remote. He turned toward Klein. Looks like that little stunt of ours just tossed a coyote right in the middle of some real nervous cattle. Yes, sir. You think this will actually work the way Colonel Smith hopes? Castilla asked. I hope so, Klein said, equally quietly. If not, John and the others are not likely to survive the next several hours. Near Orvieto. Malkovich stared down at the decoded message on his laptop in dismay. Impossible, he muttered. He turned to Brandt, who was standing at his shoulder. How could this be? The Americans are closer to us than we realized, Brandt snapped, reading through the urgent warning. That's all. But what can we do? The other man asked. They must evacuate at once, Brandt said. Professor Renke's DNA databases and his design files are ready to go. We'll take them and Renke and leave now. But his equipment can't be replaced, Brandt said.
What about Renke's assistants, his lab team? The helicopters won't arrive until it is too late, and we don't have room for them in the cars.
No, Brandt agreed coolly, looking out into the main lab where the scientists and technicians were still working hard. He shrugged.
We'll have to leave them behind, along with the Italian security guards. What? Are you mad? When the Marines storm this building, they will be captured and they will talk.
No, they won't. He drew the Walther pistol from his shoulder holster and inspected the weapon quickly. He checked that he had a full 15-round magazine and then slid the clip back in. The financier looked sick. He sat down heavily. Turning slightly, Brandt waved one of the bodyguards over.
Yes, Herr Brandt, the other man said. What is it?
Order the staff to assemble in the lounge, Sepp. Everyone, without exception. Then tell Karl and the others we have some necessary killing ahead of us. And ask Fyodor to bring his cases from the car trunk. We will need his explosives after all. The bodyguard's dull eyes flickered to life.
It will be a pleasure.
Brandt watched the other man move away and begin herding the fatigued scientists and technicians out of the main lab. Renke came over. A slight tightening around his mouth betrayed his supreme irritation at seeing his assistants ushered away.
What are you playing at, Eric?
Read that, Brandt told him, nodding toward the message still displayed on Malkovich's laptop. The scientist skimmed through the warning of an imminent American assault.
Unfortunate,
he murmured. Then he looked back over his shoulder at Brandt.
You're leaving?
Correct.
When?
Within minutes. Retrieve what you need from your office as quickly as you can.
He nodded coolly toward Malkovich, still sitting slumped in his chair.
Take him with you, and keep an eye on him, Herr Professor. His resources and connections are still of use to us.
With that, Brandt swung away, stalking toward the lounge with his pistol out and ready. Renke watched him go for a moment, and then looked down at the shaken billionaire.
Come, Mr. Malkovich. This way.
The taller man got to his feet, grabbed his briefcase and laptop, and followed the weapons scientist down the central corridor. Inside his windowless office, Renke crossed quickly to the bookcases concealing his combination wall safe and freezer. After entering his code, he pressed his thumb to the built-in fingerprint scanner. Cold vapor puffed out as the door swung open. Gunfire erupted inside the building, muffled by thick, soundproofed walls. There were high-pitched wails and shrieks. When the quick fusillade ended, only a few agonized moans broke in the sudden eerie silence.
My God,
Malkovich groaned.
The Marines are here already!
Renke snorted.
Calm yourself. That was only Brandt eliminating my unfortunate assistants.
He donned a heavy glove and pulled out the rack of vials inside the freezer. Carefully, he lowered them into an insulated cooler. He smiled at the rows of his specially crafted Hydra variants in satisfaction. Labels on each clear glass tube bore different names, many of them Russian. The scientist shut and sealed the container. The undetectable and incurable weapons in those vials would give Wolf Renke a firm grip on Dudarev and his cronies for the rest of their lives. Jon Smith crouched low behind the front end of the car rented by Randy Russell, a dark green Volvo four-door. It sat sideways across the two-lane road, blocking the main route running around the base of Orvieto's rugged volcanic plateau. The road split here, with one fork heading toward the train station, the lower town, and then on eastward toward the foothills of the distant Apennines. The other climbed gradually up the side of the massive rocky outcropping and entered the cliff-top city of Orvieto itself. Smith looked to his left. The plateau loomed there, a huge black shadow against the starlit sky. He glanced to his right. Kirov was a couple of meters away, kneeling behind the Volvo with a submachine gun gripped in both hands. The Russian saw him looking and gave him a cool nod to show that he was ready.
Here they come,
Randy Russell whispered over the radio. The CIA officer was stationed in cover a little bit further down the road, on a low rise that offered a view of the well-lit ECPR compound, roughly a kilometer away.
I count 2 cars, both black Mercedes moving fast.
Part of him relaxed slightly. Randy had argued vehemently for setting up their ambush much closer to the center. She had wanted to make sure that Malkovich, Renke, and their subordinates couldn't slip past them by taking one of the other, smaller country lanes that crisscrossed the valley. But Jon had vetoed her idea, pointing out that hitting the enemy too close to that fortified lab building only offered them the chance of retreating back into its impenetrable protection. And then, once Malkovich and the others realized the U.S. Marine assault they had been warned about was only a gigantic bluff, they would be free to follow their original scheme and fly out to safety. Instead, Smith had gambled that Brand would lead his employers this way, since the road offered the fastest means of putting distance between them and the ECPR. And once they crossed the north-south autostrada near the Orvieto train station, the fugitives would be able to cross the Apennines on little-used secondary roads and make for Italy's Adriatic coast. He tensed, hearing the noise of powerful car engines drawing nearer. He yanked back on the cocking handle of his MP5, forcing a 9mm round into the chamber. One hand made sure that the weapon's firing selector was set for 3-round bursts. He crouched lower, staying out of sight behind the heavy Volvo. The approaching engines grew louder. Headlights suddenly washed over the Volvo. Tires squealed sharply as the lead Mercedes braked hard to avoid crashing into their improvised roadblock. A second later, more brakes squealed as the second black sedan swerved abruptly and stopped in the middle of the road to avoid slamming into the first. Both Smith and Kirov stood up from behind the Volvo, leveling their submachine guns at the lead car just 15 meters away. There was more movement higher up the slope. Fiona Devon jumped up from her own hiding place. Peering intently through her Glock semi-automatic's front and rear sights, she took careful aim at the second car.
"Come out of the car!" Smith shouted. "Now! With your hands up!"
The 2 Mercedes sedans just sat there, angled awkwardly across the road. He could not see any movement through their darkly tinted windows.
"This is your last warning!" Jon snapped loudly. "Get out of the damned cars! Now!"
One of the lead car's back doors popped open. Slowly, a man, one of Malkovich's bodyguards, climbed out and stood facing them. He kept his empty hands spread carefully apart at shoulder height.
"I am unarmed. What is it that you want? Are you with the police?" "No questions," Kirov growled. "Tell Malkovich and the others to get out. They have 10 seconds before we open fire." "I understand. I will tell them."
The bodyguard half-turned, just as though he were going to lean back in through the open door and talk to those inside. But then, moving with incredible speed, he whirled back around. One hand darted inside his heavy wool coat and came out gripping a pistol-sized Uzi submachine gun. Smith and Kirov fired at the same time. Hit by several rounds that tore right through him, the bodyguard toppled backward. He was dead before he hit the ground. But in that same instant, the driver of the lead Mercedes stamped down hard on the accelerator. The black sedan roared ahead, aiming straight for the front end of the Volvo. The second Mercedes swung back behind the first and accelerated too. Smith swung the barrel of the MP5 through a short arc and fired again, this time aiming straight into the first oncoming car's engine compartment. His bullets punched huge holes through the hood. Beside him, Kirov started shooting, aiming for the tires. Further uphill, Jon could see flame jetting from the muzzle of Fiona Devon's Glock as she fired at the second sedan. Jon stood his ground behind the Volvo for a split second longer, seeing the speeding Mercedes loom up out of the darkness in front of him. He fired one more 3-round burst. But then it was time to go. Smith dove away from behind the parked car, landed on the road, then rolled frantically off into the grass. Behind him, the Mercedes slammed into the Volvo's front end with an ear-splitting crash. Locked together for a brief moment by the impact, the 2 cars slid up the road in a grinding spray of broken glass, shattered fiberglass, and crumpled metal. Slowly, the Volvo spun away from the crash, opening up the right-hand fork of the Y intersection. The first Mercedes scraped past and rattled away, heading uphill toward Orvieto. Chunks of torn tread from 3 blown tires scattered behind it, bouncing and tumbling across the road in what looked like slow motion. And then the second black sedan, also running on its metal wheel rims, roared past the mangled Volvo. Smith opened fire again, walking bursts up the road toward the fleeing vehicles. Kirov stood close by, shooting calmly, still aiming low. Fiona came sliding down the slope toward them, snapping a new magazine into her pistol.
"They're getting away!"
she yelled. Kirov fired another burst, holding the submachine gun on target as it sprayed copper-jacketed rounds uphill. "No, look." With a final coughing roar from its dying engine, the first Mercedes sputtered to a stop about 200 meters up the road. 4 men scrambled out and sprinted uphill, still fleeing toward Orvieto. One of them had a shock of thick white hair and ran awkwardly, clutching a briefcase in both hands. Another, taller, had hair that glowed pale blonde in the moonlight. "Malkovich and Brandt," Smith realized. "Let's go!" Ahead of them, the second sedan careened off the road, trying to pass the stalled first car. Instead, it bottomed out in the soft soil, lurched forward a few more meters, and then ground to a halt. 4 more men jumped out of this one. 2 fanned out across the road, weapons in hand, evidently intending to act as a rear guard for their retreating comrades. The last 2, one of them a slender man with a white beard carrying another case, hesitated for a moment while looking up the long, open stretch of road leading to Orvieto. Then they turned instead and faded uphill off the road, moving in among the trees and bushes growing at the base of the cliffs. John heard footsteps pounding up the road behind him. Randy Russell came loping out of the darkness, pistol in hand.
"That was Renke. You and Kirov and Devin take the rest of them. I'll go after Renke."
Smith nodded. "Good luck." Randy ran past him.
"You too."
Then she turned and began climbing the slope. John stripped the spent magazine out of his submachine gun and slapped in a fresh clip. He turned to Kirov and Fiona. "You ready?" They nodded. "Right then, let's finish this." Smith ran up the left side of the road while Kirov and Fiona moved up on the right. Far ahead of them, he could see Malkovich and Brandt and their 2 bodyguards hurrying away, straining to reach the top of the plateau. Renke and one of the other gunmen had vanished up the slope to the right, disappearing among what looked like small orchards of peach and apple trees. Small yellow signs by the side of the road pointed in that direction, identifying the area as Tombe del Crocifisso del Tufo, the site of an ancient Etruscan necropolis, a city of the dead. It was the men lurking up ahead that most concerned John now. 2 of Brandt's gunmen had stayed behind while the others fled. One had dropped into cover among the bushes and trees on the downhill slope. The other was hiding somewhere to the right. Smith frowned. Charging straight up the open road toward these guys was a really good way to get killed. He slowed down and then dropped to one knee, carefully scanning the tangled vegetation along both sides of the road over the barrel of his submachine gun. Kirov and Fiona went prone off to his right, peering ahead with their own weapons ready. "See anything?" John hissed. Kirov shook his head. "No, but we have to keep moving despite the risks. All this shooting will soon draw the police." Fiona started up the road.
"I'll draw their fire, then you 2 shoot them."
The 2 men waited a few seconds and then followed her, staying low, moving cautiously through the grass on the edge of the road. One of Brandt's gunmen, Sepp Nadel, lay hidden behind a pile of rocks. He peered down toward the road, watching for any signs of movement over the sights of his micro-Uzi. There was a faint stir among the bushes across the road. Nadel sneered. That was typical Fyodor Bazhnov, nervous and twitchy as always when holding a gun. Something flickered at the edge of his vision. Someone was coming up the road. The German tightened his grip on the Uzi and shifted his aim. Now he could see a black-clad figure drifting closer. A scout, Nadel thought. Let this one pass unharmed and then kill the others who would come later. Something about the moving figure's shape intrigued him. Then he realized what it was. The American scout was a woman. Suddenly, another Uzi stuttered harshly, spitting bullets down the road. The black-clad woman fell forward and lay still. Nadel swore silently. Bazhnov had panicked. Suddenly, he saw the Russian poke his head out above the bushes, trying to get a clearer shot. And then another weapon fired, this one from farther down the hill. Hit in the face, Bazhnov screamed shrilly once and then fell sideways, sprawling out from the bushes to lie in a heap. A second burst tore him apart. Instantly, the black-clad gunman who had killed him leaped to his feet and raced toward the fallen woman. He dropped to her side, apparently fumbling for a medical kit in one of the many pouches on his assault vest. Nadel nodded slightly to himself. That was a worthwhile target. He rose up from behind his pile of rocks. He stared down the short barrel of his Uzi. His finger tightened on the trigger. Lying prone about 100 meters away, Smith fired. The MP5 chattered loudly. 3 spent cartridges flew away into the grass. Hit twice, once in the neck and once in the shoulder, Brandt's gunman slumped forward. John sprang up and sprinted forward to where Kirov knelt beside Fiona Devon. She was already sitting up when he got there.
"I'm okay. They missed me."
Abruptly, bright white light flared through the night behind them. They whirled around in time to see a huge fireball rising in the west. Shards of twisted steel and shattered concrete spun away from the center of the explosion, soaring hundreds of meters into the night sky. "There went Renke's lab," Smith said, staring at the pillar of flame still rising from the ECPR compound. "Along with most of the evidence we needed." Kirov nodded.
"All the more reason to capture Malkovich and Brandt, then."
Together, the 3 Covert-One agents sprinted east along the road, running flat out now toward the top of the plateau. Pushing carefully through a tangle of vines, Randy saw the sudden glare light up the slope around her. In the sudden silence following the explosion, she heard a quick murmur of startled voices from ahead and off to her left. Cautiously, she rose and moved forward again, heading in that direction. The voices fell silent. Randy came to a rail fence and crouched lower. In the faint moonlight, the terrain ahead looked far more open. It was difficult, however, to make out the details. There were a succession of what appeared to be grassy mounds with gray stones set in the top, but the areas between these mounds were bathed in impenetrable shadow. She raised her image intensifier binoculars. Set to amplify even the smallest amount of ambient light, they turned night into effective day. Immediately, the landscape leapt into clearer focus. She was looking at what appeared to be a rectangular grid of streets. Small houses built of large blocks of quarrified tufa, a form of gray limestone, lined these narrow, stepped roads cut into the hillside. Some of their roofs were conical, others were flat, but almost all of them were covered in grass and hard-packed earth. Low, dark, trapezoidal openings gaped in the center of each building. Letters in some archaic script were carved on the large stones set above the empty doorways. Beyond the buildings, she could see a path with railings leading up shallow steps to an empty parking lot. This was the old Etruscan city of the dead, Randy realized. Some of the tombs here were nearly 3,000 years old. She frowned. Renke and his bodyguard must be hiding somewhere in the necropolis. Anyone trying to hunt for them up and down those narrow streets would be exposed, a sitting duck for anyone shooting from cover inside one of the tombs. She stuffed the binoculars back into one of her equipment pouches and slid under the bottom rail of the fence. Then she walked toward the tombs. Periodically, Randy stopped moving to listen. But she heard nothing, only the sound of police and fire and ambulance sirens speeding toward the explosion-ravaged ECPR compound. At last, she made it to the position she had been aiming for, a small stand of scrub trees growing out of the slope above the necropolis. From here, she could look down into most of the streets. Randy dug out her binoculars. Methodically, she swept them across the ancient cemetery, focusing first on the entrances of tombs that she thought offered the best vantage points. Unless she missed her guess, Renke and his bodyguard would have picked a hiding place that would let them spot anyone entering the tomb complex from the road or the parking lot. Her binoculars slid slowly past a tomb opening about halfway up the central street, paused, and then came back. Was that paler shape inside the darkness just a chunk of fallen stone? The shape moved slightly, taking on form and definition. She was looking at the head and shoulders of a man who was crouched just inside the low opening, peering down the street toward the entrance to the necropolis. He shifted position again, and now she saw the weapon in his hands. She held still. Was Renke inside the tomb with this man? Or had the weapons scientist chosen another lair? The bodyguard looked back behind him for a moment, apparently listening to something being whispered to him, nodded, and then turned back to his post. Randy smiled thinly. Wolf Renke was there, crouching patiently in the darkness, waiting for his chance to slip away and disappear. She put her binoculars away and crawled down the slope, staying low and angling away from the street where Renke and the other man were concealed. She dropped quietly into the little lane that marked the northern boundary of the necropolis and crossed it quickly, slipping into the shelter of one of the small square mounded tombs. Then she slid her beretta back into the holster on her hip, snapped the flap shut, and used both hands to haul herself up onto the grass-covered roof of the burial chamber. From there, Randy made her way from rooftop to rooftop, jumping lightly across the narrow gaps between buildings until she reached the flat-roofed tomb just north of Renke's hiding place. She drew the 9mm pistol, crawled to the corner, and looked down over the edge. There, just a few meters away, lay the low open door where she had seen the scientist's lookout. She took aim with the beretta, waiting until her eyes adjusted. Gradually, the blackness took on different shades, again revealing the head and shoulders of the sentry crouching there with his submachine gun. Her finger tightened on the trigger and then eased off slightly. She decided to give this guy the chance to be smart.
"Drop the weapon,"
Randy called softly. Taken completely by surprise, the guard reacted instinctively. His head jerked up, and he spun desperately, bringing his Uzi up to fire. She shot him in the head. She rolled off the roof, landed in a crouch on the street, and brought her pistol back up, aiming straight at the opening to the crypt.
"Wolf Renke,"
Randy said.
"It's over. Come out now with your hands up and you'll live. Otherwise, I will kill you."
The scientist replied,
"So those are my two choices? I either meekly surrender to you and face prison, or else I die at your hands?"
"Correct."
Renke snorted.
"You are wrong. You forget there's always a third option. And that is the path I choose."
Suddenly, Randy heard a faint crunch from inside the tomb, followed by a startled gasp and then a long, drawn-out sigh that ended in absolute silence.
"Oh, hell!"
she murmured, already moving toward the entrance. She was too late. Wolf Renke sat slumped over on one of the stone benches. His eyes stared back at her, rigid and unblinking. Foam had dripped out of his slack mouth and into his neat white beard. The fragments of a broken glass ampule lay on the floor at his feet next to an insulated carrying case. The fugitive biological weapons scientist had committed suicide, probably with cyanide. Randy bent down and entered the tomb. When a quick search of Renke's pockets produced nothing of value, she took the case and backed out again. Inside the container, she found a row of glass vials packed in dry ice. And when she read the labels on each vial, her eyes widened in absolute horror. At a guess, Randy decided that she was looking at lethal disease variants keyed to the precise genetic makeup of Victor Dudarev, his senior ministers, and many of Russia's highest-ranking military commanders. Quickly, she slammed the lid back down, grabbed the case, and then raced away. Smith slid quietly through the shadows thrown by a row of tall pine trees. He came out on the edge of a small public park dominated by the foundations of an Etruscan temple. Not much more than a few stone steps, a raised, grass-covered platform, and the circular bases of what must have once been towering columns. The main road up had turned sharply as it climbed and entered Orvieto, and now he was facing south. He dropped to one knee, signaling Kirov and Fiona to come ahead. They joined him. The bulk of the medieval city loomed on their right, a maze of little twisting streets and low, irregularly shaped stone houses. The eastern end of the plateau fell away on their left, plunging steeply toward the lights of Orvieto Scalo, the lower town. A wide terrace ran along this edge, all the way to the tall, round, open-topped bastions and massive outer stone walls of the Fortezza della Bornoz, a papal fortress built in the 14th and 15th centuries.
Which way would Brandt and Malkovich go?
Jon murmured. West into the old city?
Not into the old city, Fiona said. That's a dead end for them. The only real way out from here leads straight back toward the center compound, and that road will be swarming with Italian police and emergency crews.
Ahead,
Kirov said firmly. He pointed to a small sign with an arrow pointing the way south along a tree-lined avenue to the Piazza Khan and the Stazione Funicolare, the station for the funicular railway connecting Orvieto with the lower town.
Their only realistic hope of escape is to beg, buy, or steal another car, and the only place to do that safely is down below, near the main train station. That funicular railway is probably closed for the night, but there must be other roads or tracks down from this side of the city.
Smith nodded tightly.
Sounds reasonable.
He stood up. Okay, I'll take the left flank. Oleg, you take the right.
And I'll tag along like a good little girl, safe in the middle,
Fiona said. The three of them crossed the little park, skirting the raised platform of the ruined temple, and kept moving south, sticking close to the left edge of the wide road leading into the open square called the Piazza Khan.
But where is Professor Rinke?
Malkovich forced out between panting gasps, still clutching his briefcase to his heaving chest. He was sitting propped up with his back against the locked doors of the funicular station. Sweat matted his thick mane of white hair.
Is he dead or prisoner?
Brent snapped.
He should have kept up with us.
He roughly yanked Malkovich back to his feet.
Come on, there's another road just around the corner of that fortress.
Trembling both with fear and fatigue, the older man obeyed. In that instant, one of his two remaining men crouched lower, hissing,
Herr Brandt, the Americans, they're here!
He raised his submachine gun, using the Uzi's short black barrel to point toward the entrance to the piazza. Brandt spun round with his pistol ready. In the dim light, he could just make out three black-clad figures entering the square.
Kill them,
he snapped. Smith saw a sudden flurry of movement near the funicular railway station. There were 4 men there. 2 were in cover behind a row of terracotta planters, with their weapons out. Brandt crouched behind them. The 4th man, Malkovich, was turning to flee, scuttling wildly away from the station. He disappeared into the darkness, heading for the tall, arched gateway leading into the papal fortress.
Down!
Jon roared, trying to warn Kirov and Fiona. He dove for the pavement, and then Brandt's gunmen started shooting. Bullets ripped through the air all around Smith, cracking past low over his head. He rolled away. A few meters away, Fiona Devon cried out suddenly and went down. She lay curled up with her teeth tightly clenched, clutching at her right thigh. Kirov hurled himself toward her, ignoring the 9mm rounds screaming around him. The 2 Uzis fell silent. Both gunmen had expended their full 20-round magazines in just a couple of seconds. Each man crouched low, desperately slapping in a fresh clip. Smith stopped rolling. He took rapid aim at the row of planter boxes. He fired as quickly as he could while swinging the barrel from one end of the little train station to the other. The MP5 stuttered loudly, punching rounds toward Brandt and his men. Hit by one of his bursts, a terracotta planter exploded. The gunman crouching behind that planter toppled backward and lay still. His Uzi clattered to the pavement. One down, Smith thought grimly. He shifted his aim again, swiveling toward Brandt's second gunman. Brandt himself was next to his subordinate, down on one knee with his semi-automatic pistol out. The three men opened fire at the same time. Smith fought down his instincts to duck or to dive away from the incoming fire. Instead, his finger tightened again and again on the trigger. The MP5's barrel jumped and bucked against his grip. Multiple 9mm rounds smacked into the funicular station, shattering glass, punching through the locked doors, and gouging huge craters in the brown basalt walls. The rest of the planter boxes blew apart. Brandt and his gunmen crumpled and fell, one heaped on top of the other. Smith fired the last of the 30 rounds in his magazine. He snatched out the old clip, tugged a new magazine out of his ammunition pouch, and slid it into the MP5. Then he yanked back on the handle, chambering a new bullet. He scanned the front of the station, finger on the trigger, looking closely for any sign of movement from the three bodies littering the torn pavement. Nothing stirred. "John!" Kirov called to him. The Russian was crouching over Fiona Devon, working frantically to staunch the bleeding from the wound in her thigh. "I need your help!" Smith rolled back to his feet, then hurried over to the wounded woman. Fiona was still conscious, but she was pale and shivering, starting to go into shock. He glanced across at Kirov. "Go after Malkovich, Oleg. He ran into the fortress over there. I'll take care of her." Kirov shook his head angrily. "No, I'm a doctor, remember? Let me do my job. Now you go and do yours." Kirov stared back at him for a second longer. He scowled darkly, but then he nodded. He grabbed his submachine gun, jumped to his feet, and loped away, heading for the fortress gate. Smith went down on his knees beside Fiona and began examining the injury, pulling the torn cloth of her jeans away carefully to get a good look at both the entry and exit wound. He felt around her leg with his fingers, pressing hard in places to check for any pieces of broken bone. She hissed sharply through gritted teeth. "Sorry," John told her quietly. He tore open a field dressing kit and shook out a pressure bandage. Then he began wrapping it tightly around her wounded leg. Next, he stripped off his assault vest, balled it up, and used it to elevate her wounded leg. "How bad is it?" Fiona asked. "You were lucky. Somehow the bullet that hit you missed every major blood vessel in the bone itself. Your thigh muscle is torn to hell, but it should heal nicely." Randy Russell's excited voice suddenly came through his headset. "John," she said quickly. "Frank is dead, but I've got some of his materials. I'm heading up the hill now. What's your situation?" Smith keyed his mic. "Brandt is dead too, but Malkovich slipped away and Miss Devon is wounded." Speaking quickly, he briefed her on the rest of the situation, including their location in the Piazza Khan. "How soon can you get here?" "Give me 5 minutes." "Understood. And whistle up the Pavlo helicopter using the codes I gave you. Tell them to stand by to extract us." "Where will you be?" Randy asked. "I'm going after Malkovich myself. I'll keep you posted. Out." He picked up his weapon, stood up, and looked down at Fiona. "Randy will be here soon. Will you be all right until then?" She nodded. "I will. Now go help Oleg run that bastard down." "And you sit tight. That's an order." Then he turned and sprinted away across the piazza. Eric Brandt swam up through the darkness, fighting against the pain that threatened to drown his senses. His eyes blinked open as he came back to full consciousness. He was lying on the pavement with a dead weight pressing down across his legs. The hot, coppery smell of fresh blood filled his nostrils. He turned his head slightly, wincing at the agony that caused him. One of his men lay heaped on top of him, plainly dead. Brandt carefully raised his own hand, gingerly touching his forehead. A crease torn there stung like fire. He felt broken bone grate beneath the loose flap of skin. His vision darkened, and he jerked his blood-stained fingers away hastily. It would not do to think too closely about what this head wound might mean. He heard footsteps racing toward him and closed his eyes until they were only narrow slits. Breathing shallowly, he watched a lean, dark-haired man go running past. It was Smith, Brant saw in amazement. Somehow the American had escaped from Russia, and now here he was in Orvieto, hot on Malkovich's heels. Slowly he inched his way out from under the corpse. He found his pistol and then crawled away, staying low to the pavement until he reached the shelter of some trees and shrubs planted near the high arched gate that opened into the Fortezza della Bornoz. Once in cover, the gray-eyed man stood up and then staggered on, following in Smith's wake. Fiona levered herself up into a sitting position. The effort left her feeling dizzy. She waited a few moments for her head to stop whirling, and then she looked up, staring out across the moonlit square. Frightened voices were calling out to each other in the city behind her, as Orvieto's citizens tried to make some sense of all the explosions and gunfire ringing through their ancient town. Fiona frowned. She looked down at her watch, wondering where Agent Russell was. She studied the bullet-riddled funicular railway station, noting the 2 corpses sprawled across the piazza. Her eyes narrowed sharply. 2 corpses? There should be 3. One of Brant's men, maybe Brant himself, was on the loose. And without her radio, she had no way to warn the others. She pushed herself to her feet and hobbled slowly toward the fortress. Smith found Kirov and Malkovich standing together on the upper ramparts of the fortress. The cliff face fell away sharply below the walls, plunging almost vertically through a tangle of scrub trees and bushes to the lights of Orvieto Scalo and the autostrada below. The financier had his hands high up in the air. An opened briefcase lay at his feet. The Russian held his submachine gun pointed casually at the older, white-haired man. He glanced over his shoulder at John. "Mr. Malkovich has agreed to cooperate with us. It appears that he bitterly regrets his unwise decision to assist President Dudarev in his various conspiracies." "I'm sure he does," Smith said. "What's in the briefcase?" "Important information for our government," Malkovich said eagerly. "Everything that I've been able to learn about Russia's military plans." For the first time in days, John felt some of the weight lift off his shoulders. With Malkovich alive and talking, and with evidence of Dudarev's plans to invade his smaller neighbors, it was just possible that the United States might be able to fend off open hostilities with Russia.
"Drop your weapons,"
a harsh, pain-filled voice said suddenly from behind them.
"Do it now, or I will shoot."
Smith stiffened. He knew that voice. But Brant was dead.
"You have 3 seconds,"
Brant said coldly.
1, 2.
Smith let go of his submachine gun. It clattered against the parapet. Beside him, Kirov did the same.
"Excellent. Now, turn around slowly, and keep your hands up where I can see them."
They obeyed. Brant stood there, just a few meters away along the battlement. His face was a horrible mask of dried blood.
"Eric!"
Malkovich said gladly, starting forward. "Thank God! I knew that you would come save me from these men."
"Get back!"
Brant growled, jabbing his pistol at the financier.
"But Eric,
You thought you would live through this night?"
The former Stasi officer sneered.
"Well, I'm afraid that your speculations were in air this time. Dudarev may not reward me for killing you, but your death should at least protect me from the worst of his anger."
"You intend to kill us all?" Kirov asked.
Brant nodded. "Naturally."
He stepped back a few paces, widening the gap between them, making it impossible for any sudden rush to reach him before he shot them all down.
"The only question is which one of you dies first."
The Walther's muzzle swung from one man to the other. Then it settled on John and stayed there.
"You, Colonel. You are the first."
Smith saw a lithe, pale-faced shape loom up out of the darkness behind Brant. He shook his head.
"I don't think so."
A gunshot rang out, deafening at point-blank range. Brandt fell sideways, toppling over the edge of the parapet. There was a short silence, and then a dull, crunching thud. Smith scooped up his submachine gun, walked toward the parapet, and looked over. There, about 20 meters below, he saw Brandt's broken corpse, splayed out across the gravel path running along the foot of the fortress walls. He looked back over his shoulder. Fiona Devon stood there, slowly lowering her Glock. The bandage wrapped around her right thigh was dark, stained with fresh blood.
"I thought I ordered you to stay put,"
Smith said mildly. She smiled at him.
"I'm a civilian, and I never was much good at following orders."
"Fortunately for us,"
Kurov said gruffly, coming forward to take her gently in his arms.
"Thank you, my dear, dear Fiona,"
he said simply. He bent down to kiss her. Grinning, Smith looked away to keep an eye on the trembling financier. In the distance, he heard the muffled clatter of rotor blades growing louder. Their ride home was on the way. February 23rd, Air Force One. Air Force One, the President's official aircraft, flew steadily east through the night sky over Europe. Relays of U.S. F-15 and F-16 fighters flew close by, providing continuous protection.
"Our ETA is 1 hour, Mr. President," the steward said, standing at the open door to the fully equipped cabin that served as his airborne office.
President Sam Castilla looked up from his desk.
"Thank you, James."
When the door closed behind the steward, he turned to Fred Klein, who was sitting patiently on a small couch.
"Ready for the big show?"
The head of Covert-One nodded.
"Yes, sir. Let's hope your performance is appreciated."
Castilla grinned.
"Oh, I think it will be. Though probably not in a friendly way."
He picked up the intercom phone on his desk.
"General Walsh, this is the President. You may initiate that hotline call to Moscow we talked about earlier."
Both Klein and the President waited while the communications staff aboard Air Force One made contact with the Kremlin. An American voice spoke up, coming over the speakers hooked up inside Castilla's office.
"President Dudarev is standing by, sir."
"Good morning, Mr. President,"
Castilla said cheerfully.
"I apologize for disturbing you so early, but the matter I'd like to discuss is fairly urgent."
"The hour is not a problem for me, Mr. President,"
the Russian leader said politely.
"I often work very late these days, an unfortunate fate which I am sure we both share."
"Yes, I'm sure you're extremely busy just now, Victor. Plotting unprovoked wars of aggression against your smaller and weaker neighbors is just so darned time-consuming, isn't it?"
There was a moment's frozen silence before the Russian replied.
"I really don't understand what you are driving at, Mr. President."
"Let's cut the crap, shall we? I've seen your mobilization schedules, operation plans, and target lists. I've even heard audio tapes with your voice on it discussing those same plans. And Ukrainian police units and bomb disposal squads have already found the explosives your agents rigged in Poltava for your little piece of phony anti-Russian terrorism."
"I do not know who could have provided you with these monstrous fabrications,"
Dudarev said.
"Your good friend, Mr. Konstantin Malkovich, Victor. That's who."
Malkovich is a capitalist and a speculator who does business in my country. Beyond that, I know nothing about him.
Castilla shrugged.
That's not a lie that's going to stick, Victor. I'd advise you to come up with some other story real quick. Let's talk instead about the fact that you're going to turn around those 300,000 or so troops you've massed near Ukraine, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Armenia, and Azerbaijan and send them marching back to their peacetime barracks. And pronto.
Can I speak candidly, Mr. President?
By all means.
If I really did have so many tanks, soldiers, and aircraft ready for war, why would I abandon my plans so easily? Do you think your voice is so frightening?
Not in the least, Victor, the President said. I just don't think you're ready for an all-out conflict with the United States and with NATO. You've been thinking in terms of a lightning campaign against weak and disorganized local forces, not a slugging match with the most powerful alliance in history.
But you have no defense agreements with Ukraine or Georgia or the rest,
Dudarev pointed out sharply.
Nor any forces stationed on their territory, and somehow I do not believe that your country or your allies will oppose us so seriously. No one in London or Berlin or Paris or New York will support a war against Russia for the sake of a few bare-assed Azerbaijanis and the like.
Maybe not, but they will if your attacks put Americans at risk, especially political leaders who are pretty well known and respected. Like me, for example.
What are you talking about?
Castilla checked his watch.
I think you should know that I'll be on the ground in Kiev in a little less than 45 minutes, and that I don't expect to be leaving Ukraine for a few days. Their new leaders and I have a lot of business to transact, especially negotiating a mutual defense treaty.
Impossible.
Not in the least, Castilla said carefully. Ukraine is an independent country now. I guess you forgot that one little fact, Victor.
Dudarev said nothing.
And so are the other former Soviet republics, Castilla continued. Which is why a host of U.S., NATO, and Japanese senior officials, including my secretaries of state and defense, are going to be visiting those countries over the next several days. And if a single Russian bomber, tank, or foot soldier crosses those borders, I can guarantee that you're going to wind up dragging your country into a war it cannot afford, a war that it will most certainly lose.
You are insulting, the Russian leader snapped.
On the contrary, I'm being remarkably patient. But let me assure you that neither my country nor I will ever forget or forgive your decision to unleash the Hydra weapon on us.
Hydra? Dudarev asked. I do not know what you are talking about.
The President ignored him.
When we caught up with Renke, we found something very interesting in a little case he was carrying. A whole set of glass vials filled with some kind of liquid.
Dudarev said nothing.
Now, the interesting thing about these vials is that many had Russian names on them, and one of them was yours, Victor.
Castilla could hear the other man swallow hard.
But I'm a civilized man, the President went on, so I've decided not to see how you like the taste of your own weapon when it's thrown back at you. Instead, well, we'll just hang on to these so-called Hydra variants for the time being, as a form of insurance against any future bad behavior by you or your pals in the Kremlin. Das Vidanya.
March 15th, U.S. Naval Station, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Camp 5, one of the several maximum security facilities at Guantanamo Bay, was reserved for high-level terrorist detainees, most often senior members of al-Qaeda or other dangerous terrorist groups. It was also used, on rare occasions, to house ghost detainees, those men and women whose names were kept out of any official records for security and intelligence purposes. U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Henry Farmer knocked politely on the wire mesh door of the cell occupied by prisoner number 6.
"Time for your lunch, sir,"
he said, sliding a tray through the slot at the bottom of the door. Number 6, a tall, white-haired man with high cheekbones and pale blue eyes, sat up wearily from his bunk and padded over to collect the tray.
"Thank you, Sergeant," he said. "I'll hope that the chef has taken a refresher course since yesterday's disaster."
"Maybe so," Farmer said with a disinterested shrug. "Just to let you know, your next session with those fellows from Langley is scheduled for a little later this afternoon." The prisoner nodded moodily. His discussions with the CIA debriefers were never very pleasant. He carried the tray back over to his bunk and then began eating. Farmer watched him in silence for a moment, then turned and went on with the rest of his duties. Later that afternoon, the sergeant found the time to go for a stroll along the beach. He found a stocky, gray-haired man waiting for him.
"Was there any trouble?"
the gray-haired man asked. Farmer shook his head. "Not a peep." He tossed something to the man, who caught it one-handed and held it closed in his palm. "And the rest of my payment?"
"Will be made on schedule,"
the gray-haired man assured him placidly. Once the American non-com was trudging away down the beach, Alexei Ivanov, the head of Russia's 13th Directorate, opened his palm. An empty glass vial glinted there. Ivanov stared down at it for a few seconds more. A futile gesture, he thought grimly. But then what other options are open to us now? Abruptly, the Russian spy chief turned and tossed the vial out into the bay. Then he, too, turned and walked away. The last Hydra variant had been delivered. March 22nd, Alexandria, Virginia. The small Vietnamese restaurant on King Street was a favorite among those who appreciated good food, reasonable prices, and quiet, unpretentious service. In other words, Jon Smith thought wryly, studying the menu, it was not fashionable, just popular. "Is this seat taken?" he heard a familiar voice ask. Smith looked up with a welcoming smile. A slender, pretty woman with short, golden hair stood there. "Hello, Randy," he said. Randy Russell sat across from him. "You hear the Germans have confirmed the identity of the mole who worked for Malkovich?" "Heikler, right?" he guessed. "The guy who shot himself the day after we grabbed Malkovich?" She nodded. "I heard about Malkovich, too," he told her. "I guess Guantanamo Bay isn't quite as secure as everyone thinks it is." Randy raised an eyebrow. "Word gets around fast in those rarefied circles you travel in." Randy picked up her menu. "I understand that Miss Devon is out of the hospital and up and around." "So I hear." "I don't imagine she'll be very welcome back in Moscow." John grinned. "Not exactly, but apparently she's already wrangled a job at some prestigious think tank headquartered in New York." Actually, he knew that it was Fred Klein who had arranged the assignment for Fiona, since it would give her useful cover for other Covert-One missions. "New York's not very far from here," Randy commented coolly. "Nope, I suppose not," Smith agreed. "But it's an awfully long way from Moscow, and air tickets aren't cheap. So I have a funny feeling that Oleg Kirov's clients are going to find their consulting bills going up." She looked narrowly at him. "Kirov?" He nodded. Once Klein was convinced that the Kremlin had no knowledge of the part played by Kirov in recent events, he had allowed the Russian to go back to his own country. So the former FSB officer was still in play as a deep-cover Covert-One asset.
Oleg Kirov?
She asked again.
And Miss Devon?
Smith crossed his heart. "Honestly, no lie."
"Gee, that's nice,"
Randy said innocently. Then, smiling to herself, she sat back in her chair, studying the menu with real interest now.
"So what do you recommend?"
We hope you have enjoyed Robert Ludlum's The Moscow Vector, an audio renaissance audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program was produced and directed by Garrett Scott. Text copyright 2005 by Minpin LLC. Production copyright 2005 by Audio Renaissance, a division of Holtzbrink Publishers LLC. All rights reserved.